Folks, welcome one and all to Truth in Fiction, folks. I am your king of extreme, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man if I do say so myself, Phil K.O.E. right here at Truth in Fiction Pod on YouTube. You can also find us at TIF_pod on TikTok, folks. We are an ever growing truth in your life. Now, folks, we are glad that you are here for Truth and Fiction, the one breakup to the glum humdrum that is every other internet show where you come to get the truth from the fiction, the truth out of the fiction, here in Truth in Fiction. And folks, I, of course, will give you the beautiful descriptions. But I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one that will give you the learned prescriptions himself, the one, the only, Tiberius motherfucking D.
Thank you, everyone, for being here with me. Gee, how should I go about this intro? Should I be flamboyant and boisterous, such as my good friend Phil K.O.E.? Should I, kind of just keep it low and chill, or should I do my own thing? Well, usually I do my own thing, and honestly, I don't know what my own thing is going to be right now. But it's a pleasure to be here today. And the problem is that these topics are gnawing at my psyche because I could not give less a shit. But we are going to get into the truth in the fiction, and I might actually outfiction Phil for once because there is no grounding this reality. We are in the Twilight Zone, ladies and gentlemen, like pun not intended. But we'll definitely be covering that as we get into it. Let me see if I can find the ground here so that I can bring you into the ground.
Hey, there we are. So, Ty, for this week's Truth and Fiction, it's just been such a slow news week. There's just been nothing going on. It's been just all hum, glum, drum, just not a whole lot.
I didn't mean for you to take this as a challenge. Like when I said I might outfiction you, that wasn't the point.
It's like, hey, motherfucker, that sounded like a challenge. Like, okay. All right. Crack the knuckles, crack the neck. Let's get into this.
All right,
but
fine.
Yes, so, folks, for those of you who've been living under a rock on the dark side of the moon, or maybe one of the moons of Jupiter, because yes, our audience reach is that far, Donald J. Trump has been indicted in Manhattan District Court by D.A. Bragg. And so, yes, folks, we are truly, like, Ty, I know you say, I don't really give a shit. Like, now, Ty, I know that's kind of the in vogue thing that all the kids are doing is pretending that they don't give a shit about things, but we are living in history. This is shit you're going to tell your great-grandchildren about because, at the rate kids are having kids now, it'll probably be great-great-grandchildren before we all start passing. But yeah, that is going to be something that a lot of people don't remember is this is history. We are living right now. Like this time now, you will describe to your grandchildren. You will tell your children about. You will tell future generations. I was there when we started prosecuting political opposition and we officially became the Banana Republic. I was there when our law enforcement became weaponized against political opponents. I was there when a prosecutor who actively ran on the idea of I'm going to get the main Republican candidate for president right now. And that's what he campaigned on, to the point where we have politics infecting our law enforcement to that degree. This was the moment that you will describe to future generations, for better and for worse. And so, Ty, with all that being said, what's your thoughts on the good Donald J. Trump having a little bit of legal issue?
Okay, so there's a level where I might outfiction you, and then there's a point where I'll like bring it all the way back, right? So Tiberius doing Tiberius things on one side, and I'll start with the flamboyant and the boisterous. My senior year of high school, I remember making the prediction all the way back then that in my old age, if I lived into my 60s, 70s, or 80s, I'd probably see the end of the Republic. Now, are we on the track to there? In some ways, yes. And I do want to get into the truth in that particular matter. But that's not related to exactly what I'm talking about now. But I just want to put that placeholder in your mind. Where we are now is at a crossroads. This will be remembered in history as like the next dark time, right? Everyone remembers the excuse me. Everyone remembers in our history, whether you know about
Oh, Tiberius, we are about to enter ages darker than we've ever known.
it through like a history book or through it through family, about the Great Depression, about World War II. Now it's getting old enough to the point where like no one within living memory remembers that anymore. They're all dead. But it still plays an active role in our psyche whether we agree with it or not. We're going through those times again. It's not the same thing, but it's the same kind of flavor. Political turmoil, economic instability, pretty much the rule book having to get rewrote because people either don't remember it or don't understand it. We're here again. So let's ground this into Donald Trump. Either, no matter which side of politics that you're on, Trump is a bit of an enigma, but he's also some point of gravity too. I'm sure all of you probably have at least some disagreements with this man, whether it be politically or personally. On other hands, though, is that we do know that he's had a very strong effect in American politics, to where I have openly said that he is responsible for kicking off starting what we call the seventh party system here in the United States. It's not over yet. It's not, or excuse me, that transition is not over yet. And I do not believe it will finish under his hand. But what it is that he forced something that needed to happen. Which brings us to today. Is Trump being persecuted because he is an enemy of the establishment and the elites? Maybe. There's obviously a level of political opposition here.
What?
Let me just finish this real quick.
Okay.
On the other side of that, will he actively be nailed for wrongdoing? I have some biases in this particular conversation in this department. I do not believe that Donald Trump is an ethical person. And I figure if somebody worked hard enough, they would eventually find something that they can nail him for. The problem is that the Democrats have been incredibly inept at doing so. And more particularly is that the only reason why we don't do this at all between any major political actors is because once somebody's dirty laundry gets aired out, they tend to air out everyone's, and it's basically mutually assured destruction in Washington. Whether you agree with it or not, whether you think it's ridiculous or not, we have now gotten to a point to where Washington is willing to burn itself down because of the conversations and the conflicts that are now happening within it. And that's my intro.
Nice. Now, when you were getting into that, there was one thing. It's like, is he being politically persecuted? Maybe. And my first thought is, woo, Nelly. I mean, it must be basically 1,000% political persecution if Ty's willing to say maybe. I was like, boy, howdy. Because like Ty, I think it's fair to say, let's bring us both up here. Let's keep us both on the screen here for a little bit. But Ty, I think it's fair to say.
I wanted to hide. No, I'm kidding.
Now I just want to get under the desk for this topic. But I think it's fair to say you're not Trump's biggest fan.
I'm not. Okay. I've been very clear about this, and here I will float your ego. Right, all right, ready for this? So, our good Phil K.O.E. made a conversation with me about a year ago, maybe even 2 years ago. Now we've known each other for a while. It's shocking. But it was largely of the lines that if you discount how people personally feel about Donald Trump, he's not like a politically far-right actor. I know a lot of people say that.
Fairly moderate Republican president at best.
What I would kind of take over with that is that he's not normal for what we expect out of Republicans, but he's not necessarily anything new in particular, but also he is in a lot of ways kind of a return to what we've seen before. And I've actually said that this was needing to happen. This was needing to come. I just don't like the person who did it. And so there's a level where I will sing Trump's praises, particularly the anti-China part. But there's also levels to where I do have very serious questions when it comes to this man. And
Well,
yeah,
if I may interject here for just a moment, like, because I've been on some panels that have featured you, some other panels, like with some other wonderful folks, and I've noticed something. It's a strange correlation here, Ty. All the people that really, really don't like Trump, the never Trumpers, the people who suffer from TDS, it almost seems to be at a ratio of 1 to 1. All of those people seem to think that this is just the most, glum humdrum investigation, just the most like this isn't even a big deal. Like, I mean, this isn't any kind of precedent being broken. Like, this is just the most normal thing and just the best thing that you could ever hope to. In fact, it's a blessing for even Trump himself. And I've noticed, like, I wonder if that's a coincidence, because I've talked many times. A lot of people don't realize just how much our opinions are assigned to us. And once you understand, like that, like I say to a lot of people, like a lot of moderate Republicans, it's like everything that you ever say about why you don't like Trump, it all is some sort of like personality thing, which that could just be a lie that the magical talking box with the moving pictures told you that that's what you need to think about the man. And so that's something that I always find kind of fascinating, because I always say, look at his fruits. Now, Ty, this was something I asked about a week or so ago, and it was a couple of guests that are regulars on Saturday Night Panel, a couple of producers. They're all on, and I basically asked a very straightforward question, and these were some very left-leaning people. And I asked, is there any possibility of Trump being able to actually get a fair trial here? And what was shocking was 10 seconds of silence. Like, nobody said anything, because they were all thinking, because the people who were hyper partisan kind of didn't want to be, okay, there's no chance of Trump having a fair trial here, but because they just hate Trump, they don't really care. And that's the problem, is like everybody says, well, he's not above the law. No, he's not. No president is above the law, but they're certainly not below the law either. And with this prosecution, we now have an instance where Donald J. Trump, because he is the leading Republican candidate for president, is being politically persecuted. And one thing to keep in mind, the judge that he has presiding over him, in any normal rational court, this would have already been thrown out. But you also need to understand that the judge in this instance is a political operative. So the fix is already in. This judge actually has for years been giving donations to Democratic causes and political action committees just under the required reporting amounts. And like, just to keep in mind, Federal Election Commission reports show that in 2020, Judge Merkin made contributions to the Biden for President Campaign Committee, the Progressive Turnout Project, and its subsidiary political action committee called Stop Republicans. This is Fox News report. Former prosecutor, Trump trial judge, political donations are problematic, troubling optics. So I'm sorry, this judge 2 years ago, Ty, gave money to a cause called Stop Republicans, and we're supposed to believe that this isn't a political hatchet job. Like, I mean, this is banana republic shit at this point. And yeah, there is no chance. Like, let me ask you, Ty, I'm just curious. Like, I mean, you're a fairly moderate guy. I know you don't like Trump, but you're fairly moderate. You're pretty down the line, and you try to stay as fair, split the field as much as you can. Do you see any possibility of Trump getting a fair trial here?
I gotta say two things here. First and foremost, is I reject that.
That's not a yes.
No, mate. Listen to me. First and foremost, I want to say a characterization here. Like, I am a pretty center guy when it comes to my politics, but I'm more of a radical centrist. You'll see that I'm not like very much like, oh, hey, I'm like, I'm a little milquetoast on this particular policy or this one. I'm usually just all in with one group of folks on one issue and then all in with another group of folks on others.
Radical utilitarianism or something. I don't know.
That's disgusting. All right. Anyway, getting into this.
I made you puke in your mouth a little bit.
No, actually I just burped. Anyway. So here's where I will line this out. Is this going to be a quote unquote fair trial? We will debate this for the next 100 years. Okay? Straight up. Even with an asshole judge, there's only so far you can take a jury. there is only so far that you can go through jurisprudence before somebody gets pissed, and remind you that there's an entire appeal system, right?
Judge is a king in his castle. Just ask Flynn that shit.
Well, all right. So let me get to the other side of this so I can do the evil centrist thing, right? Number one, our court system has become incredibly politicized in the last couple of years, both on the federal and state levels. Whether you talk about Kyle Rittenhouse, whether you talk about the cops about George Floyd, yada, 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 we have seen this. Now, on one side, that should be kind of the case. We should have political opinions about what our laws are and when people break them. That should be an open conversation for each and every one of us. On the other side of that, do we see some hatcheting from folks that shouldn't be talking about or involved in such cases? Yes. President Biden, you have no authority to dictate what Kyle Rittenhouse was going to have as his verdict, right?
He sure tried, though.
He did kind of put his hand on the scale there. Now, granted, I don't think that was ever going to do much of anything. Thank Christ for the separation of powers. And this is one of the things that I am a very, very strong proponent of. On the other side of that is this is where federalism goes to have a knockdown, drag out fight. This is not a federal thing. And if this was a federal court, I would say that there was a far higher probability of a fair trial. State courts are not the same thing. And as much
when the prosecutor ran on the fact that I'm going to get Trump. So, but now, like, to my question, I was wondering, in your opinion, to you, do you think Trump's going to get a fair trial here?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I answered that in a roundabout way.
I totally get that. That was a beautiful answer.
Just no.
No?
Like the short. No. Like, but so here's the thing that I'm going to have to throw out there. Then this is why we're going to have to debate this for 100 years. I don't have access to the evidence. I will not be in the courtroom.
None of us do.
Ma'am, I will not be in the courtroom. And I will say this. If the media does not do its fucking due diligence on airing out the laundry on everything there, then yeah, we have a serious problem. The problem that I do see I know you're laughing a little bit, and here's the issue where this kind of goes two ways for me. On one side, you got a group of folks that seem to want to bury him. And the only way they can do that is if the media actually goes all in on trying to bury Trump. And they have to air out every piece of laundry that they can from this particular case. If they do so, I think you can probably see this
running out of dirty socks at this point. They're having to recycle the Stormy Daniels thing a third time and invent felonies that weren't there. And Alan Bragg, who is not a bold nor a brave man, he wouldn't have done this unless he got certain reassurances. And I suspect we're going to find out in about 3 years that he got those reassurances from Merrick Garland directly. Spoiler alert.
Right.
But yeah, so we're going to find out this was a political hatchet hit job, pretty much of the highest order. When you're saying, will the media do its job? To me, I'm like, oh, well, Ty, they quit doing that 30 fucking years ago.
Look, I am not a fan. Hold up a second. I am not a fan of the media, but here's the reality. They have every vested interest in doing this. If they were to fail, something is awry. What reason do they have for not airing out Trump's dirty laundry and every detail they can possibly leak about this case? It's going to be ratings. It's going to be part of their, if we believe the whole, left-wing bias thing in the media, every piece of information they can hammer out about Trump to where all of us get to see all the dirty details, whether they be there or not. Like, they have every reason to do it. Like, what reasons do they have to hide this time?
Rupert Murdoch says if you cover it, you're fired. Like, yeah, unfortunately, like that's we've got that. Rupert Murdoch wants a complete blackout of Trump because he feels like, because last time around he thought the show him as a fool, all it did was just give him free press. Now, in a weird way, this indictment, Ty, you're gonna hate this. You're gonna just hate what I'm gonna say here, but unfortunately, you kind of know I'm right. The Republican primary is essentially over, and Donald Trump is its winner.
I'm not sold on that yet.
I'm sorry. At this point, Republican Trump fans will write him in in the general if he's not on the ballot. Like, at this point, I don't see any real path for anybody to win the nomination without his explicit endorsement.
I'm not convinced that Trump is as popular as some people like to make out. On the other hand, I do think he's a lot more popular than a lot of other people would like to make out either. And I know that's a little hazy, but I'll put it out this way. I think the Trump coalition's easily at least 30% of the party, and it might be up as high as 45. But I think there's a lot of people within the party that did ride along with Trump because they're like, hey, we can win with him. But then 2020 came along, and 2022 came along. And what we've seen is a lot of Republicans.
All those folks are back after the raid and after the indictment. As much as I hate to say. All the folks who were Trump skeptics, they are fucking back.
I will not agree with that at all. I think there's a lot of people that are absolutely in the Republican Party who are sold anti-Trump. And that's for a number of reasons. Whether it has been just the complete beratement or the fact that Trump can't shut his mouth. But here's the thing that really got me, and you can see if you agree with me on this one or not. A lot of Trump people that I talked to after the election got pissed off about one very particular detail. And that was, ironically enough, Ron DeSantis. For anyone who's heard the name, they said, hey, wait a second. Why is Trump trying to bury the guy who led the Republican spear tip and has shown that he can still make it win and work? And that's pissed off a lot of people that were still leaning Trump after 2022 that I don't think are going to vote for him this time. Because they've told me straight to my face, this guy really is in for himself. Because this is not what you do to Republicans that hold the torch.
Understandable, but like at the same time, that's his primary opponent at the moment. So of course there's going to be some infighting there. And also, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know if Ron even runs in 2024 now. Like he's kind of like he had his moment, and then he kind of blew it a little bit with his initial response to this whole Trump indictment thing. Like a lot of the MAGA guy and a lot of the even some of the what you would call, like, I know this is going to sound insane to folks on the left, but the moderates between the normie Republicans and the MAGA Republicans, like if you think of it all on that spectrum there, the moderates in the middle there, they did not like how DeSantis responded at first. I love the fact that he said he wouldn't cooperate with any extradition, but that was largely just kind of for show because the Supreme Court's already said there is nothing that a state can do to prevent the compelling of an extradition from one state to another, but it was lovely for the show. But to me, I think he's going to wait out 2024, which that might be his only chance. It's kind of like Bernie Sanders. His one chance was 2016. Democrats didn't pull the trigger on him. And
he's young enough. He's got time.
Oh, yeah.
He's young enough and spry enough. He's got time. And what I think he's going to try to do anyway is that he's like, hey, look, I ran Florida for 8 years. He's going to give himself, his term wouldn't end until 2026, right? Yep. He's got 2 years to not be in office. I don't know if they're term limited in Florida, but I think that's what the more likely play is that, you know what, he runs out. He's got 2 years to run a campaign. He can drop it the day he leaves office. And I think that was originally his plan. I think he had a conversation probably with his wife or whatever about doing this. And people were really starting to like bang the drum for him. And then he pissed off everybody because he's kind of pissed off the Trump crowd because he's actually done some things that they don't like. On the other side of that, he's pissed off the party apparatus. And I will openly say this. At the rate we're going, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more people to declare, as we go along. But of the people who have declared, the party likes Nikki Haley a lot. And they will push the hell out of her.
If only those pesky voters did too. But yeah, like that's just the problem is the party has to deal with their pesky voters. Shucky darns.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I do. And I'm not gonna throw out that this is what's gonna happen because like the Republican Party doesn't work like the Democrats do. But if you get enough voters to do the same thing that ironically happened to Bernie back in 2016, to do the same thing to Trump within the Republican Party, yeah, the party establishment can take itself back. This is the difference, though. Trump kind of did that in 2016 because the party voters hate the two core groups of the former Republican Party that was calling all the shots. That's Wall Street and the DOD.
Yep. Yep.
Nikki,
and I was a perfect example of that in 2016.
right?
Fuck the military-industrial complex. Fuck all those Democrat lovers on Wall Street who fuck everyone over and then pretend, oh, look how green we are, though. So, like, yeah, like I've kind of found that's the weird thing, that they found that if you just do enough lefty virtue signaling, they'll get left alone in the financial sector. And so that's why you're seeing such a big push for all this like green stuff in all these different corporations. Like, for every single mile that you fly in Value Jet, we plant a tree or some stupid shit that's not true. But yeah, so that's sort of the two sides of that coin, the Wall Street and the military industrial complex. And yeah, mostly the DOD, which, as President K.O.E, I will be converting a massive piece of our military defense budget into space exploration and to getting our fusion engines up so that we can start exploring the solar system. So, just a little aside there. But so going forward, you think DeSantis isn't going to hop in? Because that's the problem. The reason he is a viable candidate is because he is unambiguously seen as handling COVID well. But people have, let's be frank, politics has a short attention span. Okay, like if we would have had a presidential election in 2001, Rudy Giuliani would have been the president of the United States. Okay, like think about that.
Okay,
so
there's so much I can get down on.
I know you don't like it, but it's true.
I don't know. Okay, so two problems. Number one, politics is always changing, right? On one level, we do see that like there's a flimsy, mystical part of the American electorate that really is kind of here, there, and everywhere, right? And that's usually voters like me, unironically or not. Somebody who voted for Hillary in 16 and Trump in 20, right? Which was the exact opposite of what everybody else
Please vote for Biden in 2024. I mean, if who you vote for is the opposite, like is always the loser, please. Like, oh God. Like
all right, here my real take. I've either developed a moral compass or I've absolutely developed a disgust for people in their nonsense, but either which way,
it can be both.
I'm gonna put it in this regard, guys. If I see a 2020 mashup again where it's freaking Donald Trump versus Joe Biden for the presidency, this country needs to quit itself, okay? Like, we just need to pack it up. Like, let China take over. No, I'm kidding. But there's a reality.
Jesus Christ. I was going to say, it's like, no, we all need to take one of those really nice, relaxing summer vacations, just as a country.
Oh, no, we need to go to therapy. Nice, like, for real. America. For real, guys. Donald Trump. Okay,
but the Republicans get to decide the therapist, so it's Jordan Peterson. Let me tell you about lobsters, bucko. Have you been climbing up the dominance hierarchy? It's older than trees. Let me tell you something. How many benzos?
Look, okay, so he's Canadian, so that's obviously not going to work. But here's the deal. There are people that are all across the political spectrum that I can get behind. Like, I can vote for DeSantis because I want to see what happens when you have Trump but competent. And it's Trump that isn't openly, like, pissing in everybody's shoes. The problem is it seems like DeSantis kind of followed that footstep a little too well and started pissing in everyone's shoes.
I was about to say, that's kind of like what we liked about Trump. And like the reason why, and I tell everybody this, and it's an unfortunate reality, and you're wondering, why is he still so loved? Why is he still got all this momentum? Why is it that he's got voters that will literally crawl over glass to vote for him? And it's pretty simple. There is no greater use of your ballot in 2024 as an American citizen to send a bigger and more effective middle finger to the entire political establishment of this and every other major country in the world than casting your ballot for Donald J. Trump. There is no more bigger bull in a china shop you can send, because guess what? He's got 4 years, doesn't have to worry about re-election, and he's going to basically be, as much as I hate to say, sort of the almost inflicted revenge of the unheard American re-inflicted onto Washington, D.C. And unfortunately for D.C., it's been a long time coming for them. They've been fat and fucking happy, high on the hog on all of our labor and all of our good works for far too long. And so whenever people say, and I heard it on a panel you had the other night, oh, he can't win. There's no way he's going to win. Like, I'm sorry, 2016 called it. Wants its memes back. Okay? Like, that's exactly how everybody sounded. 2016, we're like, oh, Trump can't win. There's no way. Okay. All right. Okay, Hare. You just go ahead and fall asleep at the finish line, and this tortoise is just going to keep on slow and steady and win the race. Because that's the true story of the tortoise and the hares. You had all the tricks, you had all the skills, you had everything lined up, but you lost anyways. Why? Because you were arrogant. And so I would love to see, like, I'm sorry, like, Ty, that would be the greatest punchline in American political history, putting Donald J. Trump back in the White House for 4 more years. It would be there would be no greater punchline. It would be the final capping to the story. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm correct though. You don't have to like it, but to a degree I'm
okay.
Correct.
There's a level where if you want the sadist in me that does hate like some political insiders and just wants to watch the world burn, yeah, like Trump is absolutely going to go ham. The problem that I have with that, number one, I don't think he can win again because voters like me will either not vote for him or will vote for Biden just to say fuck off. I think there's too many people who sign center right who are just going to say we're done. I will swallow my nose or swallow my nose. Anyway, I'll plug my nose. I'll swallow my spit and I'm going to vote for Biden because I'm never going to have someone like this in the office again because I'll take incompetence over immoral. That's kind of how these folks feel about it. And I do sympathize with that, but quite honestly, I do just kind of feel like America, we are better than this. Republicans have plenty of young folks that can absolutely run and who can do well. And let's be honest here, as much as you hate the evil corporatists, you would rather absolutely have someone like Nikki Haley than Joe Biden.
Well, okay, what you're talking there is the difference between a mud hut and a stone hut. You're still not at like the palatial mansion that is Trump Tower when he's in the White House. But like, yes, if you're asking me, would I rather sleep in a stone hut versus a mud hut? Obviously, but that's not much of an improvement there because all it is more of the standard DC Congress critters. And, Biden's been in Congress. He's a Congress critter for 40 fucking years. And look at the bang up job he's been doing, basically diving us headlong into World War III with as much vigor as, well, an 80-some-year-old man.
Oh, that's a very interesting what if. What would have happened if Trump was in office when Ukraine kicked off?
Putin would have invaded Ukraine. Period.
I absolutely agree with that. Like, what would
we wouldn't even be in this situation right now because Putin.
Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry. Biden, no. I thought you said he would have. Okay.
No, absolutely not. Putin would not have invaded Ukraine because Trump's a foreign policy unknown. Biden, we know what we're getting. Ukraine, we have not abandoned you. What does that mean? It means we're on our own. So and he'll send some guns. He'll send some tanks now. He'll plunge us into World War III. But no, under Trump, you got to remember, under Bush, Putin invaded Georgia. Under Obama, Putin took Crimea. Under Biden, Putin invaded greater Ukraine. Under Trump, Putin didn't get away with jack shit. So, I'm sorry. The results speak for themselves. Putin did not want to invade when there was a foreign policy unknown like Trump. You didn't know. And that is a good thing when you're the world superpower. If you're sitting at the poker table and you're the big stack bully now, and people don't know if you're throwing out bullshit or if you got the fucking royal flush in your hands, That is a great way to play because nobody can predict you. And so that's why in the end, I'm sorry, the results do truly speak for themselves. Putin had 4 years to move on greater Ukraine, didn't do shit because he didn't know what he had with Trump. He knows exactly what kind of feckless leadership he's got under Biden.
I think that cuts both ways. And we've already had a Ukraine episode, so I don't want to revisit this too much. But the long and the short here is that
it's not like that topic's going away anytime soon.
That's true. It's probably not. Anyway, the long and the short for me is that Trump, it was a political unknown. And there's levels to where, if you look at it from the Russian perspective, Trump was kind of an ally because he was very critical of NATO. Not that I overly blame him. This is kind of one of those things that I kind of sing Trump's praises on a little bit. Before NATO got its act together after the invasion started, NATO wasn't worth a glass of warm piss. Just in my personal opinion, that's where we were at. What the problem?
I'd say without the United States, what is NATO?
Nothing. It's an American aegis. Okay, here's where I'm at. On one hand, Trump was super critical of NATO, and the Russians saw that as a need. On another hand, Russia had to do it last year, or they weren't going to have enough people even draft. And that's kind of where we get into is that
what would have been more tactical to do it 3-4 years ago when they had a younger military, but they didn't because Trump wasn't.
Well, this is the reason why 2022 threw me off for a loop. If the Russians were playing it smart, they would have invaded in 15 during the Obama presidency. But they didn't, because I think they were playing the long game. And this is, again, Trump was a bit of an ally in that regard, because there was no way that NATO was going to let Ukraine in while Trump was a president. That's true. That's 100% true.
What's kind of funny, though, is throughout all of Trump's administration, people are like, oh, my God, Trump's trying to have a talk with Putin. What if Trump and Putin get along? What if America and my thought was, hey, 2 of the world's biggest nuclear powers getting along is supposed to be a good thing, Democrats. Remember? It'd be nice if the people pointing all the nukes at each other kind of had an amicable relationship for 10 minutes. That'd be nice. But no, for some reason, the Democrats became the saber-rattling, fuck them Ruski commies of the 80s. Suddenly, all those, it was Democrats who they were replacing their I'm with her t-shirts with kill a commie for mommy t-shirts. What the fuck happened?
And we can go the same way where it's hey, why are the Republicans kind of scooping up to the Russians and the Russian talking points, but when they used to be the anti-Russians, right? Politics changes. Okay,
because now the anti-war side of American politics is all on the right. The anti-war left vaporized with the election of Barack Obama in 2008, which was really sad to see that all that protesting against the war and all that supposedly speaking truth to power was just a craven way to try and get at Bush the whole time. That the one time that the left seemed like they had a legitimate principle, turns out it was all just bullshit politics the whole time. It was really disappointing for me to see, because point out the significant major listened to mainstream anti-war leftist, point them out to me. I would love to see them, because they don't exist.
Right. So here I'll kind of sidestep this and also get at the heart of it at the same time. On a level is that we generally see one party becomes the hawk lobby and one party becomes the dove lobby throughout the political party systems. And it would actually kind of make sense for the Republicans, in the way that I envision them in the future, to be the more isolationist folks. We're going to see a Republican Party that looks a lot more like what the Democrats kind of used to be in some regards. I think that's kind of coming, but it's a whole other conversation. What I do want to get to the heart of is that I don't think this is really a right versus left thing when we get down to it. This is an elites versus populist thing. And this is where me and Phil go around and around and around. Is I am the elite whisperer, and he's
I am the prince and potentate of populism over here.
Yes, you are. So I can make this conversation pretty straightforward when it comes to how the elites view this, whether they are Republican or Democrat. And Phil's got the populist kind of put down.
So why don't you give us okay? So Ty, clearly you're getting the emails from elitist headquarters.
Yes.
So, what is the elitist take on all the stuff we've been talking about thus far? Ty, go.
Before I get to Trump, I just want to revisit the like what if situation because I think that's really important. Trump was an enigma. I'm not going to disagree with that. But Trump also, I will never understand this man. There are things that he does that is absolutely moronic, and there's things that he does that is absolutely brilliant. What you hand Ukraine on a silver platter to him? What does he do with that? Does he like mobilize Americans? But he's like, hey, look, we might actually have to fight because he needs a rallying call, and he would use that. Don't act like he wouldn't. He would totally, put that into his calculus that, oh, wait, if I could be a war president, right? On the other hand, is that he can totally go of the idea Europe is not our fucking problem. Because that was the kind of conversation he was raising at the beginning. That's this whole anti-NATO stretch, is that why do I have to send anything to Eastern Europe, let alone Western Europe? Because it's not in our interests. And there's a point to be had there too. And I think that could have gone either way. I hate to put it that way, but I just think it is. So I think that's one of the big things that the elites kind of were a little like scared when it came to Trump on, is that he was always the bull in the china shop. You never knew which thing he was going to smash next. And every
That's
now
what we loved about him.
I know it's what you guys loved about him, but I'm like, as a people who respect and love institutions, I'm fine with a few of them getting busted up because they need it, but have something to replace it with. And this is my biggest criticism of Donald Trump. He didn't have anyone or anything that he wanted to replace these things with. It can be smaller, it can be bigger. I don't give a shit. Betsy DeVos is not a good education secretary. Rex Tillerson is not a good Secretary of State. I hate to put it in that regard, but he had a lot of flunkies. He didn't have people that were actually going to run the ship of state to actually carry out his wishes. And this is why he complained about the deep state so much. You can't have an effective bureaucracy and a loyalist bureaucracy at the same time. That's not how it works. So anyway, when it comes to the trial and whatnot, the vast majority of the elites are out to bury him. They don't like him. It's not just that he's a threat. He is an interloper because he's technically kind of one of the elites. Like that talking point all the way back from 16 is kind of true. He is like the elite anti-elite, but he's not good at it. He's not he's not Teddy. He's not the guy who's like, hey, I'm going to come in and reforge this into something I want to see. I'm going to come in and reforge it because I want to. And that's been the big difference for me. I would get 100% behind Donald Trump if he had actually had a long-term vision for what this country needed to be beyond himself. But he doesn't. I approved of Space Force.
Which, funny enough, and before I get into some of my closings on this, Ty, this is, whenever I bring this up to people, they just like, son of a bitch. Because Space Force still going to this day, and it will go on forever because a government program is the closest thing to eternal life. 10,000 years from now, when our progeny is exploring the stars and young children are being educated, they will say, in the 21st century, our Space Force was founded by an earthling human by the name of Donald J. Trump. So 10,000 years from now, children will be learning Donald J. Trump's name. Suck on that, elites. But so populism.
That's a big shot.
Yeah,
that's a big shot.
10,000 years from now. That, like it or not, I'm probably right on that one.
I think you're probably wrong. But that's yeah.
Well, I mean, he was the guy who started. It'll be like they won't know who he was. They might not even mention that he was a president. They'll just say it was a guy in the 21st century named Donald J. Trump, and that'll probably be as far. It's kind of like Christopher Columbus, 1492, sailed the ocean blue.
I get where you're going. The problem that I have is that we've pretty much already forgotten that like Eisenhower helped build NASA, right? Like NASA's already kind of a footnote in history for a lot of folks.
For some reason, people credit it. Like when they credit a president, it's all JFK.
Right. It's Eisenhower, right? So we're already past that point. Honestly, unless space becomes far more viable than what I foresee it being, I don't think anyone's going to remember Trump and anything to do with space in the next 40 years. Could be wrong. I will admit that, but I don't see that happening. The other thing, I approve of Space Force. I've said that that needs to be a thing for a while. The only problem is that there was a bit of a misstep. They needed Cyber Force before this. I'm still waiting for that branch.
That would, like, that's a good one, and that'll be one that an administration of extreme will start, but it will be the extreme cyber branch. Okay, like that's just, sorry, I'm putting my little flair on it. That's just the way that's going to work. But now populism, Ty, I'm sure you've heard this many, many times, but this kind of encapsulates the base appeal of Donald J. Trump, and that is, they're not after him. They're after me and all of you, but they got to get through him first to get to all of us. And that's been, you don't have to like it.
He's the shield of the people. Oh my God.
Literally. Because no, think about this, dude. If Donald J. Trump, a man who went on to earn billions, a man known by almost every man, woman, and child in God's creation now, if he can ascend to the presidency and still will get this level of political persecution at the point where he has a show trial and he will be drugged before a court that they will not even say what his charges are in one of the most Kafkaesque Orwellian nonsense I've ever seen. If even he cannot escape the deep state's wrath, oh, woe is you if that all-seeing eye of Sauron falls upon you. Because Ty, you, me, everybody else within the sound of my voice, none of us can withstand that level of scrutiny when the all-seeing eye decides we're gonna fuck you no matter how, whether you deserve it or not, just because we don't fucking like you. So we're gonna sick the IRS on you. We're gonna sick Mueller on you. We're gonna sick 2 investigations and impeachments on you. We're gonna have the FBI raid your fucking house. How many people do you think could actually withstand that? None. Damn, there's dude. Nobody.
I love you. We're gonna have to like get you your own show. We're gonna call it what is
well,
that?
I'm sorry, am I wrong? Did anything I said was one word that I said they're wrong?
I absolutely disagree with pretty much everything you said.
What was wrong though? Well, you can disagree, that's fine, but what was wrong?
What was wrong here is that the way you're characterizing this is that eventually like the state's gonna be weaponized against people. Number one, it already has
eventually.
Number one, it already has been. Okay, if you've ever sent a nudie
Trump
pic,
is our last chance to turn it back.
Oh
that's how a lot of people see it. Well, you don't have to like it. That's his appeal.
Let's roll this back.
If the left can find a way to actually bottle that into a left-wing populist, they would win every election for the next 100 years. But they'll never do it. No, and so that's I'm right.
You're not right, because if that was the case, Bernie would have won.
That wasn't real populism. That was, no, according to, I've been looking over the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, if you look at the top 1% of the top 15%, and for those not tracking it, that is 0.00001 of the top 1%.
That is,
but yeah, that's not really populism.
Welcome to left-wing populism. It doesn't make sense to you, okay?
Not very popular, is it?
Considering I got 40% of the vote out of the Democratic Party, I would say it actually has some weight to it.
How did he do in 2016?
That was like, what was it, 45%?
2020. How did he do in 20? Or no, he didn't. No, he's ran in.
He got. It
was 2012, 2016. Where's
it was 16 and it was 16 and 20, and we were.
How did he do in 2020?
We'll never know.
Last election.
Conceded too early. We'll never know. But I would say he would have been the final two. He would have been one of the final two.
Endorsing Hillary's not exactly populism.
Oh, I don't disagree, but he's a little bit more politically astute than some others.
Now, don't get me wrong. If they would have actually nominated him in 2016, I think he would have won. Honestly,
I agree,
because it came down to the Rust Belt, and that terrifies me that an ardent fucking socialist was that close to the White House. So thank Lord Jesus on high that never happened. But so we instead got Donald J. God, can you imagine Bernie's fucking Supreme Court?
That would be fun. Yeah, I love watching populists fight each other, particularly left wing and right wing populists. That is the true popcorn fest here, ladies and gentlemen. Just watching people who know very little about governance and who think that the enemies are, coming out of the walls, are out to get everybody. So let me like put this into my perspective here. You know who the biggest people that are stopping one group of folks from going ham on the entire body politic? It's the other team. If you hate Democrats, you have an entire political institution known as the Republican Party that is trying to gut them like fish. On the other side of this is if you hate Republicans, you have an entire political institution called the Democratic Party that is
Oh, I
trying
was
to
going
gut
to say the
them like
Manhattan
fish.
DA's office.
Right. So
That's basically dedicated to gutting as many Republicans as they can.
I
Actually,
am
they
not,
sued Jim Jordan trying to silence him today.
I am not overly convinced that like all is nine. Are we going to see? Yes, I'm not. I am not remotely convinced that all is nine. Okay.
I mean, shit, dude. That all is nigh was like a week ago. Like,
Oh my god!
Like,
all right, so look, there is 1,000 people you can replace Trump with. Give me a second.
The voters want Trump. Why is even our legal system now arrayed to try and stop him? Okay, why is it that the normies, the leftists just can't accept?
My God.
Maybe the fucking voters like somebody you don't.
No, like I get it. Like there's like this whole country loves people that I don't. Like it's not exactly like a shot here, right? So, avoiding me getting completely overly flustered, here's the reality. Yeah, the people in like the right-wing populism might like Trump, right? They can totally deal with someone who is like DeSantis. They can totally deal with some folks like the senator from Missouri. What's his name? Josh Hawley, right? There's a lot of folks in that racketeering list that they can totally get down behind. There's a lot of people that the left-wing populists can get behind when it comes to the Democrats. What I am getting at here is that we've got knives out a little bit here. What really is going to matter, not tomorrow, not 2 years from now, not 4 years from now, but 10 to 20 years from now, what's actually going to matter, is, was this justified to the American people? Did they actually have enough things to bury Donald Trump with? I don't think that's going to be a hard thing to find. What matters after that it will be if they do so, and effectively, and I'm not going to say that this is going to happen, because quite honestly, the Democrats can't prosecute for shit. If that actually does happen, where do we go from there? And you guys got a long roster of folks that can take up this mantle. I'm not worried.
Well, the thing is, we want Trump, though. That's the issue. This is what the voters want. Now, it's funny that the Democratic Party seems to just hate and fear democracy so much that they've tried, like literally Nancy Pelosi said the point of the second impeachment was to stop him from being able to run. The entire purpose of this prosecution is to try and weigh him down in campaign season. So this is where we are seeing the weaponization of our law enforcement against political opposition, which is banana republic shit. So when I say it is nigh, the nigh was about a week ago, and now folks are just going through the motions till the shit goes down, unfortunately. I don't like it. I don't want it, but this is the country we have now. And so sort of my final word on this, folks, is this is sort of the last chance to turn it back around. If it gets much worse from here, I don't know if the Republic can withstand that. I don't know if the Union can withstand that. And we are getting to talk that I don't like, because what we've had for many, many years has been what I've called the Cold Civil War, where people are, it's not really a civil war, but it's kind of like the Cold War, where it's done through all these little proxies and it's all the culture wars. And with the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett, that was sort of one major chapter of it being over. But then I said, what is going to be the Vietnam of the culture war, of the Cold Civil War? And I think we are sadly getting there, because it's going to be a conflict where no one's going to win anything, and it's just going to destroy what little trust we have in each other as a country. Because let's be frank, I mean, Ty, the Democrats that are giddy over this, I mean, like, I don't see how you even consider countrymen with like folks on the far right that are seeing their main politician being railroaded politically. You said yourself, he has no chance of a fair trial at this point, in your own opinion. So at that point, like, how do we even have a country anymore?
First and foremost, I've been preaching this for a while. I've been preaching this since 2018. The trust is already gone. Republicans and Democrats don't trust each other. They see each other as villains and enemies. Not that I actually don't get that to some degree. And remind you, we've been here before. It's been worse. We've literally had a civil war at one point. Do I think we're going to get back to that? No, because quite honestly, neither side really has a fucking clue what they're really after at this point.
Well, one side wants to just be left the fuck alone, and the other side seems determined to not leave them alone. Like, I mean, sorry, they just seem to be determined not to leave them alone.
That's
and so, I
fucking cope.
It's not cope. You can not like it, but yeah, one side, I would like to be left alone. The other side, no, I'm not going to leave you alone, come hell or high water. And we're wondering, why can these two sides not seem to get along? Huh, that's just a shucky darns. That's a humdinger there. But now, Ty,
they have two entirely different governing principles and philosophies. One is largely grounded around social conservatism, and the other one is grounded around some weird abomination that is social liberalism, which really isn't even that anymore. Yeah, they're going to have disagreements, legitimate ones, at a moral core. What this country has lost is reminding everybody that at some point, when the disagreements ends, we're all on the same team. That's why I miss the Great Generation so much. They recognize that because they all went to war with each other.
Yeah, that is kind of lost. My grandpa was a member of the Greatest Generation, and yeah, you're right. They were at the end of the day all still countrymen, and it's one thing I always push back on because like I'll be on even panels on your show, and there'll be leftists set, and I've said them to your face. You know, your idea of a Republican, the person in your head that represents Republicans, is some sort of comic book villain. It's like a Captain Planet villain where they're not even like quite human. They're just like, ha ha, I get done polluting. And now that I'm get done with my job polluting, I can get home and really start polluting. Like that's their idea of their average day Republican. And when we get there, when you get to the point where you're literally dehumanizing your political opposition, Ty, we've gotten there before a few times, and the outcome has never been good. So Ty, as much as we would like to go round and round on this, unfortunately, we are getting to that glorious time of Alviza saying goodbyes. So, Ty, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Truth in Fiction on YouTube, Truth in Fiction Pod. Folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. Please like, share, subscribe right here on YouTube. If you haven't sent this out to your friends, can you really say that you're their friend? Check us out on TIF_pod on TikTok and wherever all great podcasting content can be found. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. I hope all of you make it back here to Truth in Fiction. Happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Travel well. Check us all out. Truth in Fiction on YouTube. Check me out. K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Hazard Analysis, Big Bucket Empire on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, I am the reigning, defending, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. Check us out on YouTube and Spotify. God bless every last one of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. God bless. Ty, take it away.
Well, unfortunately, we're out of time here, folks. But in all fairness, this one's a little bit mind-racking and mind-inducing anyway. So we'll be moving on to a greater conversation on the next episode. Don't know sure what exactly what we're going to do. But we're going to try to pump out a couple of ones before Phil has to run off to the great agricultural lands of planting season. So hopefully we can get that knocked out here pretty soon. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to see you all once again. Remind you, Truth in Fiction is brought to you by viewers like you. Your help, your support means a lot. And if you actually want to really get behind advertising and helping us out, we would really appreciate that. Please feel free to reach out to us. Anyway, without further ado, thank you and good night.
Peace. What a concept. Nice. So, folks, that episode of Truth in Fiction, folks. How are we all doing this evening? God bless every last one of you. Let's get that closed out. And before we get into hazard analysis, this is just a little something I have been wanting to get into for a little while. So, folks, welcome one and all to this impromptu review of Cointreau French liqueur. So, folks, this is a liqueur that I really like to add as a mixer to anything that involves rum and tequila because it's so orangey. I know that's a real word. But Cointreau, Leonique, let's see, Angers, France, 40% alcohol by volume, 80 proof, a 375. Let's see. Now, to read the back, this calls for the glasses of extreme. So, we have our master distiller, Bernadette Langalis, carefully selects the finest sweet and bitter orange peels and uses traditional distillation techniques to create Cointreau, a premium crystal clear spirit. Cointreau is the most versatile bottle on your bar for cocktail creations. Product of France. So, this stuff is going to be very, very citrus, very, very orange. There we go. And this is, of course, in the Nebraska Bourbon Society glass because what's more apropos for a French liqueur than the Nebraska Bourbon Society glass? So let's take it up to the nose, folks. Oh, that is beautiful. That is just nothing but like it smells like you're just peeling an orange. Like I'm not picking up hardly any ethanol, just the faintest hint. It does such a great job covering up the ethanol. It's just all orange peel. Well, folks, let's see how it hits the palate. Sanjava. That's very thick, like very oily, viscous. It's feels more like simple syrup hitting your palate than it does orange. The orange hits the back of your tongue, strangely. It's not on the front, which is an odd way to taste orange. So it's literally hitting the bitter part of your tongue. That is marvelous for just about any cocktail. So, folks, we are going to grade this on a couple of 5-star scales. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So, we're going to grade this as a liqueur. We're going to grade this as a French distillate. We're going to grade it in terms of its shelving. And then for those new to the show, the secret fourth question. So, as a liqueur, I have to give this 4 stars. This is spectacular. You could use this in just about anything. My goodness, like just mixing this with cola wouldn't even be all that bad, considering it's got a fairly high alcohol by volume. In terms of French distillate, I'm gonna go 3 stars because there's some pretty interesting stuff coming out of the Cognac region and the Armagnac region. So I got it to thine own self be true. In terms of its shelving, let's be frank, this is a bar keep. You keep this at your physical bar. It doesn't go on the shelves at all. So this you always keep at the bar. And as you can see, it's popular whenever I'm entertaining guests. And then the secret fourth question, will I seek out another bottle when this one is empty? Oh, you betcha. This is one of my cocktailing musts. You must have Cointreau in your bar for almost any party time cocktail. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E Nation for this special impromptu review of Cointreau. God bless, travel well, and I hope to catch you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Catch you later, folks. There you go, folks. A little impromptu review. Let's see. Oh my God. Dems know all about orange. Phil, your titles are out of date. What? Oh, not my titles. And for a second, I didn't have my glasses on, and I thought you said, Phil, your titties are out of date. I'm like, I'm quite fine, sir. I take objection to that. Yeah, I walked over to the bar to look at that bottle. What is it? Too sweet. Oh, yes, it's very, very sweet. But if you mix it with heavier alcohol, it will actually do some good for you. And also, if you're entertaining a female guest, she might appreciate the sweetness to the palate. But, folks, we move onward and upward now to another great show that you all need to be checking out. So that was Truth and Fiction. But now this is my other show, Hazard Analysis. Hazard Analysis is me and Tony's side project, but we had a couple of really fun weeks. The first week, we were trying to find our range. Week 2 was a really good time, and we had a lot of great guests on. K.O.E Rich being amongst them. I think this one we've got Osiris. So it was just a really good time. And without further ado, folks, let's get right in to the analysis that is hazardous. Here we are, folks. Welcome, one and all, to Hazard Analysis Episode 2, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Right here at Hazard Analysis on YouTube. What are you doing? Smash that subscribe button, folks. And we are here to talk about all of the crazy topics of the day, and with adding just a little bit of flavor to help change up that humglumdrum that is the daily life that we must all go through. And we come here to Hazard Analysis to get right down to the core of it. So, folks, I am, of course, Phil K.O.E. You can find me right here at Hazard Analysis, Truth and Fiction Pod, and K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And this evening, I am joined by a crazy cast of characters that's going to be coming in throughout the night. But right here at Shows Open, I am joined by the one, the only, my indomitable broadcast partner through the years, the one, the only,
the quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe to brand new YouTube channel, Hazard Analysis on YouTube. Now, I know that's going to be kind of a pain in the ass to find, but those of you who are watching on Twitch, on the Big Buckin' Empire, on the Twitch, on the Facebook, on the YouTube of the Big Buckin' Empire, I promise, if you go to like Facebook, you should be able to find it. Hopefully, now that we're actually posting content to the channel, it should be a lot easier to find. Fingers crossed, folks. Fingers crossed.
One would hope. And also, we are joined this evening by the first time ever appearance here on Hazard Analysis by this illustrious guest host. He is also your President K.O.E.'s pick for head of the EPA himself, the amazing, the master debater himself, the one, the only, K.O.E Rich. How are we doing, sir?
I have a t-shirt that says that, actually.
Oh, sweet. Sweet. Right now, you're dealing with and actually, folks, in all the chats right now, because Tony mentioned it, I'm just dropping in all the chats. This is the link to the new YouTube channel, Hazard Analysis.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Be sure to give that a little subscribe, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. Give it a little subscribe. Join us on this journey. Help be the fuel that makes this vehicle move forward, folks. It's all because of you. And so, gentlemen, it's kind of strange. We had this idea of let's go live on Thursday. It'll be a fun day. And golly howdy, it's just been such a slow news day. There's just nothing.
Nothing ever happens on Thursdays.
No. It's just, just humglum.
Thursdays.
Yeah. There's Well, there's some folks who hate this Thursday in particular because, folks, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. Yes, folks, Donald J. Trump, President Trump, indicted by Manhattan DA Bragg. So, folks, is this something for the Democrats to brag about, or is this going to be another instance where, just like Russian collusion, the two impeachments, and the FBI raid, the left and the deep state trips over their own dick again? We shall see. We shall see. Now,
As we start off with that, I do want to mention, I see Alesto TV in the chat. Now, Alesto, you paid a bunch of coffee bucks at Buy Me a Coffee /Tony G to spend drinks because the Facebook stars are kind of a hassle right now and they're not really working properly. So, Alesto, you still probably have at least 2 drinks to give out, and I'm still willing to honor those from the other week that you dropped those, because we're nothing but fair here at the Big Bucket Empire and Hazard Analysis. So please, Alesto, if you would like to sprinkle those out throughout the night, or you can just drop them right now. But obviously, also, you Facebook subscribers, the $5 a month tier platform, exclusive subscribers, if you go to the Big Bucket Empire and you subscribe for $5 a month, you get to give us a drink every single show. And that is the greatest deal in live streaming. So not only do I have a little whiskey here right now, I've got some other various things, and I've got some beer to chug.
Yank has to take a shot.
Wow, that is.
I mean, we love it. We love it. But while Yank gets that ready, there's something else that needs to be announced to you, beautiful people. Here at Hazard Analysis, I want to give something a little different than what you're used to, because we know the flash and the flare that is amazing shows like the Tonight Show, and we know the confrontation that can happen on things that are panels like here, and I want to bring those two together. So throughout the night, we're going to be bringing you fresh new faces and folks that you haven't maybe seen on this show or any other show before. Now, this is also a debut here on Hazard Analysis, and I am really happy to bring on the one, the only, fucking Cyrus. How we doing, sir?
Well, look, I have never felt so special with an introduction like that. So I feel great. I feel good. How's it going, people?
Wonderful. And you're also coming through loud and clear, emphasis on the loud part. So, but yes, we are glad to have you along. And we were just getting into the nitty gritty. I was just telling Iko and Tony, it's been such a slow news week. Nothing's really happening today. It's kind of the glum humdrum of the average everyday life. Just another average day in Americana. We're definitely not descending into Banana Republic territory. So we're here at the Trump indictments. Osiris, I was just about to ask Iko, you've been following this maybe a little bit. I think
a little bit.
Yeah, just a touch, just a fritter, just a smidge.
It affects all of my debate cases, honestly. So this just means more work for me. I have to rewrite 2/3 of our briefs now.
So you're like most of us streamers, son of a bitch, we all gotta go live tonight. All right. So what are your thoughts on this particular case? Because here, once I get you two gentlemen's thoughts on this, I'm going to read aloud for the beautiful audience here at Hazard Analysis, Big Bucket Empire, K.O.E Nation. Now, there's something I want you to keep in mind. Now, let's just hit a couple of comments here. As the sun rises, a dem will trip over the nice. Amazing feat. Oh, wow. Now, I'm going to say, there's a drinking game to go with this stream that I recall. Whenever I make any kind of argument, you need to take a drink every time Iko deflects, minimizes, or attempts a whataboutism or equivocates. Deflects, minimizes, equivocates, or attempts a whataboutism. Every time you got to take a drink. So good luck to you all. Oh, good Lord. Everything for Donald Trump's response. But first, I want to get you gentlemen's thoughts. So, Iko, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay. So if we're specifically talking about Trump's response, then we've also got to talk about DeSantis's response, because he put out a communication saying that he would not extradite, which sort of is irrelevant because the Trump attorney has already said that he's going to be arraigned on Tuesday and that he's showing up for the arraignment. So it sounds like bravado to me, but it's interesting. It's interesting because we're not talking about federal jurisdiction here. We're talking about state jurisdiction, which means like there's nothing that can compel.
Okay, that didn't take long. He immediately just started in with a deflection and a whataboutism. So everybody take a drink. Jesus. Now I won't be coming in all of the time, but yeah. So like immediately, that didn't take long. Now Iko, I like him, but you gotta watch because at one point I even made a great point that caused a freeze where I said, "Is there any chance that Trump can get a fair trial?" And there was just a pause amongst everybody. And then immediately Iko had to deflect to something else. So, like, just notice that throughout the night. Iko, I enjoy his pushback, but you'll notice it's always a deflection, a minimization, an equivocation, or a whataboutism. Just watch that through the evening.
Unless there's an extradition agreement that gets broken, and I suppose that would be like a violation of law at that point. But it's not as if he's like, if it was a federal indictment and they tried not to extradite, like that would be a problem. I think if Trump were to change his mind this weekend and not show up in New York, I can see him like maybe if he were going to take advantage of that, he would do it for the trial and not for the arraignment. But at any case, I think that's interesting. And the second thing about the reaction, it's not just Trump's reaction, but Trump followers' reaction, is that I've noticed a big shift. All the websites that I looked at before 9/11, like between the election, 9/11, between the elections, yeah, 1/6.
Okay, I'm a Trump supporter. Like, no, it ain't that bad, man. Jesus, I'm like, holy shit! Like, the sun will rise again. Like, whoa.
Yeah. It wasn't the secret. It wasn't secret Antifa that caused 1/6. It was the secret Al Qaeda, apparently. No, it was between the election and 1/6. I was going on like all the usual Reddit sites and what was it that like TrumpSomething.org that after they shut down some of the Reddit sites ended up going there, and I was watching all of the discussions about how they were going to go. I was watching this for 6 weeks. And I was like, yeah, it looks like something's going to happen. It looks like I was one of the few people who said, yeah, what was going to happen happened. But now those same sites, the communications that you're seeing on those sites, and also on Trump News, on Fox News, and all these other places, the communication, like Tucker said, the same thing, which is they're all pulling in Admiral Akbar. They're all saying it's a trap. And so this communication of it's a trap, they're looking for an excuse to arrest you, don't go protest, is a very different message. And if that message wins out, and it looks like monitoring the sites that I monitor, it sounds as if they're going to try to avoid any sort of like major protest. Like last week when Trump called for protests because he said he was going to be arrested that Tuesday, and then it turned out to be like 8 Trump protesters just behind a sad banner, and that was it. I think that might be what happens next week, and the message that's coming from Fox News is very different from the message that's coming from Trump world. Trump is saying, go out there, go protest, do what you can to stop this from happening, in the streets. And then Fox News is saying, don't go, it's a trap, don't show up. Those are very different messages. And I'm not sure Trump's going to be very happy with the way Fox is covering this, or at least not the way Tucker's covering it.
Trump hasn't been okay with the way Fox has covered things since January 6, 2020, 2021. But now curious. I really want to get into Osiris. What's your general thoughts here on this? Then, folks, I have another amazing announcement for you.
Microphone check. Am I not as loud?
Check it out. Yeah, you're perfect.
All right, great. So here's my initial thoughts on what's going on with that. It introduces some problematic things for politics in America because of the precedents this is going to set. And it's not that if it wasn't Trump, I don't think I would care as much. But the fact that Trump will retaliate in whatever ways he does and rile up some people is a little bit scary. I ain't gonna lie. It's a weird place to be in. And so, and I'm not saying that Trump is the devil. I'm not one of those people. And I'm not saying that the people who support him are the devil. I'm not saying that. But there are some nutcases out there. And for all groups.
I was waiting for the butt there. It's like, I'm not saying Trump's not the devil. And
No, there's no-
like, oh,
Phil
there's
is
going to
the
be one
devil.
hell of a butt.
No, look, I'll be honest. I am not a fan of Trump's character, but I also don't think he's the worst person on earth either. Like the way he governed or whatever he did. His character is abysmal to me. It's disgusting. But on the other hand, he's not the worst person who ever presided on earth. That's just not true. He's not Hitler, for sure. But I kind of worry about the precedents this is going to set. And my opinion is that even if a president commits a crime, they should be held. Their feet should be held to the fire when it comes to the law. Everybody should be there, all equal under the eyes of God. That's the way it should be. And he has been dodging the law for 40 years. This is a fact. And I've said this before he was elected.
Now watch this one. I remember,
and I don't care.
Watch how Iko immediately has to shift to Hillary Clinton here because he understands. Like, I'm correct.
What's the thing that happened while he was in president? While he was president, I'm not even talking about none of that. I'm just talking about pre-president. He's been dodging the law for a fucking long time. But I would say let the facts say what they say and let the law do what it does. I am an institutionalist. I believe in the law. I believe in the institutions. I know that's not a popular take these days, but hey, this is where we're at. And hopefully things end up on the other side with a better America. If he did do things, then he should be convicted of said things. If he didn't, people should leave it the fuck alone and move on.
Well, we will get into that a little deeper, but like honestly, Bragg had to actually make up a felony out of a misdemeanor that the feds didn't even try to prosecute. And there really is the question if the statute of, well, actually we kind of do. There's a reason the feds didn't prosecute.
Have you read the indictment?
And also, well, hang on. And also we have the real question of has the statute of limitations actually already expired on this, which most legal scholars would say yes. So the real purpose of this was not even for anything to happen in court. Trump will likely, if these charges aren't dropped, will be acquitted on everything. It's just to make Trump go through this process. So this is clearly political in its machinations and in its intent. The entire purpose of this is to try and take down a political opponent. And now we will get a little deeper into that, but folks, the hits just keep on coming because this is somebody that I've been trying to get onto this show for a good little while. He's a man that you need to make sure you don't have too much of it when you're adjusting your scope to try and shoot past 1,000 meters. He's somebody that is the master of the memers. He is one of the greats of all generalized panelage, and I am actually very happy to have his patronage, the one, the only, Para-fucking-Lax. How we doing, sir?
What up, brother? How you doing tonight? How's everybody doing?
Marvelous. Welcome to this show, sir. Welcome to this show. Everybody's just showing up all dandy. It's marvelous.
I gotta tell you, I feel a little out of place. I see three American flags, a Texas hat, a cowboy hat, and a beard that could only be grown in America. So I feel like there's only one appropriate way to
are we about to get
this? Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
All right.
You know what's coming on. You know what's going.
Yes.
How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Let me lay some things down here for you, okay? I'm here to let y'all know this is nothing but a dog and pony show. This is a distraction. They've taken our great former president, Donald J. Trump, into custody, or they will. They have laid out an indictment based upon nothing. This has already been investigated. Mr. Cohen's attorney addressed this years ago in a letter to the DOJ. This is going to be a waste of motherfucking time. And I say that as an unironic liberal. I am not a liberal, a lefty. This is going to be a waste of our time. This is nothing but a dog and pony show. They are going to drag this man out in the streets to try to discredit him, make him look bad. I do not believe that there's any foundational level of truth to these charges. I don't believe that it's going to amount to anything. I hope I'm wrong. Insofar as if they're gonna fucking indict the guy, there should be a reason. Not because I wish ill on him, but it sets a really problematic precedent, in my opinion. If they are indeed going to drum up an indictment from what seems to be something that will result in almost nothing, if not nothing. And that's, again, coming from someone who, like, you know, there was a point in my life where I was like, wouldn't it be great if when he was just coming off of Air Force One, he just fell down the stairs? I said that out loud one time, and I meant it at the time. Probably shouldn't have.
Now, you know, you and Osiris are both kind of touched on something, and it's more to Osiris's point, but a little bit to yours too, Parallax, where is this going to go in the future? Because I can already tell you where it's going. This is now the trend. Every president who has ever elected president from now on is going to get indicted. After they're out of office, get ready for it. Joe better be shaking in his fucking boots, because the minute he's fucking out of there, I'm sorry. You think there ain't gonna be some fucking?
I don't.
You don't think there's gonna be somebody from like Texas or fucking Florida that's not gonna want to fucking? No. Here's the problem. Once you open that Pandora's box, turnabout's fair play. And this is the thing I keep telling, like, Joe's probably going to get impeached here in the next 2 years. And whether Democrats like it or not, turnabout's fair play. And now you've opened this Pandora's box where we're doing the banana republic shit of indicting and raiding the homes of, despite finding nothing, of your political opponents. Yeah, this is going to get a lot worse than it gets anywhere close to better.
So I hope, Phil, for your party's sake, I hope for your party's sake specifically, Phil, that you are so very wrong. I hope that Republicans prove me wrong, and I hope that true conservatism rises up here and they choose to take the high road and they realize that they.
Bandit Phil, it was weird that Iko was typing shit as if he couldn't talk. Interesting. But now you're going to see this a little later when I mentioned, well, Trump's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And then note how he immediately has to try to minimize and redirect and misdirect and whataboutism immediately to Hillary Clinton. So it's actually kind of fascinating. Like, I like Iko, but I think we're all getting wise to them debate coach games.
They expose this for what it is. And they go, we're not going to couch out of this shit. This is not how our country works. This is not how we do things. I hope you're wrong. I think you're right, but I hope you're wrong.
I was about to say, if you're in any kind of contest, any kind of conflict, any kind of battle, and your opponent opponent has a weapon and you refuse to use it, guess who's going to win that battle? So it's one of those. Unfortunately, turnabout is fair play, and so Joe's probably going to get
what?
What's
like, do you know what my favorite part of the second presidential debate in 2016 was when Hillary was talking, the subject of her husband had come up, and Trump turned around to him and said, but he was impeached, as if that was like a shameful reason why the fact that her husband was impeached meant that she was ineligible to be president, couldn't run. And so, I agree. Pandora's box was opened, but it was opened with the Whitewater
investigation. Bill Clinton committed a felony on film. Okay, this is a little different. The fact that he's still fucking clean is actually pretty amazing. Donald Trump is actually now the impeachment champion. He's defeated 2 impeachments in a row, motherfucker. And so I say, let's send him to Washington and we can see if he can make the hat trick. He can defeat 3 solid impeachments, which Tony's made.
But the first one he shouldn't have actually on the legal merits defeated, Phil. And I think you know that.
Hold on.
Oh, you mean the first one where he was impeached for investigating things in Ukraine that we now know to be true?
But hold on, are you saying that Trump meant in 2016 during the debate, hey, your husband beat an impeachment, that makes him a great guy? Is that what Trump was saying in that debate?
No, actually. What do you think he was saying?
Well, then.
But no, because Donald Trump's were just complete cooked up bullshit.
Well, okay.
And it was the actual moment that the Pandora's box was opened of completely and purely politicized impeachments. Because I'm sorry, whether you like it or not, you can hate it, you can despise it. Bill Clinton committed a felony on film
Yeah,
under
so
oath
so
and
did- so
still
did Trump.
walked fucking clean. So I'm sorry. The
Well, hold
idea
on.
that
I understand why Trump said he could shoot somebody in
seems-
Fifth Avenue and get away with it, because
Yeah.
if he was on film, he would still get away with it. At least he said that.
that is a really good attempt at redirecting there, but no, like that's
Well, no,
why Bill Clinton was in fact impeached, is because he actually, not hypothetically, not making a joke about it, not saying words,
no.
but with actual factual action on film.
You're talking
caught
to somebody
committing
who-
a felony. He was actually disbarred for it. Okay, so
you're preaching to the choir. I voted against him
I
twice, and I
kinda doubt
supported
that.
the impeachment.
And
you can go
hey,
back
Phil,
and look
I
at
just,
my old
I just
tweets.
want to,
I-
I just want to keep you honest, brother. You know I love you, Phil, and
Aw.
you're such a good proselytizer. And you stand there on that little podium up there. I love you. You like a big American preacher with some whiskey. I love it. But I got to keep you real, dog, because there were 2 charges in his first impeachment, and one of them was specifically for trying to extort Zelensky to try to get him to investigate a political opponent, irrespective of whether
investigating
the
things we now know to be
You-
true in Ukraine.
irrespective.
So wait. So you're saying we shouldn't
he
overturn every rock to
he
look up crimes? You
withheld
say we
aid.
should. It's
He
best that some
withheld
things remains
aid.
unsolved. Is what
He
you're saying.
withheld aid, and that is the issue. Not that he encouraged the investigation, which Biden encouraged the investigation as well. Let's not forget that. He
Oh,
withheld
yeah,
aid,
by-
and that is
by
the issue.
Getting prosecutors fired in Ukraine. Yeah, that's how he aided that.
Yeah, for
Uh,
not doing the
so no,
investigation.
like,
was a
so,
prosecutor
no,
who never, ever
Literally, Donald
not
Trump was
investigating it.
impeached for investigating the Biden crime family
No,
for things that we now know to be true in Ukraine.
he
You
was
can say no,
impeached-
but that's in
he was
fact what
impeached-
happened.
No, it isn't. He was impeached
Yeah.
for withholding aid. He was impeached for withholding aid to President Vladimir Zelensky.
Because they
It was-
weren't
it was
going to
under the charge-
investigate
under
things in
the
Ukraine
charge-
that we now know to be true.
under the charge of the abuse of power charge.
By the way,
Yeah.
a little bit of news.
can't
it
argue
was-
Beat them both, wouldn't you
A
know?
little bit of news. It's 34.
Mittens
count
didn't agree.
indictment, according to CNN. We'll find out if that's true or not.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
It's apparently it's a
34
34
counts?
count
Jesus.
indictment. So
Oh yeah, they're going to try and stack the charges, but like here's the thing, it's going to be like the FBI raid where you're actually going to see Trump's polling numbers improve after this, because it's given, like, Tony, you've seen it 1,000 times. Why did Hulk Hogan always sell? Because it built the sympathy for when he started hulking back up and then the crowd started getting wild. So all this is going to do is kind of build more sympathy, because everybody on the right and most moderate normies see this as a guy getting kind of railroaded on political BS.
Hell, I'm on the left and I see him getting railroaded a little bit.
Like, honest question, does anybody on this panel, anybody in this show, see any possibility of Trump actually being able to get a fair trial? That Paul can tell you something, folks.
well, yeah, I
Well,
do.
out of all the things to do, this is not the thing to bring the charge on.
Well, hold on.
And-
So, Phil,
and-
you've had 2 predictions. Well, I've heard 2 predictions from the right. He's going to get away.
Now look
like
how he
none
has
of
to
these
try and
charges are gonna
deflect
stick,
here.
and it'll be an unfair trial. So you're saying he's going to be
So,
found
like,
innocent
No,
because
like
the
I want to
trial's
go back
unfair?
there because that was beautiful. Well, no,
Oh.
it would probably get thrown
Ooh.
out because it built the sympathy for when he started hulking back up and then the crowd started getting wild. So all this is going to do is kind of build more sympathy, because everybody on the right and most moderate normies see this as a guy getting kind of railroaded on political BS.
Hell, I'm on the left and I see him getting railroaded a little bit.
Like, honest question, does anybody on this panel, anybody in this show, see any possibility of Trump actually being able to get a fair trial? Listen to that beautiful. Tell you something, folks.
Well,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
science
Well,
there.
out of
And
all the
then
things to do, this is
Iko-
not the.
Notice how Iko doesn't actually answer that question. He will say, "Well, what because I said in any rational court this would get thrown out, but we're not in a rational court as we
Well, hold
covered
on. So,
tonight
Phil,
on
you've
Truth and
because you've
Fiction."
had 2 predictions. Well, I've heard 2 predictions from the right. He's going to get away. Like none of these charges are going to stick, and it'll be an unfair trial. So you're saying he's going to be found innocent because the trial's unfair?
Well, no,
Oh.
it would probably get thrown
Ooh.
out, actually. But no, I'm saying, do you see any possibility of Trump
So would it be
actually getting
unfair
a
to
fair
throw out the
trial
charges?
if this goes to full trial? Do you see there any way of him actually getting a fair trial? Because really, this should be thrown out.
Yeah, I
The
do.
charges should be
because,
dropped entirely.
You haven't
Because
seen the indictment. I don't think you can say that, Phil.
Yeah,
Sure, I can.
we
Because
haven't
this
seen
just
the
so
document.
happens to be the leading candidate for the Republican side, just so happens to
So
be
we should throw
during
it out.
our
Therefore, it's
current.
above
Wait,
the
wait,
law.
wait,
Throw
wait,
it out.
Phil. Let me
I'm
ask you
sorry,
a
it's a
question.
little
above the
cute
law.
that they're having to
Phil.
invent felony
Hold-
charges that the
hold
feds
on,
actually
hold on.
didn't bring
know that.
in order to.
You
Can I ask you a
haven't.
question,
You're
Phil?
inventing
Sure.
that
All right,
invention.
this is where it gets funny.
We haven't
Phil.
seen.
Like, pretend. We know what this is.
There is
Wait,
one
why
No, this
charge
doesn't
that-
have anything to do with Stormy Daniels then. This will have nothing to do. You will state that this will have nothing to do with Stormy
Hold on.
Daniels. We
Hold on.
don't
You're
know
saying
what
they're
the charges are.
inventing Stormy
Like, we have
Daniels?
no idea what the charges are. You will say this has nothing to do with Stormy Daniels right now.
No, that's not the point. When
Okay,
people
all right.
say that they're inventing charges, what they're saying is that there's an unprecedented stepping to felony charges based on campaign finance violations. But that's not what the law says. The law doesn't limit to campaign finance violations. The law says that if you do this, if you pay somebody off in this way in order to cover up a crime, then it steps up to a felony. That's not unprecedented. That's not invented. They've done that many times. What they haven't done before is do that for a campaign finance violation at the federal level. And so if that's called an escalatory crime. If there's an escalatory crime, that's not the campaign finance violation. If they decide to go for a different violation, one that's been prosecuted before, then it's not made up whole cloth. It's not unprecedented. It's something that's already been done before, and they'll be doing it yet again with this.
None of this has
So
been done
until
before.
we get the
That's
indictment,
nonsense.
we don't know. If this is about the campaign finance thing, then yes, it's
I don't
unprecedented.
like when Iko plays
If it's about
pretend
some
like this
other
is
crime that he
humglum,
did,
just
like
nonsense.
for
I'm
instance,
sorry.
David Pecker was one of the clues we have is that David Pecker was called in again this week to talk to the grand jury, which means this is about the catch and release stuff, which is itself a crime. Catch and release, what do they call it? Catch and
Are you talking about the practice
Quash-
of like where he'll pay
Yeah.
a tabloid not to
Yeah,
publish
that's
the
not
story?
a crime.
right, a tabloid buys exclusive rights
been
to the
done
story and
for
then doesn't
decades.
publish it.
Right.
So
And they
if
buy it specifically on the behalf of the benefactor, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if David Pecker testified to
We're
that,
really trying to invent some crimes here, folks.
well, no, David
But that
Pecker
is
is also
actually-
not like.
Well, no, it's like I
David
said to you
Pecker
the other
said-
day, Iko. He was guilty to you and folks and a lot of folks on the left 6 years ago. You need only hear that and see the charge.
Well, hold on. Yeah, if he's guilty, first of all,
Interesting.
that's the second thing.
No,
is
I mean, like,
mention
no,
the
Parallax,
statute of
think about that. For
limitations.
too many people on the left, he was guilty from the moment he came down off that escalator,
Does that
and they've
align with
only
my
been looking
opening
for a
statement?
charge.
Does that align with my opening statement? Is
Not
what I'm
of this.
asking.
This is you have to go with the
I
specific
don't know
crime
if it
that's
would've
being
won. I
charged.
can't-
Like it doesn't
No,
really
yeah,
matter.
no, yeah. Wait. This is what I want to ask you, Phil, because I'm not on the left. I don't give a fuck about the left. But I say he's guilty of things he did before he was president. Do you think
He's innocent until proven guilty.
Sorry,
Sorry, but like, sorry,
that's
so,
what
like, I have the high ground here.
Watch how
And that's
quick
why
it takes
man
Iko to
is
shift to
innocent
Hillary.
until proven guilty. So people are like, I know goddamn well he's guilty, and by God, we're gonna find out what. Like, I'm sorry, but those people have the
Hold on.
low ground there. They're not standing on an actual.
That's
But do you remember
first of all,
Can
that's
I
not
ask a
true. Hold on.
slightly-
I want to
can
finish
ask a
this real
slightly
quick.
sideways question. Go ahead, brother.
First of all, we know that's not true. Money buys freedom in America. First of all, we know that's true. Second of all, do you think he did anything wrong before he was president?
Probably shouldn't have cheated on his wife, but that's not.
I
illegal.
don't care about cheating on. He can get his dick sucked. I don't
Well,
care
I mean,
about
you said
Bill Clinton.
wrong.
I don't care about Trump.
Like,
getting their
to
dick
me,
sucked.
it's
I don't
like
care
in
about
terms
none
of wrong, like
Illegal.
Yeah,
unethical
illegal?
or illegal.
the IRS would have fucking dinged him by now. He's been under audit for years. If he would have actually, if he was half
said he
of
was under audit.
the
It
evil
turns out he
crime
wasn't.
lord that the left thinks he was, the IRS would have fucking dinged him
I thought this in the
fucking
90s.
years ago.
I thought
So
this in the
yeah,
90s.
I just think it's a fantasy.
And it's
that
well
he's some
documented
sort of
that
like
he's been dodging. He's been dodging court cases, it's civil court cases and state court cases for quite a long time. So are you telling me that just because he's not been convicted, he did nothing wrong? Is that the message that we're getting here?
I thought we had the presumption of innocence until proven guilty.
But
Okay,
then
wait,
why
can I-
why
can I-
can't
can I
lock
answer
her
that
up until
reply?
Like, whoa, 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 whoa,
Yeah, let me
whoa.
ask
Wait,
you a question.
Osiris,
Let's talk
I'll be
about
honest with you.
Hillary.
I
How
have
do you
done
feel about
things that
Hillary?
are
Is Hillary
bad within the
innocent?
last
Is
few
Hillary
years,
innocent?
but
Is
I don't know
Hillary-
what.
Is Hillary innocent?
Hillary
Well,
had a
Hillary-
kangaroo court.
Hillary-
Hillary had a
Hillary-
kangaroo
Hillary-
trial in
How do you feel about Hillary and mentality,
2016
Phil?
at the RNC. Remember Chris Christie?
She
standing
probably
up
shouldn't have
saying,
destroyed all
"Is
that
she
evidence.
innocent or
Now,
is
notice how I only talk about things that are actually documented, and the prosecutor just decided not to prosecute for reasons, and that was Comey. And then Ico tries to get really slippery. The FBI doesn't even charge people.
Felony.
Comey didn't prosecute.
Wasn't found guilty of it. Wasn't found guilty
She's
of it.
presumed innocent.
But
until
no,
proven
she
guilty.
actually has. It's actually proven
Presumed
she
innocent.
did actually destroy.
Well, no, it
this.
wasn't proven.
Presumed
You're
innocent.
until proven
No,
guilty.
no,
I mean,
she actually
found
copped to that.
innocent. She
No,
found
that was
innocent.
actually in Discovery.
But
So you
she
can
was-
play
but she-
pretend.
but
You
she
can
was
all
found
play
innocent.
pretend if you like. But
She
no,
was found
sorry,
innocent.
in Discovery, Hillary did admit.
Okay,
to
so
this.
you
Sorry,
don't
folks.
truly believe.
Yeah, she deleted some
innocent
emails.
until proven guilty in a court of
You
law.
do realize that Trump was also found to have had an email server that made hers look tiny and cute by comparison, right?
What do you mean?
I'll pull it up for you.
It's like, and did he destroy all the evidence on it?
Phil, here's the problem I'm having.
Apparently not.
because-
No, we haven't gotten.
Phil,
Apparently not,
hold on.
because it's being looked through. So,
Phil, here's the problem I'm having with the angle that you're taking here. When somebody says that the other side did something wrong, but they didn't get convicted, you have an excuse for that
That
one.
was the
but you're not
fucking
having
Bush administration. My fault.
I don't really care. Look, if Trump, well, hold on, let me just say
okay,
this.
I'm not going to defend the Bush administration though.
If
Yeah,
Trump
neither
got
am I. I'm done
indicted
with that
and
line.
convicted, and the Clintons got indicted and convicted, I'd applaud both of them. If they were convicted under a strict legal scrutiny, I am fine with that. Don't give a fuck. But you can't say that. Well, Donald Trump did something wrong, but he didn't get it convicted.
About to
And then
smoke this
Hillary
victory
Clinton did
blunt,
something
Phil.
wrong, but
Just for
here's the
you.
excuses why she didn't get convicted.
Yeah, exactly. Hillary's
gotta
not
do both
innocent
sides
until
of the
proven
fence.
They
guilty.
tried
way.
for 30 years.
Yeah, they
It's
tried.
blunt
They
for
did.
Hillary.
Well, no, I'm just saying she shouldn't have
have.
destroyed that evidence that they have evidence that she destroyed.
But
Okay,
Trump was a legal
but if that's the
mastermind and
sta-
didn't
but
get
if-
So,
but if
like,
that's
yeah,
the
we
standard
can-
you're gonna lay. I have plenty of crimes Trump has historically actually copped to the same way you're
So,
doing.
what evidence did Trump destroy in these crimes?
I'm not.
Well, we got a bunch of empty
If-
folders
he
at
threw away the
Mar-a-Lago that
condom.
were
Destruction
never.
of evidence
Right,
is
he
what's
threw away the
never been
condom
discussed. Is
after he
destruction of
fucked
evidence.
Stormy
Hold on.
Daniels, and it's just
Is destruction
nobody
of
wanted to
evidence the
siphon
only
through
crime
trash
you're
to
going to
find
be
his
mad
Cheeto
about?
dick.
Because I feel like I don't know. I feel like
Oh, I
grabbing
think the
people by the
Stormy
pussy
Daniels
who didn't
stuff
give
is
you
an
consent's a little
appetizer.
worth focusing on.
The Stormy Daniels stuff is I care about that as much as I care about Bill Clinton getting his dick sucked in the
Yeah.
I don't
First
care.
of all,
I
hang on,
don't
hang on.
care.
Gents, I have to do something for the subscribers here. The subscribers demand that I take a shot.
It
Gin,
is
Tony,
gin time.
will you
Uh-oh.
give me a full screen here?
Trey Powell, I'll take a hit for you, brother, even though you
Oh,
called me
thank
like retarded or some shit earlier.
See, can I get full screen, sir? Or do you have the power and the capability?
Uh-uh.
There we go. All right. To all you beautiful folks out at KOE Nation, Big Bucket Empire, and Hazard
Oh, this isn't for
Analysis,
me.
to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's with me.
What if I'm gonna smoke?
That face though. Not a ginger
Why?
there, I see.
My audience loves me. So, Tony, you've been quiet as a church mouse lately.
Oh, did you
What's
notice
your-
I'm here? Did you
what's
notice I'm
your-
here, Phil? Thanks, buddy.
What's your thoughts on all that, Mr. Cowboy Hat Man?
Yeah, so that was nice.
Cowboy.
Phil's like, hey, here's my thoughts. Hey, Ico, what are your thoughts? Hey, as soon as we're done with that, we're going to introduce Osiris. Hey, Osiris, what are your takes? Oh, hang on a second. We got another guy. Hey, oh, that's right. I got a co-host. Fuck you, Phil. You're such an asshole. Anyway.
I resemble
yeah,
that
co-host?
remark.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you,
apparently.
dog.
No, I'm just here to look pretty. I'm the eye
Motherfucking
candy. I'm like
co-host,
the
and I've
Alice
never
in the
met him.
Brady Bunch, just sitting in the middle, taking it all in. I'm here to clean up the mess.
Even your
Does that
cowboy hat
make
is
me Marsha? Because I just showed up at the end and stole the spotlight. Marsha.
I don't want to be Jan. All right. What this is count it 1, 2, 3, the fourth impeachment of Donald Trump. Because we already had his third impeachment hearing with the January 6 hearings, and that went over about as well as the first two impeachments. And the only reason it's not another impeachment is because we can't technically call it that, but let's be honest, that's exactly what this is. It's going to be the same bullshit rhetoric, make something up, throw a bunch of monkey feces at the wall to see what sticks. And guess what? This is over nothing that anybody gives a flying fuck about. And if you say that you actually care about it, let's be frank, you don't care about the actual issue. You just care about Trump getting in trouble. And how much trouble is he going to get in? Exactly as much as he got in the first 3 impeachment failures. This is exactly what they should not have done. If you want Donald Trump to not have a snowball's chance in hell in 2024, you need to leave him alone. Because what happens?
Keep his fucking name out.
What happens when a
Exactly.
child is left alone, throwing a tantrum? They're going to get louder and louder and louder and more obnoxious if you just leave them alone. And eventually they'll peter themselves out. But here's the thing. If you give them fuel to the fire and if you give them a cause to rally behind, here's what's going to happen. If you want to indict him, go ahead. You didn't just hand him the 2024 election with an indictment. That's not what happened. But you definitely gave him a shitload of sympathy. Go ahead. Slap him in cuffs. I fucking dare you, because the election is over the second that you do that. You're not only going to turn around any fucking people that turned away from him in 2020 and bring them back to the Trump campaign. You're not only going to bring back probably several middle of the ground normies that voted Democrat, but you're probably going to flip the script on anybody who would have voted for any of the other potential Republican candidates. Like Pence, well, he had no chance in hell. Haley, obviously, she has no chance in hell. And if you put Trump in cuffs, DeSantis shouldn't even bother announcing if he's still going to, because that is fucking over, folks. If you put this man in cuffs, the election is over. And I don't even know that Michelle Obama could beat him if that happens, because here's the thing.
Oh, no
there is
shot.
no
Michelle Obama is the
campaign
person that
in
beats everybody.
history that will be more successful than Donald Trump campaigning on saying, I was wrongfully imprisoned. I did hard time. Yes, you see, I got my scars. I got some prison tats. The Democrats, they came after me. I told you I was the one standing on the front line. They wanted to come after you, but I'm here. I'm your martyr. And guess what? It's going to fucking work. So
The only
go
easier
ahead.
campaign
Slap
is
him in
Michelle
cuffs and
Obama
see what
holding her
happens.
arms up and going, they picked on my arm fat. That one's way
I think-
easier,
I
bro.
think-
She wins that
I
all day.
agree with
I grew
most of that.
carrots and they got mad at me.
I agree with most of that, except I think that this would be the Democrats bailing out the Republicans. That is to say, if they could get him, that would give DeSantis a clean pathway through, and it would get there. There are a lot of Republicans up on Capitol Hill, like you guys all know this, who don't like Trump but can't admit it. And they would much rather have
They'll
DeSantis,
like him when he's
but
got
they
the
can't-
sympathy backing.
well, exactly. So that's the point. So this would be good for Democrats if
Why
he
not
got
just
so
let the guy
popular
run?
on the right
Why
that
are
he
the
got the
Democrats trying to
nomination.
stop him from running so many times? That was the entire point. Even Nancy Pelosi said the point of the second impeachment was to stop him from being able to run again. So I wasn't aware that the Democrats hated
Right, because
democracy
Pelosi
so
was
much.
making an argument that I
Yes,
don't
you
believe,
were.
because I think she's cynical.
Yeah.
I don't think she wanted him to be impeached. I think she felt like she had to in order to, after everything that happened,
Stop him from running
she couldn't
again.
be seen as weak. No, she couldn't be seen as weak as allowing something like this.
She gives
to
two
go
fucks about
unanswered.
her image.
But the fact is, we were told after the first impeachment that, you impeached Trump, you just guaranteed his reelection in 2020. I remember hearing
got a
that. No one remembers saying it now.
No, I actually said the
Bill
entire
said it.
point was to try and
Many of them.
sandbag his attempts at getting reelected. That was the
But hold
entire
on,
point.
did
of
that
this.
sandbag him or did it make him more popular?
Well,
Everything
probably.
the Democrats have tried
Probably
to do to
sandbagged
Donald
him, at
Trump
least
has
in
made him
Pennsylvania.
popular.
Hi,
Well,
Jenny.
hold on.
Thank
Let me ask
you.
this question. Let me ask
now
this
you're
question.
saying the opposite of what was just being argued.
No,
Wait,
well,
wait,
sorry.
so-
Been
so
consistent the whole time, all night.
Was
all
the
day, every day.
was the 2020 election stolen?
We don't need to get into all that on
Oh,
air.
no.
We don't need to.
I was gonna
so-
say
hold
that-
on.
You
Real
don't
quick,
want to
real
hear what little
Real
old
quick.
me has
Real
to
quick.
say about any
No,
of that.
real quick.
Then
I'm
we
not
want
gonna
to keep
say
a.
it was stolen.
Hold on.
We need to keep a
Bullet.
channel up
Mentioned
here.
it before
Hold on,
the-
but I do wanna
There's
say
this
this.
bullet right in front of your mouth that you still got to bite, dog.
I do want to say this.
You got to tell me Hillary's innocent. You got to tell me.
Because as far as
She hasn't been proven guilty in a court of law. I'll give you that.
There you go.
so as far as legal things go.
She never
Got
did.
him!
If I had an issue with anything he did legally in the last couple of years,
I'm sorry, so you
That's
don't
the-
want to
that's the
hear what
thing.
little old me
That's
has
the
to
thing.
say about all that.
if you can't, if
Because the
if-
terms of service.
either you don't believe in the legal system, and he's innocent, or yeah, he's innocent, or you believe in the legal system and he's guilty. And then this is where the divide is in America, right? Like either you believe or you don't believe. And I don't care about Stormy Daniels. I don't give a fuck about that shit. That's some personal shit. They can take that shit somewhere else. And indictments, I don't really care about because they have been shown not to be, at least today, not that politically detriment to the candidate. It's just some dog and whistle bullshit. It's a dog and pony show for people to say, oh, look how bad this person is. Donald Trump has shown that those things don't matter. So if and I don't think it's the Democrats. I think if the legal system wants to nail them, they need to provide some real information, some real evidence, and if they can't do that, leave it the fuck alone. But if they can do that, that's the thing that he needs to be indicted on. I don't care about
the fact that it's Democrats that are pulling this out happens to be a coinky.
No, it's not. I don't think it's Democrats. You think
okay?
Wait.
Just
So
because
what's Sallenbrag's party affiliation?
Just because the DA is a Democrat doesn't mean that it's a
I mean,
Democrat.
that's 100% coinky dink.
No,
is that what you're
Prosecutors don't. Prosecutors aren't.
There's
It's 100% coinky-dink. Has not their politics have nothing to do with it.
Phil, she's
Nary a
in New
thing.
York.
Prosecutors
Come on
are
now.
always like that's like saying that a cop has to be neutral. A cop can't be neutral. A cop is going to assume that you're doing something and is going to look into you. It's the jury that has the obligation
That is
to
a
be neutral.
very nice way of saying that.
So-
Yes, politics absolutely
think
is
there's-
playing. a part.
I think there's a more
Prosecution, no.
interesting thing to
Prosecutors always are against the defendant because that's the prosecutor's job. Would you expect Trump's defense attorneys to be neutral? Would you say, that prosecutor,
A defense attorney is supposed to be
attorney's
a zealous
Republican?
advocate. A prosecutor is supposed to seek justice.
No,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely is supposed to seek justice zealously.
But yes, here's the thing: you are not supposed to be.
The jury.
No. The President Trump is not above the law, but he is certainly not below the
Look,
law
when they
either.
appointed,
Okay, and that's where this Alan Bragg guy is trying to put President Trump,
All right.
and that is where he's going to get the sympathy, and that is where you're going to actually help this man
when
along
they
the way.
appointed-
So really,
look, when the Starr report was released, Starr was obviously a Republican who was very much against the Clintons, but I had absolutely no objection to that because the fact is it was his job to investigate them. It was his job to prove their guilt. It wasn't his job to be judge and jury. It was his job to make the best case that he could against those people. So the fact that Starr was a Republican who was against the Clintons from the beginning really didn't mean anything to me because he was the investigator and the prosecutor. Like that's
Same
his
could be
job.
said as Mueller. I believe what Mueller said to
Now-
be true.
all right.
So hold on.
Gentlemen?
I want to hone in on something here, Phil.
And
Real
Mueller
quick
was a
before we get too
Well, I was
far
about to
away
say
from
we're
this.
about to get to the final words, which
Yeah.
we get into the hazard and the analysis. But all right, last word, real quick.
Hey, you know what? I'll like this be my last words because I really like that. I'm pointing out a contradiction in what you're doing here, Phil, and I love you, brother. Absolutely. Here's the contradiction. You are both belittling and acknowledging and relying on the justice system in your argument. So you are belittling it by talking
I'm
about.
allowed to do
hold
that.
on.
Actually,
Hold on, dog. Hold on, dog.
doesn't matter though.
You-
I'm allowed to
you know,
belittle
you- no,
and
you
rely
can't.
on something.
No, you can't selectively do that. You can't
Sure
selectively
you can.
belittle it.
You can think
can't
a
talk
high
about-
point sucks
you
and
can't
still
talk-
carry
you
it.
can't talk about bullshit trumped up charges and everything about the legal system that goes into this is bullshit except for the decision.
Sure.
He was
Everybody
found-
makes do with
Nah,
shoddy
that's
equipment. Our
bullshit.
justice
That's a
system
shitty
isn't perfect, but it's all we got.
That's a shitty contradiction.
No, it's
It's
yeah,
a
and it's one
shitty
we all have to
contradiction.
live with every single day, whether we like it or not.
No, it's a contradiction in what you're saying. Either you
No, it's a
acknowledge the
contradiction
justice
in
system-
reality. I'm sorry.
It's a
I don't.
contradiction in what- it's a contradiction in your argument, sir.
No, sorry.
Before the
Sometimes
closing,
reality can have some contradictions in it.
before the closing, I,
know
just
that's
want
hard
to point something out.
All right, what's your hazard and what's the analysis?
Before that, real quick, Parallax. I just want to point out what Parallax is doing. He's putting on cowboy country face, and I'm highly offended. And this should not stand.
Cowboy country face. Yo, I do it digitally sometimes too, and that's the worst one. when I Google country singer being sad as my GIF, I get accused of that shit all the time.
Wait,
All
Phil, can you tell me what this hazard and analysis thing is so I can?
Okay,
Yeah,
what
true.
do you think is the hazard from this topic going forward, and just the analysis is kind of your last, just putting a cherry on it, your final words, your final thoughts.
Okay.
So
all right.
what's the hazard and what's the analysis? So what do you think's the problems going forward, and final words?
I would say the hazard is that the first indictment was the weakest. I would much rather have heard from Georgia or from the feds, but the feds take a long time. So really, I was hoping to hear from Georgia because it takes a long time to get a federal indictment through, and that's the hazard. So, and here's my analysis. I just wanted to point out something from like way earlier in the segment when you talked about statute of limitations, because I just wanted to point out that in New York, the clock runs on the statute of limitations when you're in state. So for the period of time that you're out of state, say at Mar-a-Lago or at the White House, then nothing, like the clock does not run. And it's a 2-year clock if it's a misdemeanor, and it's a 5-year clock if it's a felony. So if he has run it up to a felony, Trump will have had to have been in New York for 5 years since the commission of that crime. And it hasn't been, I don't even think, 2 years when you start and stop the clock the way New York law requires.
Well, we shall see, folks. I think ultimately a judge is going to have no choice but to throw that out. But so that's the hazard. Final words on this, or was that also your final word?
Yeah. No, the hazard was that the weakest case came first, and my bit of analysis was the statute of limitations thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Osiris, what do you think is the hazard going forward, and what is your final analysis?
So to reiterate, and I'm also going to agree with Rich on this one. To reiterate what I was saying earlier, I think the hazard is to bring charges that really don't matter. Like if this was some Joe Schmo off the street doing some bullshit, okay, maybe. But if you're going to charge the former president of the United States, you better have some real fucking charges. This is waving your dick in the wind. This is retarded. It doesn't make any sense. It's dumb. And indictments clearly don't matter. Nobody cares about this stuff. This is a thing that nobody actually cares about. If they're going to bring something, they need to bring whatever is tied into the denial of the election charges. If they have any evidence of that, and if they don't have any evidence of that, let it die. Let's be done with this and move forward. I know this is a lot to be hope for, but I would hope that by moving forward, somebody has to be above the fray, be above the BS, and say, oh, we're not going to retaliate because you retaliated, because that's what we've been doing for like the last 10 to 20 years now.
Pretty much since Bork.
We got to stop that. It's getting old. It's getting tiresome, and I think the American public, by voting Donald Trump, has shown that this is not a thing that they really want. That Donald Trump was a vote for we're done with that type of shit, even though it perpetuated more of that type of shit in some ways. So hopefully we can be done with that and move forward and get past this point.
All right. Now, Parallax. Going forward, sir, what do you see as the hazard, and what is your final analysis?
So I think the hazard is that we have now created a world where, whether it be true or not, people are perceiving that law enforcement is now a political tool. Some of that has been done through the actions of law enforcement, and I would say that there were signs of it prior to this, but really I think the big turning point was Comey, whether intentional or not. And I think that obviously the rhetorical war that Trump has waged with the media and law enforcement has obviously also had a deleterious effect on our interactions with law enforcement and how we perceive them. And now you have a charge that may or may not be politically driven, and we really can't differentiate anymore. And that is the hazard, is that going forward, we may or may not have law enforcement weaponized politically, but we will have rhetorical arguments that is what's happening. And that's not good. That's very bad. We need to be able to believe that our law enforcement systems are serving us. We need to be able to believe that if they are bringing charges to a man who was our former president, that they are real charges and that there are real reasons to do so. And it's just deleterious to the trust of the entire justice system. closing thoughts are that, God, I don't think we're gonna see this man in cuffs. If we, it feels right. If we see this man in cuffs, that imagery is powerful. That's powerful imagery. He better only be in cuffs if they know he's going to fucking jail. It's that simple. You put him in cuffs and he's not going to jail.
He's not going to jail, no matter what. At worst,
That's
it'll
what
be
I
house
mean.
arrest.
So you cannot put him in cuffs. You just can't. Well, okay.
Secret Service can't follow him into prison. Like it's not possible.
Like he could be convicted. Yeah. No, I feel you, but I'm saying like they cannot put him in cuffs if he is not going to be convicted. Period. Has to be slam dunk done.
New York won't do it. They don't want that imagery.
Right.
Like that would be counting your eggs before they're hatched.
Now, Tony G, with this whole thing, you're a guy, you're pretty moderate normie. When we took the political compass test, you were literally right on the goddamn line between left and right. I love you dearly, but your politics always infuriate me. But you've always been
I'm just more right than you, and I don't mean on the conservative.
Well, no, actually, I'm more right than you, literally.
Literally
correct.
Right,
Yes, literally to the right. I am sorry. You got to give that
right,
to me.
Yeah.
But I've always given your analysis some pretty heavy weight on certain things because you're kind of like a view into the everyman. So what, in your opinion, is the hazard, and what is your final analysis on this team?
Well, the double hazard, for starters, like you were saying, this is going to become the new norm. If we're going to double impeach presidents and they continue to not officially impeach them after they leave office, regardless of how many terms they've served, we're just going to make the office look that much less intriguing. It's going to start inviting even less than ideal people into the position, because it's going to be people that don't care about their image. That's my big fear. Not that, a lot of the people that we've had in the office recently are really that wholesome anyway, but I look at it the same way I'm looking at law enforcement. Why would anybody want that job right now? And you look at the job of president, like, why would anybody want that job right now? Because it's a thankless position. And we're proving that with impeachments and indictments. And just imagine what's going to happen to Biden, if he's still kicking by the time he's out of office. But the other hazard is, like I said, if we're going to make this a battle of votes, right? It's not going to be like 2020. We're going to look at this election coming up like, okay, if we have to get to a certain number of votes, like you said, Phil, how many did you say if Biden can't get 80 million, he can't win?
If he can't crack 80 million, I don't think he wins again.
Well, I don't think he's going to crack 80 million for starters, regardless if he wins or not, because we're not going to see the turnout in the mailing. It's just not going to happen this way again. So I'm afraid that it's going to appeal less and less and less and less to the American people to go out and vote. Like we saw record voting numbers in 2020 for one reason or another, be it the candidates, be it the means of voting. I think we're making the idea of voting look less and less appealing to the American voter, because we're pulling back the curtain that it's all bullshit. It's all theatrics. This is all just political narrative. And I think the general American person, the general American voter, is wising up to that. They're wising up to the idea that what they're being told on news channels, whether it be Fox or CNN, is all rhetorical bullshit. And I think that you're going to start seeing people get less and less intrigued, and they're going to have to sell pretty hard to get people to turn out. And Trump can do that. Trump can do that tenfold. We've seen it. Can he do it again? I absolutely do think he can. And I think this could be the ball rolling down the hill. This could be the snowball building until he eventually takes it back. But there's a lot of time between then and now. So my analysis, I really think that if they keep spinning the narrative the way that they're spinning it right now, you're going to make politics even less intriguing to the general person than they already might be. And I do have to chug. I apologize before the hour is over.
Nice. Now,
bring in Justin.
Bring him in for the Ziggy Zoggies. Ziggy Zoggy. Oi, oi, oi.
Oi, oi, oi.
I just had that one last thought, Phil.
Oh,
I just want to
Wait,
point
what
out
are you
I'm not
drinking?
even
What
part
is
of the
that?
production, and I knew how that was
Busch Light.
supposed to go. I'm with you.
Okay. I thought that was Jen or something. I was like,
but
holy
Oh,
shit.
before
God.
my hazarded analysis, Rich, go real quick. You said you just want to have one last thought.
No, it was the one that you have on screen right now.
Oh, okay. Could we might be getting there, but folks, so the hazard that we now have is we are getting into the Banana Republic territories of now we have people going after and indicting and raiding the homes of their political opposition. And that's the kind of shit that could actually bring down the Republic, because something that Parallax said, very, very intelligent thing, which sadly on the right is now just seen as reality. Whether you agree, like that law enforcement is politicized at the highest levels. And like that is, whether we like it or not, that is going to be the divide going forward. Is, do you have trust in the systems anymore? And with each passing day, you get more and more people that are dropping off from that little trust circle. And so that is the big hazard going forward, is, are we going to have the big systems and all the experts and everything that we're supposed to trust in become political? And that's why I said a couple of weeks ago, and Rich kind of agreed with me at least halfway, where I think we need to have, much like the separation of church and state was one of the greatest things that happened in the West, we need to also come to a separation of science and politics. If we can't do that, our species will not survive. And that's just one example of the hazard going forward, is if we allow politics to get into our law enforcement, our science, our institutions like they have, I don't think the species is going to make it. And the analysis going forward, folks, is strap in, folks. We're in the Trump timeline right now. If a traveler were to come in from another universe, which timeline am I in? You say, you're in the Trump timeline. Oh, okay. And then they would know where to go from there. So folks love
the
him.
fuck out of
Folks hate
here.
him.
Another timeline.
I get, you might not like that, but here's the thing. The final analysis
The
is
darkest
Democrats maybe don't be so afraid of democracy, and maybe just let a guy that's fairly popular run for office. And now that is the final word on this particular topic. Justin, what do we got you here for, sir?
We're taking shots.
Oh, okay. Shot.
Cheers, Justin. Clink.
Everybody, nice. Thank
Hey, I
you.
wanted to-
for-
Here,
I
I'll take
propose
my
this as a
shot.
political party. We need the shots party. Then maybe everybody be more chill. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I
I
hold
like
on. I
that.
got to take my shot. My
For a private
shot
party.
is back at my man Texas here. I actually live. Listen, bro, I got a literal football field in my front yard and my backyard.
Yeah.
I'm a fat motherfucker, and part of the reason I've lost 120 pounds is because when I moved here, I bought land where a quarter acre of it is at like a 47-degree angle, and my big fat ass has to mow that motherfucker and then
Oh,
rake it.
So you want
And
to
it's, listen, I'm country as fuck. Now listen, I don't like it, I don't want to be, and I don't vote like it, but I do like me. I want me to have a pistol.
Yeah.
I will say that much. I'm just saying.
I support.
I feel like I should be able to go to my gay friend's wedding very stoned, strapped up.
Here.
Wrong with that. Yeah,
Now, all right, gentlemen.
Hey, listen, I
gentlemen,
just want to celebrate that Phil said in his last speech that America is a democracy, or should be, which I don't hear that from conservatives a lot.
well, we're
Based.
getting at the end of our republic if this shit goes much farther. So
You said
it's- I
banana.
don't like it.
Yeah,
Many times,
but you
too,
said
and
democracy.
I just wanted a smoothie.
Well, yeah, we do have democratic institutions in America, but just like, it's kind of funny. Like some people say that, oh, it's bad because it's anti-democratic. Not necessarily. A constitution is anti-democratic. It restricts what the majority can do. So just
Wait,
because something's
But you're not
anti-democratic
taking
doesn't
back
necessarily
your
mean it's bad.
statement that democracy is a threat. Like if
What do
we're
you
not a
mean?
democracy, then democracy can't be at threat. Right? Like either we're at risk of losing our democracy or we never were a democracy, but we can't can't
No,
say
I
both.
just said we do have democratic aspects of our country. We're supposed to be a constitutional republic that does our elections through democracy. So
Yeah,
there
the
are
founders-
instances where it's good, but we do also have to keep in mind that the will of the majority does not always get sway.
Yeah, the biggest party that the founders created was the Democratic Republicans. So they were absolutely democratic in the way that they designed the republic. Yeah.
Yes. So, all right. Now I've been tried 3 times, and I'm gonna do this. Goddamn it! All right.
Be right back.
Bill, I do remember that, Tony. I do. In
You
fact
do.
remember.
You do.
Now,
Okay.
we've got another guest coming on this evening, folks, to go with our Tonight Show presentation. And I do apologize. I thought a few more people were going to be a little more late than they were. But everybody was so punctual because they wanted to be right here at Hazard Analysis on this amazing show. But we've got another guest for you folks. And we got a new topic that we're going to get into. It's one that we were planning on being the main topic tonight. But, well, things happen. And also, it's a new hour, folks. Hand out them shots. Bring them, motherfuckers. Now we got joining
Hey, Phil,
us.
Take a shot.
God damn it, Tony.
You asked for it.
Damn it.
Look,
All right.
so
I
Phil,
don't
I take
remember
my
your name.
shots
Take
out
a
of a
shot.
Kia cup because I'm a filthy liberal and I support capitalism. Let's go.
Nice. Well done. Speaking of which,
Actually, it's because you have shitty taste in vehicles.
Also true.
damn.
Also true.
God damn. Sorry, I tried. Jack, welcome to the show. Jesus Christ.
And as a Detroiter, I have to agree. You have shitty taste in vehicles.
Am I
if you're
looking
driving
into the
a Kia.
No.
you wearing
First
a
of all,
Ushanka right now?
Let me defend myself.
Yes, you are, but I will fix that.
Take
I
your
have shitty
fucking
taste in
Ushanka
cups.
off.
First of all,
You're not
Chevy is the
wearing
only
a
real car
Ushanka
you
right
buy.
now.
Chevy
I
is the
cannot
only real
ignore
car
that
you
you're
buy.
wearing a Ushanka. My wife is a Ukraine expert. Take the fucking Ushanka off. I'll kill you. In
In a
Roblox.
video game, hopefully? Yeah, I was about to say. Actually, there was a case where a girl actually got convicted, even though she said in a video game. So, we'll see. We'll
Can't
see how
use
far that.
one
Well,
anymore?
thank God I'm not a girl.
Yeah, that's it.
The law favors me. We know it. We're good. I'm a white man.
So, we unfortunately have to go from the northeast district of Manhattan, and we now have to take a little short trip south to a place where a lot of prayers are needed right now, a city called Nashville, Tennessee. So, yes, the Nashville shooting. This one is... It's been shocking to see the response to this because
On both sides.
everybody has been making some really weird declarations. Now, I will say the one thing that can be said for this is, hey, Uvalde police officers, maybe you should send your cowboy hats to Nashville because that's how it's actually done. Okay,
Fuck
like
yes.
that's how some men with actual balls between their legs actually act when they're actually called upon. They're not just going to stand around and wait to collect their pensions. So yeah, like I'm sorry, like so that is one thing that does need to be pointed out. I wish nobody had to be hurt in the commission of this, but we learned a few things from that. And now it can't be ignored though is the political fallout that's come from this. Like I read a tweet this morning, which I thought was a little hyperbolic, but it kind of demonstrates like for the first time, I'm seeing members of the media trying to actually defend a mass shooter. And it's like, it's very strange that we're having this and like, not necessarily people in the media, but people who are tweeting and like people I've been on panels with who are talking about like pretty crazy shit. And so the folks on the left are getting offended if you misgender somebody who has surrendered their humanity entirely, which to me I think is very tone deaf. And the folks on the right are trying to make some sort of political hay out of this. I get the feeling. I haven't seen anything too big yet. I'm keeping my ear to the memosphere. Like the biggest right-wing meme I've seen is, the pronouns was were. That's the biggest one that I've seen from the right, and I haven't really seen it.
Well, I was gonna say it, and I'm on
Well,
the
that
left.
one's
so
funny.
Fuck that person.
Yeah, like because like to me, like I don't know if we should really bend over backwards trying to respect the preferred pronouns of someone that has surrendered their humanity entirely.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this open? Or are
Yep,
we doing
all right.
intros? Okay.
Bravo.
Right. Okay. So I don't know about. I've seen some disgusting memes on both left and right on that. But that's Twitter. Like I don't even give that. I mean, I just expect that for everything, including every shooting. I did see one like sort of like, for instance, the New York Post has a policy of using not using the preferred pronouns for any trans person. So in their article, they were both in the introduction trying to like play up that this person was transgender, but then was still saying like using she, her pronouns to refer to the killer as if the killer was cis. And so the entirety of the article made it seem as if the killer was cis, and I don't think that's the point that they were trying to make. So they kind of they sort of like made two contradictory points at once, and it sort of flipped everything they were trying to do, which I thought was interesting to see in an article. But I think I'm still not entirely sure like who or what this person is. I don't even know because like every reference to this person uses Audrey Hale. If this person was actually trans or had transitioned, that would be a dead name, and they would have some other name. And I haven't heard a male name.
All of their names are dead names.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I still to this day,
It's a well put together joke,
like,
but man, it's a little soon.
Yeah. No, I none of that. I mean, like this person deserves like all the.
No, I meant
jokes.
that person, that one person.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about everybody. Okay,
No,
I got
each
you.
of the names that person has held is their dead name.
Waka Waka.
Now I
Okay,
understand
get
your
that. I get you.
interpretation,
Right.
and goddamn.
But apparently, it's only been one name. So yeah, I know that there have been some like online profiles that said he, him. Don't know how much of that was serious or how much of that was trolling. But this person like never changed the name. It, like continued to be called Audrey like to the last day, as far as I know.
Well,
Actually,
but
producer, if you could pull up that, I don't want to cut anybody off, but there are some things.
No. If there's another name, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
I
this
don't mind
person
being
also
told.
This person also went by the name Aiden. There was a message between the shooter and somebody else, an acquaintance, maybe a friend. I don't know. Let me zoom in on my screen here real quick. So this is the Hill. Yeah, here we go. This is a conversation that was sent out roughly a half an hour, I believe. I could be wrong.
Oh, so it was a last minute
before-
transition, like right before the shooting.
Yeah, this was if you can see here. God, there was another screen I wish we had. Okay, yeah, right here at the bottom left.
Oh, Audrey Aiden in parentheses. Now that's interesting.
Yeah, see, they this person was, I guess, still identifying by both names, regardless of how you want to look at it. When
Right.
they entered
Yeah,
the
but I hadn't
school-
seen this. I'm glad you pointed that out because I hadn't
And
seen
this
it.
was confirmed because when we saw this first the day of the shooting, and we were like,
Worthy
I don't
of
know, it
note
seems a
that the
little-
name at the top is also Aiden, which is the official profile name.
right.
Mm.
And yeah, we saw this the day of. We're like, I don't know. This seems a little quick on the nose, a little quick to be released. But today I did see an article, I think it was from the Hill, that did confirm that this conversation actually did happen. They talked to the person that spoke to they called the suicide hotline. But this was sent out very, very briefly before Audrey Aiden went into the school. So regardless of a response, it wouldn't have been in a timely manner, no matter how they would have responded to that call about, hey, my friend or my acquaintance needs fucking help. And you can see here by reading through this that it's very, very troubled individual, mental health, very, very poor. But when I read through this specifically, this screams to me being inspired by what we were also seeing on Twitter about the trans. Oh, Jesus. What is the Trans Day of Vengeance? That's what I'm reading into here. And I could be off base, but that's what this screams to me. And Twitter's deleted like thousands and thousands of posts trying to prevent people from seeing this stuff, which ironic that Elon Musk is now censoring things. But the trans, this is coming
He's
from
focused on
Newsweek.
advertisers. I get it.
Yeah.
Like
Newsweek says that the organizers of a Trans Day of Vengeance rally in Washington, D.C. at the weekend have vowed to go ahead with the event following the shooting in Nashville, We choose to fight for change. The Trans Radical Activist Network, TRAN, a collection of transgender activist groups, rejected any connection, of course they did, between the event of the mass shooting, which police have said was perpetrated by Audrey Elizabeth Hale, who was transgender. The rally on Saturday is set to begin outside the U.S. Supreme Court and will protest the various bills in numerous states limiting gender-affirming health care. So, to me, they can deny it all they want, but I feel like this person was clearly trans. We understand this. This person was clearly not in the right state of mind. Obviously. Many of them, it's proven time and time again. But this screams to me somebody who wanted to have an impact.
Yeah, they can deny it all they want, but I bet you there's a manifesto that tweet right there like implies that there is one. So
yeah, that was essentially a suicide note.
Yeah. It also this also brings to mind because this person was also being treated for some apparently pretty severe like mental conditions or whatever.
Yes.
Which makes me think, okay, like did the red flag laws, whatever red flag laws we have now under the current system, do they not, are the right databases not connected? Is there a red flag law?
No, their parents of the person that involved here had no idea that this person bought seven guns in the last few years.
Yes,
they had no idea.
Seven guns from I think at least 5 different locations in the last few months.
It was 7 guns in 5 locations in the last however many months, and they were hiding it from the parents of the home.
Yeah. Yep.
So
this seems like a case where the red flag laws would have been relevant. Like that discussion seems to be relevant to this.
It's the unfortunate reality is that once in a while, these loonies blow a fucking fuse, and then they want to make their pain everybody's pain. And I remember because I was in college when the Virginia Tech shooting, and I was having a discussion with some classmates, and I said, it's unfortunate, but when you boiled down to its most base, what could have possibly stopped the Virginia Tech shooter other than another armed individual? Because even if we ban all guns, let's say you just make it as draconian as you want. Say in the middle of this conversation, Joe Biden makes it so if you were caught with a gun, it is immediate execution. You'll be immediately executed. It's still going to take 150 to 200 years to actually get guns out of American life. There's so many of them there, and there's too many people that are like, fuck you, I ain't turning in shit. And that's going to be by the tens of millions, and those are the people that own hundreds of guns. And so it's going to take hundreds of years, even if you make it as draconian as possible. So gun bans aren't, anybody that proposed that, they're not actually being realistic.
Yeah, there was a politician last week who was asked, or whatever, shortly after this occurred, who was, I think, a state politician from that state, was asked what is the Republican Party going to do about this, and he gave the same answer, except he prefaced that answer with the word nothing. We're going to do nothing, and here's why: because we don't think anything will work. I'm not sure that's the best solution to this. They had this conversation in Australia. They said, look, we've got a ton of guns in this country. And there's no way you're ever going to be able to stop mass shootings in Australia. Haven't had one since the mass shooting that precipitated their laws. And I'm not for those laws here because I think in America,
they did have COVID concentration camps too, or not concentration camps, internment camps. There we go.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, if you had COVID, you had to go to a hotel until you stopped having COVID. Yeah.
No, they actually had internment camps.
They weren't internment camps. I mean, that's being a little disingenuous about the.
Well, hold on. Those were hotels, and they were
little makeshift little places where people had to stay in these little behind these lines and were allowed to go to.
They had they zeroed out COVID for a year and a half there. By the time COVID did make it to the mainland, they were vaccinated and ready for it. So, yeah, I mean, sure, maybe freedom is worth 1.1 million dead people in North America. I think that it's fair to say that freedom is worth losing lives. I think we made that decision at the American Revolution that we were willing to give up lives in the name of freedom. But let's not argue that that
I mean, according to the
wasn't a
NRA's
big
numbers,
cost to them.
guns are used to save lives and used in self-defense for almost 2 million times a year. So
All
Yeah,
legal
yeah, wanna play that
That's
game.
one of the
owners-
reasons I'm pro
all
gun. It's
legal
just why I'm
firearm
not.
owners are responsible gun owners until they're not. And
Yeah.
pretending like we can predict who is and isn't going to be a responsible gun owner, it's just not possible. We can put all the.
But we have a
I'm not even
perfect-
opposed to background checks. I think that'd be great. I think a waiting
Yep.
period to make sure the people who
Yeah,
want to go out and do
no,
something like
see,
this
from-
don't buy a
And
gun,
red flag
make
laws,
at
yeah.
least that
Normie.
to make
Take
you
it-
think that's
Yeah.
fine.
No, here.
Jack,
take
get
it
in
from the
here.
most-
You've been
Don't
patient.
make it
No.
impossible
Take
for
it
people to
from the
own
most.
firearms.
Take it for the most extreme person here on the left that is also pro-gun. Background checks, registration. And before anybody goes, oh, registration means they're going to come for your guns. No, the same fucking problem
Means
is
they can.
that no, they won't is the issue. It's an
Can.
argument. Shut up.
Well, no, I'm sorry. No,
Let me
you
get
don't
my
get to tell
fucking
me
point
shut up
out.
on my
Let
show.
me
They
get- let me
can
get my
actually.
point out before you.
All right,
actually argue
I'll
against
give
it,
you
fucks.
15 more seconds before I.
I'll be right back.
No. The thing is in most of the countries that still have high per capita gun gun ownership and regulation, like registration, they don't actually come and take the guns. I'll point to Switzerland, where they actually have mandatory gun ownership and actually fucking have registration. Nobody comes and takes their guns.
Unless you violate the law, and then they come and take your guns.
Which, if you violate the law, guess what?
So
lose your right to-
then-
hold on. In
Yeah,
their
so-
country,
Guess what? That's the
In
whole
there-
point of the fucking registration is they can come and take them when they want to.
guess what? They
It's
know
the whole
where you
point.
live anyways, and if you've committed a crime and you've gotten out of jail, they have your address and they can come and take the guns anyways. That doesn't fucking change this metric, because what your argument would
You know how
apply
many
to
Billy
us here-
Bobs
here-
have guns buried out in the yard and shit? Like, yeah, that's
Yeah, and they're all
that
insane.
ain't gonna fly around here.
and like I said, they're all insane if they're doing that. That's beside the point. This would not
Every one of
actually
them.
apply. Anybody who's burying guns in their backyard, yes.
Uh,
Same with people.
So they
who
don't
bury
get taken from them. Sounds like something like
Yes,
pick
they're
one
nuts.
gun that you don't like all that much and bury it somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. And guess what? Nobody can ever take it from you.
No matter what blanket assertion you throw over this, they're still nuts. They're burying guns in the background.
No, they're
like
not.
fucking squirrels.
It's just a
They're
prepper.
they're fucking morons.
You know
I
the
haven't
military
said much,
bans
but I
gun
just-
or buries guns and ammo.
I haven't
They
said
vary
much, but
because
I
it's actually a pretty
kinda-
good idea.
Yes.
I wanna-
yes,
Damn it,
Phil, you
Trey.
told me to get in here, and you keep sitting here interrupting the points before they can be finished because you understand that I actually know what the fuck I'm talking about on it, and I'm pro-gun. So why don't you actually let me say what the fuck you brought me in here to say? That's the thing. No, this won't equal this, because in Switzerland, committing a crime does lose you your right to firearms. With the recent SCOTUS ruling, that would not be the case here, because felons have their right to have their guns back now, according to the most recent SCOTUS ruling. It just has to be rolled out to the rest of the 50 states.
That's
Uh,
that's a little.
Yeah, it has to be rolled out. It's not fully enacted yet, but based on that ruling, that's what will happen. And that's what I'm getting at. So based here, committing a crime doesn't mean they come and take your guns. Furthermore, as you pointed out, there's 650 million guns in America. When you factor in the percentage of people who have actually freaking own guns in America, that roughly equates out to 6.8 guns per gun owner. So it's one of those interesting things of the people that are going to have to come and take the guns are also going to be the ones that are going to be absolutely repelled by the idea of going to take the guns. So no politician in their right mind is going to give that order, because if you add up every police officer, every federal officer, every fucking, a military member who is active, reserve, or reactivatable, they are still outnumbered 15-1, and nobody wants to start a civil war over let's go take the guns, even the most advocate gun grabbers, because they're not insane. They want to use it as
we
rhetoric.
have one who's not in his right state of mind in the White House.
No, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to.
Oh, got him. It was a Sleepy Joe joke, in case you missed it.
I got it, but no. The thing is he's not going to do it, because the simple thing is he knows that the orders he's going to be giving them to, the people he's going to be
I
giving
might have
those
some
orders
booze.
to,
Hold on.
will not be wanting to give those or follow those orders. So why the hell is he going to give something that's automatically going to fracture his government?
He's not gonna
actually,
try to
I
take
want to
guns.
say
He's
something.
not
Yeah,
going
that's-
to take guns. He's
yeah.
going
I want
try
to say
do
something in
another
response here,
bullshit
real
banning of
quick.
the AR-15 because
Yeah, and I agree that's
fucking-
bullshit. No, and I agree that's bullshit.
Yeah.
As a pro gun guy, yeah, AR-15 is responsible for 0.2% of all
Yeah,
gun crimes
less
in
than a
North
third.
America. 0.2%.
Wait, did this person have an AR-15?
0.2%, less than
The
1%.
shooter had a sub 2000, which
yeah.
was a 9mm. It's a Caltech. I have it. It takes the same magazine.
Nothing
as the
special.
Glock 19, Glock 17.
Okay.
They had a pistol. They didn't say what kind of pistol, and they did have an AR. And I don't know which rifle was used. I don't believe the pistol was used in any of the shooting, but
No, you could hear it. There's definitely something bigger than the pistol.
I
But-
assume.
But even if it was the AR, we don't even know if it's the quote unquote AR because
Yeah.
unfortunately, fucking news is absolutely horrible at identifying weapons. Hence why when somebody used a Mini 14, they called it a hunting rifle. Why? Because it had a wood stock. I'm like, really? This is a hunting rifle. This is a gun I can use to plink people from 1,000 meters. Please tell me how this is a normal hunting rifle.
Now, this is something I remember I said it one time to Aiko and to Jack, and I'm curious, Tony and Osiris, this is gonna. Here we go.
He had the easy 9. Okay, that's what Trey
Oh
just said.
shit, he's gonna. Oh, Tony G, the one human being to be able to exist without a working liver. Well
Who
done.
needs it?
The
Right.
original G of drinking. I like it.
But this is something like when I say it at first, like I've noticed like right wingers, when I say it, like they pause for a second before they agree with it. But like, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, because when you think about it, in America, it's actually politically correct to be pro-gun.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's actually like even on
Anybody
the
who's-
even folks on the left are kind of like, okay, I don't like guns, but like
No, because the thing is the NRA rhetoric about the gun grabbers that they have been pushing since the 60s is bullshit. We're talking about a hyper minority of the left that is like 1% to 2% that don't ever have any actual political power in the first fucking place.
well,
that's
except
all-
for California, right?
No, because you can still own guns in California. They restrict it, but you still own guns. That's what I'm getting at. They're not actually
Well,
gun
yeah, that's
grabbers.
infringing
It is-
on your Second Amendment right, because
It
that's
is
like saying no, absolutely. That's like saying if like New York were to ban and restrict, you can no longer say 500 words or phrases within the state of New York, but you can still technically speak in the state of New York. So we haven't infringed on your First Amendment in any way. We would all recognize that as being
It's not the same.
something very wrong, and your First Amendment rights
It's
being
not the
infringed.
same because
The exact
of
same thing is happening in
regulation, so
California.
I'm not one of these shall not be
Californians are
infringed
having
in
their
any way bullshit.
Second Amendment
So
rights
this
infringed
is-
upon.
keep
And
fighting
luckily,
the shadow.
Clarence Thomas is setting it right. Well, no, actually, I was talking there, so I know you don't like it when I'm spitting the truth. Luckily, Clarence Thomas
I
has
love
said
how
it
he
all right.
interrupts me midpoint and then he thinks that it's interrupting to push back on it. Try again, Phil. I know it's your show, but you interrupted me while I was in the middle of saying something. And
Well,
then
no,
you
I was
get
still
hit me
talking,
when I
and then you were
interrupt.
like, yeah. Like, I get it. You don't like the truth that I spit here, Canadar. You just can't take it, and your evil commie ways got to try and put a cloud on this shine. But no, you're just not going to be able to do it here at Hazard Analysis. So, but now here's the question.
Don't let me bring out the Satanism, Phil. I'm gonna need you to behave.
Oh, Jesus God Almighty! Please don't.
No, Satan in hell. Don't you tell me.
Don't you tell. Now, the biggest
Don't you
question
tell
is,
me.
because I prefaced, like, even if you wanted the most draconian gun bans, you're really not gonna get anywhere in at least our lifetimes to the point where it's gonna matter. So, like, I do ask this question: is what would be something to recommend to try and alleviate this very real problem? And like the folks on the right, they really like the have somebody armed on the school grounds. Now, the problem is you need somebody that's going to be Nashville response, not Uvalde or that one place I think in Florida where the guy just stood outside the door. You need to have those, not those responses.
Phil,
Well,
So
here's
I
that's
have the
it's-
answer.
Tony,
Here's
let's
the
hear
other
it.
question, or here, and if I may, real quick, because your answer won't be like deterred by this. The other problem is what do you do when one of those guys is the one that goes, "I'm fucking crazy. I want to shoot one of these places up."
Okay, the idea that we can't have security because people aren't perfect, I don't think is really a valid answer. I get what you're saying, but like I just don't think that's a valid answer.
I think we'd still
People
see
aren't
a
perfect.
significant drop in shootings.
Yeah,
That's the
so-
goal.
Wait. I
You want to
don't.
reduce the number. You can't make the number zero.
I don't think that's true.
by
But I
trying.
will say this. According to 538 politics, the Republican. So there's been a surplus of money in the last year for Republican and Democratic states. And the one thing they do agree on as they're spending money is that red flag laws are good. Gun control is good. Red and blue states do agree on this. So I don't think there's a divide as much as people think there's a divide on this. An idea between conservatives and liberals. And I think that within itself is kind of a false flag. And I don't know that we can stop this thing, right? That's like saying, how do we stop gang problems? I think if you're going to have guns, there's going to be
Decriminalize drugs.
There's a certain level of risk that we're going to have to take.
Based.
And school shootings, and I know I'm going to sound like an asshole for saying this. School
Still
shootings
the
is
leftist.
lowest on the list for the amount of killings that are happening in the United States per year. Absolutely. There's a whole lot of things happening. For school shootings, there's a lot of other shootings that are happening. What I think what the issue is mind frame. So there's there's probably a couple things, right? Like you have people who are just kind of batshit crazy, and they're gonna do what they're gonna do. You can't stop those people. It's just not just no way possible as long as you have guns readily available to citizens, and that's what we decided that we're gonna have. You can't stop that thing. And then on the other hand is how do we deter people from doing like the normies from doing like crazy shit. Most of the normies do their crazy shit in their home. This is why domestic violence is so high, right? If we're gonna have guns, we have to accept the fact that we're gonna have gun killings. That's just what it is. I think that's where I'm at in this discussion. Is if you're gonna have guns, you're gonna have to understand that you're gonna have gun killings. And as bad as it sounds, and I know this optically sounds bad, you have to accept that there's going to be a certain level of public killings, whether it be in public areas, schools, malls, wherever. There's going to be shootings. Can we ramp up those securities? Sure, but should you overdo it by saying like let's just arm the normies? I don't know that to me has not been proven to be true yet. And if it's proven to be true, I'm on board for it. But it hasn't been proven to be true.
I think the way to reduce the number, because you're never going to, like you just said, we're never going to get to zero. We have guns. Bad things are going to happen with guns. That's just the reality. We have cars. There's going to be automobile deaths. That's just the reality. The way we, like Phil was saying, an armed guard, like you take veterans instead of letting them sit there homeless. Like we treat our veterans like shit. That's a great position for potential veterans who have nothing else to come back to. That's a great position for somebody like that, and they'd be happy to take it. But you're never going to get that number to zero. It's just not going to happen. You know what? Another way, I'm saying this as a joke, but there is a grain of truth. Legalize prostitution, because God damn it, if some of these people weren't fucking stressed out all the goddamn time, maybe they wouldn't do crazy shit. You know how to relieve some stress? Well, just saying. I'm just saying. We can drink booze. We're legalizing pot, but we still can't go buy a hooker. What the fuck? Come on. Tell me that's not an American way. Come on. Tell me
Hey,
I'm wrong.
I'm with it.
I support this
If
message.
your chat wants to make me drink, they now can. I've just made myself a drink, gentlemen.
Drink.
There you go.
Chat, motherfucker. But
Oh, sorry. Justin, you're the producer. Say it in the
all
chat.
right, got me. No, I already drank. You're all right.
Oh my god! I just want to address some of the comments real quick between. Oh, sorry, Justin. Justin, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he can drink.
Oh, there it is. There it is. All right.
Son of a bitch.
I wanted to address the back and forth on the YouTube chat between Project Sadface and Jesse West. Project Sadface says, I unsubbed the Tomfoolery show. What did Tom do? Said the AR ban in the 90s worked. Did it, though? Tom said his topic about Destiny was more important than
Jesus.
We gotta
Yeah,
have Tom on. We gotta have Tom
No,
on real
no,
soon.
because we can't have him on
Oh,
Twitch
yes,
because
Phil.
he says shit like that.
All right, Tom on.
God
yeah.
Almighty.
Can't wait.
God Almighty. Now, it's Jacanadar. You seem to have kind of like a cringe face when we were bringing some solutions here. I'm curious, what is like? I know. Here's the problem. None of us are going to have this. Let me just wave my wand, and it's all going to be better now, because that's
just military individuals for.
Well, Australia waved the wand.
security are really not the way
Australia's
you want to
different culture.
go. Even most returning combat veterans would tell you the same. They do not have the right mindset to be around children in that type of capacity. I'm not saying that security isn't a way to go. I'm actually not opposed to it. Some of the people that I actually attribute to preventing quite a few problems in my school were SROs, etc. But these are people who are specifically trained to deal with these situations, specifically trained to deal with children, etc. So I mean, there's more to it than that.
Can I give an answer to that question? Given that
I
I've
just
yeah,
want to
quick
get you
question,
in.
and maybe Rich, you'll touch on this part too in your answer. Do we know anything about this officer that who led that video footage into infiltrating that school and then taking out the shooter at that point? Because he seemed very highly trained. He knew what the fuck he was doing.
Yo, the one. Did you see the video of the one that was second behind him, like holding on to him, telling him breach, go, 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 go? Like that dude. That dude.
The whole team knew what the fuck they were doing.
That dude could adopt me right now.
You can
That's my
tell
dad.
they
I'll
all
learn from him.
thought about how they would handle it a million times since Uvalde. You can't say that.
I'm curious. Do we know anything about these people? Because there's a lot of pushback against the idea that we don't need SWAT, so we don't need highly trained individuals, et cetera, et cetera. We're militarizing this. In this case, it seems that they had I don't know this guy. This is why I'm asking. It seemed like that he was a highly trained individual. He's been in this situation before, and he knew how to execute, and he didn't hesitate, and he knew what he was doing. This is why I'm asking. Do we know anything about this? And does this justify any of the things that were pushed back before?
I haven't heard anything about that officer in particular, but I've known many SROs. Like I've worked in schools for 35 years. There have been times where I had to work closely with SROs. I was in a school shooting, and I had to guard one of the entrances while it was happening. When I say guard, my job was to look through a glass door, and if somebody was coming, like go tell somebody. My job wasn't to like do any combat or anything like that. But I was in one of those situations, and so I had many conversations with SROs over the years, and specifically like after that incident at my school, and at the school that I was working at the time, and I can tell you that for me, like in the present situation, whatever other solutions I'm in favor of, red flag laws top of the list. One of them is I want more SROs in schools. We had one, and then we had like multiple security officers who were not armed that are just, like, the type, like,
that would be called recon security in security parlance.
Yeah, people who are not cops
like
but handle kids and stuff like that. I would like to have 3 actual SROs armed at all times on any campus that I work in. That's what
depending on the size of the campus, yes. If you, for example, the school I went to, my graduating class was 2,000 kids. Yeah, you need SROs, a lot of SROs for that. But I now live in a town of 22,000 where the average school size is about 500. 2 SROs would be more than enough for the size of that school.
Yeah, that school that I was at during the shooting was a school of 2,000. So I would like to have had 3 SROs posted at different ends of the school, 2 of which were, on active duty at any given time, like, and then while the 3rd was on break or something like that. That's what I would like. But also, I was lucky in that we were one of those weird experimental schools where you have to like win the lottery to get to go there in that district, because you got to like you got to have a specialty in that school. And so the purpose of that school was to give you like to give you like job skills so that you could get a job like straight out of school. So for instance, if you were a medical specialist, then you got to graduate high school as and be an EMT straight away or straight out of high school, for instance. And one of the specialties that you could get was law enforcement. And so as a result, we had 3 to 5 teachers who were former cops and who like they would actually, many of them were like would just teach for a couple of years and then go off and go be a cop again. So they were not like a cop 30 years ago, like, but very actively recently cops. And so I felt much better having those people on campus, and they were allowed to bring their guns in because they were still like certified as cops or whatever. So I think instead of having like a vet come in, which, I take Jack's point, and I think I've had multiple friends who are vets who had like various issues as well. I wouldn't be comfortable with just any old vet like being able to just come in with a gun.
It would have to be somebody like I'm like, and I understand Jack's point. It's not like a 1-for-1 thing. Like there are some folks that it would be a perfect job for.
Yeah,
there's some folks there
qualified vets, right?
Yeah,
I think that was implicit
because like there's one that I always think of, like, because this just take me just a few seconds. Is in my elementary school, our gym teacher was a guy who I won't say his name. He's still kicking, actually. He's still alive. He was a Marine Corps drill instructor during the Korean War. And like that's one motherfucker that I would probably trust.
Legal meth.
Well, like that's one guy that I would trust to have 1911 hanging on his side for such an issue. But not every teacher I would. But like, and so it's one of those things like there isn't going to be a one size fits all because there's all these small schools. But Parallax, I cut you off, sir, and we got a big guest coming.
There's a couple of things. First of all, the fellow who's been typing in chat, what's his name here? He said something really important here. It's not entirely about head count. It's about points of ingress and egress. So my graduating class was only 397, which was large, but we had probably 5 entrances on the ground level and 2 on the second level. Now most of them were locked most of the time. But if you were coming in armed, I don't think you give a fuck about locks, right? So I think when you're talking about points of ingress and egress, I think that's a really relevant thing to think about in terms of like operational security. But in terms of prescriptive things, I don't think we have to go so far as to just ban guns or take guns away. I think Australia, we could take parts of what they did, not do the whole thing. So why not offer every year a tax incentive to turn in some of your guns, one of your guns, each gun you turn in, whatever the situation is. And then you can do it of your own volition. And we can disincentivize owning them instead of banning them. I think there's middle ground here.
Interesting. Like somebody like me, like I don't think it as a necessary good that we should want to disincentivize owning a firearm, because like to me, like I believe rights are the necessary conditions of one's proper existence, and it is a necessary condition of yours, mine, anybody else's proper existence to be able to repel threats to themselves and their loved ones. And so to me, like I think that's a just necessary piece of equipment in a modern world. Now, oh shit, hang on here. There we go. Now, gentlemen, I don't know, repeal the NFA. Based chicken. Based. How we doing this evening? Oh, my screen's going crazy. All right, now I'm back to regular. Gentlemen, we have a very special guest coming on that wants to weigh in on this of all topics. I was curious of it, but we have with us the current Scrotus, the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, folks. We have, yes, Joseph R. Biden. Joe, welcome. How are we doing, Joe? What do you have there? What? No, Joe, not ice cream. No, Joe, no, don't. Joe, don't eat the ice cream. What the fuck?
Joe, we're live. We're live, Joe.
If only your co-host were here to see this moment.
I know. If only Tony could see it.
Look, I've been a politician for 90 years. The only thing I know is Ray-Bans and ice cream. Okay, that's a real quote.
Man, the president suddenly has a very strange accent.
I'd like to hear you
Why
do
do
a better,
you
Joe
like Bill
Biden.
Clinton?
Jesus Christ. So
Yeah.
I'm here in the flesh talking to you.
Yeah, I was about to say that there,
Billy
Joe,
Bob Thornton.
you're starting to sound a bit like Jimmy Carter and Bill Clinton had a love child. Go back to your Delaware
It's more
accent.
I
like
could
Being
see
weird.
that actually. I could see Joe being that love child. Yeah, sorry. I mean,
So, Joe, what's your prospects for the 2024 election? Are you going to run? Because you're going to be like 130,000 years old. What do you think about that?
Bro, he is
Yeah, I'm
gonna
ban
walk.
the
He ain't
AR-15.
running for shit.
100% gonna ban it. You're never gonna see it again. Gonna take it. We're gonna melt it down. We're gonna turn it into, I don't know, jungle gyms and stuff. Sorry,
so that,
what the fuck I meant. But okay.
Just sounds sleepy. Stop with the accent, dog.
I'm sorry. What did you just say to me?
I feel. I'm talking to Hank Hill, not Joe Biden. What the fuck?
Hey, look.
Get me a beer, Joe.
Joe knows how to pander to the Southerners. It's just like Obama, even though he was born in Hawaii, raised internationally, and spent the majority of his life in Chicago, Illinois, he still speaks with a slight Southern accent. That is
Just
called
because I'm the
pandering,
most
folks.
popular president in history doesn't mean I know about propane and propane accessories.
Now that matches a lot more.
Propane,
I also
propane.
don't have an ass, just like Hank Hill. So Hunter
Yeah,
can
you
snort
do.
coke off of it.
Yes, you do, Joe. His name is Hunter.
No, he's just snorting coke off of
Oh,
it. It's nice and flat. It'd be a good surface.
Joe, your beloved son Hunter, he makes you proud every day, doesn't he?
Oh, did you see today? Or it was one of the days. It ended in a Y. There was a picture on the thing with the screen and the numbers, the letters.
The internet?
Yeah, but you know the thing. He had a picture of one
On
of the
his
Obama's
laptop
credit
he left
cards.
in that shop.
He found one of the Obama's credit cards. I'm sure he returned it. That was so nice of him. What a
Hey,
great guy.
I'm
So,
sure he
Joe,
didn't chalk nothing up with it.
what do you have
No.
to say from the detractors that say that you're a little delusional, you're getting old, and you like to lick, young people's hair? What do you think? What do you say about that?
Look, however I treat COVID, that's my business. Look, we're all triple vax, triple boosted. Look, I'm just saying, I'm taking extra precautions.
Fair enough. So while you're licking these kids' hair, are you wearing your mask?
Well, look. Who are we to say?
He's
What,
clearly
you're
wearing
telling
a
me
mask,
you've never sniffed or licked a kid? Come on.
Most of us can say no.
Absolutely not.
I disavow. Hold on. I just need to make this very clear.
That he doesn't.
No, never.
Nada. Zippo and zilch.
That sounded less clear.
So how do you expect to pull the Southern vote this time around?
I'm doing
With
the
this
fucking
accent.
accent, aren't I? Isn't that enough?
Yeah, I think that's it.
I got that one from Obama. He taught me how.
All right.
My man's favorite restaurant is Panda Express. Listen to him.
Damn right. It's not even
Are
a
you
bear.
gonna put,
Not
are you
even
gonna
a real
put
bear.
hot
Did you
sauce
know
in your
that?
purse too? You can
It's
put
not
hot
even a real
sauce in your
bear.
purse too.
Panda, it's more like a marsupial.
Put some hot sauce in your purse, Hillary.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
What,
I'm
like
trying to help you
wasabi?
get the Southern vote and the black vote.
Oh, all right.
You
I
need
got
hot
that
sauce in
shit
your
on
purse.
lockdown. That's why. Look, I got that. I got this on lockdown. I'm hip. I'm jive. I know how to talk to the American people. I'm the most popular president in history. Didn't you see it? 800 billion people voted for me in 2020. And mind you, I won re-election in the midterms landslide. Ran unopposed. Nobody would even dare oppose me in the midterms.
Now, what's your favorite kind of ice cream?
Well, tonight I've got, what do I got here? I got cookies and cream. But Nancy's got a great variety of Ben and Jerry's. I like to go over there and eat
Now,
some of hers. And Kamala likes to go over to take her husband over to my house so that her husband can eat my wife's face.
Can you tell me a little bit? Can you tell me a little bit about your wife, Joe? Who's your wife?
Yeah, it's my sister, Jill Biden.
Is she? Does she do anything in particular for work?
Yeah, she's the DR in the dot. I think that means she goes to the hospital.
I thought she was Dominican Republic. I didn't know.
Oh shit! I didn't know that she was foreign.
All right, my final joke is that the entire broadcast prayers haven't been working. Take that fucking headline down.
Yeah,
No?
that's a little bit of a.
Joe?
What? Who?
No, you.
Why is he bald in the back?
Because Joe really is bald in the back.
Joe
You ever seen that motherfucker from behind?
Joe
Yeah.
literally
Oh, over here. Ray-Bans and ice cream, folks. That's what I know. Did you see I had my George W. Bush moment? You remember when he was reading to the kids? When they told him about 9/11? Yeah. Well, when they asked me about the Nashville shooting, I talked about sunglasses and ice cream like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually not what happened. It was a completely different conversation, and you hadn't been asked that question, Joe. But your
That's
dementia's
literally
kicking in,
exactly
so
what
I would
happened.
understand why you
After
forgot that.
No, that's exactly
actually, it
how
was
I
completely
opened.
separate.
I thought it'd be good.
The
to open with
conversation
a
was
joke.
actually not about that at all.
Yeah, loosen
I
up the
understand
room.
that with your dementia.
Okay,
it's running
Parallax, he
together for
has
you, old man.
Alzheimer's. Go easy on him.
I know. I'm
Most
trying to
popular
help him
president in
remember it.
history, pal. Can't argue with these facts.
That agreed. I'll leave you there. Keep going.
Last question. This jacket here. Did you get this from the Sears catalog in 1986?
Somebody probably did, but I got this at the Goodwill because I'm a man of the people. I shop at the Goodwill as well. I like to get out there. I like to talk to the average voter and see how my polling numbers are doing. And I tell you what, we're averaging this on a golf score through the roof. I'm hitting birdies on every hole. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I feel that.
Business fraud, by the way, Phil.
Oh, that's what Trump's being indicted for?
Yeah.
Just as broad as you can possibly make it. So.
That fucking Cheeto man's going down. We're going to put him behind bars. He's going to serve hard time. It's going to be fantastic.
Hey,
Where did you hear that?
actually, I was going to say, Joe, I got to say, Alan Bragg is not a brave nor a bold man. He wouldn't have done any of this unless he had certain assurances. That wouldn't have happened to come from you, did it, Joe?
You just said a bunch of words, and I only understood about half of them. I've got some stairs I've got to go trip up those. So it was good having me on. Thanks again for letting me give you my wisdom. And
Joe,
most popular
enjoy your
president
only
history,
term.
folks.
Enjoy your only term, Joe.
Stars and stripes, bitches. You can play me out, motherfucker. Where's it at? Where's my song?
Let's say, Master.
What a fucking joke.
Tony, you missed him again.
What happened?
How does this happen?
I
God,
stepped
it's
out
like
for 1 second.
it's like He-Man and Adam are like the Power Rangers and those underpaid actors that never really
Like
made much off the
me
show.
and Batman.
Pretty much same thing. Exactly.
So mysterious. It's just always missing.
Tony, one of these days you're gonna run into him though. So, but no,
I hope
so-
not. I don't want to trip.
I've been hearing my vote. He said all the right things. All right, look, this guy right here, he's on
does.
point.
In fairness, Tony, you probably would have remembered that those were actually two separate conversations that he had the other day, where the first one had nothing to do with the shooting that he got clip chimped out of. You probably wouldn't have made that mistake.
Right, except for the fact that George Bush was also reading to kids when they told him about 9/11. Things change while you're doing other things. And when things changed while he was doing other things, his response was ice cream and sunglasses. But it's cool.
Yeah, that's how that happened. You go. You
It
guys.
is actually.
You
if
tell
you
your
go
narrative.
look at it.
Yeah.
All
go
right.
ahead, spin your
Well,
narrative.
no,
dog.
actually, folks,
Not a narrative. You
You-
can watch it.
you
unfold
folks
in real time.
can actually look it up for yourself and find out who is right. Parallax and Tony, come back next week to Hazard Analysis Episode 3 and let either one of these know who gets it shoved up their ass. So, like, and that's what the internet's all about here, folks. So, yes, like, let us know next week. And, like, fuck it. That's the fun way to do this. So,
Look in that crystal
God
bottle.
damn it.
It's me,
Ooh. Oh no! Oh,
Phil
that's
Gin.
unfortunate.
Oh,
Yes, let's make Phil make the baby face again. I want to see it.
Yes, I love.
I'm here
it.
for it.
The baby
Baby
face.
face.
Yeah, that face when you get the kid the vegetables, and he's like,
It's,
I wanna
it's
see
the
that
same.
again.
It's the same face my 2-year-old daughter makes when you like scold her for something, and she
Yes.
gets emotionally damaged by it.
Yes, that I didn't
Yo,
see it.
if someone super chats you $5, I'll drink a shot of this rum straight out the bottle.
Ho, ho, ho.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna give him 30 seconds to do it because in this amazing promo, oh, God damn it, I'm sweating gin now,
If you want to
folks.
see two fat men make an ugly face, $10.
Ooh, hey, there you go. I mean, that's like the best deal in the history of ever, folks. Just like liking, sharing, subscribing right here to Hazard Analysis on YouTube, the new show in the big bucking empire. And also be sure to check out me and Tony this weekend for WrestleMania. It's going to be fucking awesome. Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, place to be. But folks, may you make your way through this life, and of course, back here to Hazard Analysis, happy, healthy, and much the wiser.
Babyface!
Why?
Because you love it.
Who invented gin? I need to know who to blame. That's
It's so funny. You make a face like it's scotch. Like,
Scotch
would
is
be
delicious.
gin.
I'm
Gin
actually
has no
drinking
flavor.
Irish whiskey tonight, so that's pretty close to Scotch.
Yeah, I like JMO.
Oh, this is Jameson triple. This is
The
better
best
than
Jameson.
any fucking Irish, like almost any Irish
Jameson.
whiskey you will ever have.
JMO Silver's pretty good.
Oh, okay. I need to take a drink after that.
God damn it. I'm trying to post something.
So, we got a little more ground to cover, and oh, fuck, T, we might get into hour 3. I might be taking more gin. But for this particular topic,
Hang on.
oh, fuck you. Tony, post a link for it.
Post a link. I'll make him drink.
Oh, son
There
of a...
you go.
Oh, hey!
I
there we
think
go.
that was for Parallax, Phil, not you.
Oh, okay. Thank Christ. But while somebody sends that in for the Buy Me Coffee,
I have to
hopefully for
say-
you, Parallax, it's time for this particular topic. Guns in
Thank
America,
you for the
national
raid. Are you
shooting,
feeling
and
adventurous? Thank
the
you.
future of
You're the
how
shit.
our nation's going to look in this regard. It's time for the hazard and the analysis. Osiris the wise, Osiris the great, Osiris of the chewing on crackers, or whatever it is you're having.
No. First of all, these are not
Christ.
crackers. Don't disrespect the chicharrones.
Okay.
Con habaneros, okay?
Thought you were just
No.
like having like club crackers on, but okay.
No. Do I look white? Do you? Come on. Anyways.
Fair.
I mean, you kind of sound white sometimes, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
okay.
fine.
Are
That's
you
fine.
talking about
I'll-
people who
I'll-
can't
I'll take
dance?
that.
What?
I'll take
I was
that.
about to say, like, I got a box of chicken and biscuit crackers, and that's the
Chicken and
whitest
biscuit
crackers.
cracker. What the fuck is
You've
that?
not- hang on.
Okay, it's all club crackers or Ritz. I'm sorry. Those are
Listen,
the only two.
We all know club crackers can't dance. Wait, what?
He actually went to go find his club crackers.
No, he went to go find his chicken and biscuit thing.
Oh,
chicken.
for God's sake.
Wait, he has chicken and biscuit crackers. Is that
Yeah,
a thing?
yes, it's a thing. It's white.
They're
it's
amazing.
Not even. They're
Just-
not
just-
even that
just-
good.
Fuck you, they are goddamn awesome.
Wait, they didn't even spell biscuit right. I'm offended.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't
They're
care,
not
but
that good.
fuck you, Tony. That's what I had to say.
They're not that good.
Fuck you and anybody who even sounds like you, Tony. No, these
That
are
is-
fucking amazing.
That is the most I eat gravy with a spoon product I have ever seen.
And what's wrong with gravy from a spoon, motherfucker? Oh wait, it's like
No, I mean, like dead
all of my
serious.
sandwiches have mayonnaise.
Chicken biscuit
That's-
crackers. The only thing you could eat that would make you whiter, Phil, would be tzatziki flavored Triscuits.
Oh my
Shit, I don't have any of
No.
those in the house.
Not the fucking squeezed cheese straight from the can.
Well,
cracker at all.
no. We're not going white trash here. We were just going for the epitome of white. Sorry.
I don't have any 7-Up in my fridge either, so I'm sorry. I'm a little off.
Imagine
But
that.
so, all right. The hazard and the analysis. Osiris the wise, Osiris the educating me on snack foods. What do you think is the hazards and the analysis going forward?
Oh shit!
I think the hazard is pretty obvious because we just keep going through the same loop as Americans. School shooting happens, everybody's irate. We forget about it in a week, 2 weeks, maybe 3, and nothing actually gets done. The latest polls have shown that Americans and Republicans and Democrats all agree that there should be things that need to be done. I think and this is another situation where the politicians are not mirroring what the general public are saying. The general public is saying we need things done. Republicans are doing their thing. Democrats are doing their thing, and spinning their narratives. And actually, nothing's being done. I think I hold the unpopular opinions that if you're going to have guns, you're going to have to accept a certain amount of risk and responsibilities. School shootings are not the number 1 cause of deaths. They're not in the number 10 cause of deaths. They're not the number 20 cause of deaths. They're not. It's a blip in the map of shootings in America. What are the number 1 things? Gang violence, domestic violence, suicides. These are the things that we need to be focused on if we want to actually put a dent in gun violence in America. And as terrible it is to have kids being shot, trust me, I have 7 kids. I know. I've had 1 kid die of SIDS. I know what it means to have a child die. This is not the
Sounds
thing.
like another one's dying in the background
They're-
right now.
Well, it's okay if they're killing each other, right? That's kid-on-kid violence. We accept that, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Tony, you've got 4. You understand a little too well.
I'm just saying, dog. You talk about lost one. I'm like, you gonna lose another one. You better get away from this fucking.
No.
screen.
Like, kid-on-kid violence is perfectly okay.
Nah, when you got multiple kids, that's normal.
Yeah.
Tony just tuned it out. He didn't even hear it.
That's probably why I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I just assumed it was coming from upstairs.
No,
I knew who's.
I just think that this is a terrible situation. It's one of those things, right? There's not a real answer for this problem. There's no legislative answer. There's no moral answer. There's no ethical. There's no answer for this problem. The real answer for the problem is that we just change as human beings, and squash the upper levels of the ethical and moral problems that we have with guns. We need to get I think it's perfectly fine. I've grew up with guns. I know a lot of people here have grown up with guns. It's perfectly okay to have guns and not to have people shoot people in this way. These are obviously mentally disturbed people. This is a separate problem from the gun part, because I think that if these people didn't have guns, they'd be killing people otherwise. I don't know. It just seemed like there's no real answer to this, and I think we need to step back and realize that, and then realize that there's bigger problems to be solved. You can you can stick your finger in the dike and hope to stop the flood, but you know what? You're still gonna fucking drown. This is not the thing to be focused on. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering. So would that be the analysis, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Jacanadar, what do you think is the hazard and the analysis? And I'll even mute my mic for you.
Okay. Well, I mean, honestly, Osiris kind of stole my thunder with that because it is a change in culture that we need, not even really a horrible change in policy, with the exception of we do need indiscriminate background checks on every gun sale, which will limit this quite a bit because people who are on those can't purchase a gun list won't be able to purchase one if they have to go through a background check every time they want to purchase a gun. Now, that won't eliminate all the problems, but god damn it, and we can minimize some of it. Like, in all honesty, I don't think we are ever going to completely get rid of this problem due to the fact that we do have an overall gun culture. And I don't think that gun culture is a horrible thing. I think when it's taken to the point of near fetishization, like the ammosexuals do, that is what we need to change. If we can eliminate that from our culture, we probably will have the same number of school shootings as other gun-heavy countries that don't have them, like Switzerland.
Okay. Parallax, the hazard and the analysis.
The hazard is that because once again, and this time I'm really looking at this hypercritical of left-leaning media sources. The hazard is that once again we have highlighted the shooter. We have not highlighted the victims. We have made another person famous who should not have been made famous. And we have politicized the issue once again. And so, as everyone else has said, and it's going to be parroted, we're not going to do anything about it. Frankly, most of the time, I love back and forth discourse and debates. This is one of those topics that at some point, all of the logic in the world just isn't going to get me out of we have to fucking do something. If it's cultural change, then it's cultural change, and it has to start from every level, whether it's gun culture, violence culture, whether it's the way we portray guns and how cool they are in Hollywood and celebrating mobsters, whether it's changing the violence in general and how it's presented to us. I don't care what the fucking changes are, but I'm sick and tired of talking about it for 2 days and doing nothing. And we say this every time too, and it's tired. And I have a 3-year-old, and I'm scared shitless of sending her to school, and I shouldn't be, because the reality is it's a very low statistical likelihood that she's going to go through this process. But every single time it happens, we make it a political national issue, we make the shooter famous, and then we do nothing. So we need to either shut the fuck up and focus on the things that my friend above me mentioned, the things that are leading to more death in this country, or we can talk about it and do something about it. But no in between anymore. This shit's got to stop. And everybody agrees. The majority of the country is willing to fucking meet in the middle. Let's get our representatives to represent us. Vote these fuckers out, man. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm scared my kid's going to die.
Clean sweep Congress and Senate. I'm all about it. Let's go.
Unfortunately, Parallax, like that is something that any parent has that fear when they send their kids.
I want to drink another shot. Someone
If you're
donate
not,
another $5.
if you're not, you don't have your head in the game. Aiko, you have been stoically like a monk, quiet for this, and I'm curious, what is your hazard and analysis, sir?
It's interesting that you say monk, because
Thank you for the follow.
I heard a priest say the other day that recount the story of Moloch in the Bible. And Moloch is a god that you are supposed to sacrifice your children to on a fairly regular basis. It's a very steep price that gets made in order to sacrifice to Moloch. And he was talking about, not about guns, because he owns guns himself, this particular priest, but about the gun culture that's been described on the panel here by a couple of panelists. And he said, basically, that gun culture is now the modern day Moloch. It is demanding the lives of our children. And I'd like to think that the risk is statistically low because it is, compared to other risks like with medical interventions and things like that. but it's a risk that's rising over time. And so I think what we need to do is look not just at where we are on the trend line, but where the trend line's going. It was not statistically low enough for me to not be in a shooting when it happened at a school. And let me say, by the way, I've also been to I go to about 30 different school buildings per year for debate tournaments on a regular basis. And often I'll park like in the back. So it's very difficult to sort of like walk around the school to come in through the front the way you're supposed to. So I'll go right up to one of the back doors. I'll knock on that back door and some kid will just open the door for me and let me in. And for 35 years, that's been happening. So this ingress egress thing, like, yeah, you can lock all of the doors, but as long as somebody from the inside is able to get out, which is still the case in every school, like limiting ingress and egress like doesn't seem to be a solution. I think the solution maybe is to stop worshiping Moloch.
So yeah, I'm cool with that. But also, just to be clear, when I referred to ingress and egress, I meant with SROs. I was pairing the two, just so we're clear.
Sure, yeah, but I mean, any student can open a door from the inside, whether it's locked or not.
Tony G, the hazard, and then the analysis.
I'll keep it simple. The hazard is the same hazard that we've been seeing since 1999 when Columbine became a thing. If you keep glorifying these people and talking about them nonstop on multiple channels of news coverage 24/7, talking about the dangers, talking about the fallout, talking about it, if you keep putting these people on a pedestal, if you keep putting them up on this this martyr-like painting, a mural for all the media to put out to the public, that's the problem. Because when Columbine happened, it was new, it was different, we didn't know how to react to it. The problem was we overreacted to it. And I'm not saying that to be insensitive. I'm saying that because the way that the country reacted to that tragedy, unfortunately, made a lot of other mentally unstable people see the attention that those fucking psychopaths got. And that ultimately and eventually led to many other people being inspired in the wrong fucking way. And we have never stopped glorifying these situations. Sure, we talk badly about them, and we talk about mental health, and we talk about gun violence, and we talk about all this stuff, and we send all the thoughts and prayers, but we never stop glorifying it. We never stop putting these people on a pedestal, and it's never going to actually reduce these things if we don't stop doing that. The news should just not talk about it. And I say news with the air quotes. And the analysis is real simple. I'm going to always go back to this quote from Terminator 2. It's in your nature to destroy yourselves. And that's always going to be the case, whether it be a gun, whether it be a bomb, whether it be a knife, whether it be a car, whether it be fisticuffs. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, the human psyche is ingrained in harming each other.
Oh, well done. Well done, T. I'm going to say that the hazard is pretty obvious. The hazard is our children. The hazard is the safety of our children. There's nobody here that wants our children to be less safe. And, you know, Aiko, you were talking about something a little earlier where some of your own personal experiences, I'm not going to say what year, but there was a time when they found some kid with a big goddamn arsenal at my kid's school. And it was a big deal, lockdown, you know. Now, the thing is, to the kids, it's glum humdrum. They just talked about it like they were describing Minecraft. But like, I don't know if any of you have ever seen The Silence of the Lambs, where Hannibal Lecter's talking to a mother and it's like, you know, when they amputate somebody's limb, sometimes they say they can still feel it tickle. Well, tell me something, Ma. When your child's laying on the slab, where will it tickle you? And me, I felt the tickle right here, just right here inside, like that. Like I just felt it like crushing inside. And so I have felt this before personally. And that is the hazard, that every parent has that sinking feeling in their gut. The analysis is going back to something that I said at the very beginning of this topic and never really got a response to. And it goes back to all those years of the Virginia Tech shooting when I said the exact same thing and never got a response to it then either, other than shrugged shoulders, because there is nothing. When I said, what could have possibly stopped this shooter other than another armed individual? That's it. The unfortunate reality is that the only thing that is going to stop violence and evil is somebody that's willing to meet it with just as much violence in defense. That is the unfortunate reality of our species. That has been our reality since we left Babylon. That will be our reality after we explore the stars. And so that is the unfortunate reality of the duality of humanity, is our ability to be angels and demons. Every one of us. And so with that, we close out this particular topic. So before we move on to something that I've been wanting to get into here, I unfortunately...
You got 2. Yeah, you got 2. Yeah. That's pretty cool, right?
That gives me
Make it a double.
All
right. Thank you, Aiko. Now, the next topic we're going to get into is something that I've been wanting to get into with Jacanadar here. Let me pour this particular shot here. God damn it. And then let me set the table here. And then Jacanadar, I promise you, I'm not even going to interrupt your intro here. So
I'll even turn off the game.
Yeah, I like how everyone's like, yeah, right.
I even turned off my game.
Don't tell me no shit I can't believe on acid, Phil. Okay, like
all night.
Hey, no, he did mute himself and let me get through my whole analysis. So
that was nice.
Okay, this is gonna be real bad. This is gonna be bad. All
right, zoom in on Babyface. Zoom in on Babyface.
We don't need to zoom in on
yes, let's do it.
Like the ultimate bitter beer face. Yeah, this is a lot of gin, folks. It is with a great amount of chagrin, but to make all of you beautiful folks at home grin, that I take this way too excessive shot of gin. Fuck this shit!
In your throat.
Oh. Gotta swallow. There you go.
Swallow like a Catholic virgin.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Gonna drink that gin. All right.
I'm putting this on my bucket list. I gotta hang out with Phil K.O.E. We're gonna have a drink night. You know,
it's not all it's cracked up to be. I'm just
Hey Tony, you shut your whore mouth. This will be
a lot. Maybe I'm just burned out.
Phil, do you like the strip clubs?
Yeah, it's kind of like when you asked me a little earlier another question. I'm like, oh, you don't want to hear what little old me has to say about all that.
Okay, we'll put that on the back burner. Right?
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I'd love to answer that question for him, but I won't.
You've already answered it.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. But all right, Jacanadar, our good pal Jacanadar. Now, there's something that we've discussed many times, and you mentioned a few times that you are a communist, not a Marxist.
Yes.
And much like something that Aiko pointed out, that for on the right, saying that you're a liberal or a leftist, but not this or that, to most folks on the right, a socialist, a communist, and a Marxist, that's sort of like the difference between a goth and emo and a vampire kid. Like, sure, amongst themselves, it seems like a big difference, but to everybody on the outside, it just looks like a bunch of sad kids with way too much eyeliner. And so, like, yeah, I got him to laugh. Yes, I fucking did it, motherfucker. Woo! I fucking broke the statue. All right, so what I'm wondering is there a way, like, this is a little bit of a, instead of a coffee mug, it's a whiskey glass, change my mind. Can you make this right-winger think there's a meaningful difference between Marxist, communist, and socialist? And more importantly, I'm curious, what is it that to you says I'm a communist but not a Marxist? And now that I've set that table for you, good sir, I will not interrupt Your opening statement, so help me God. It's going to be painful, but I will not.
Okay, well, to explain the differences first. Marx was somebody who was evaluating the human condition and evaluating past human states that we had lived in antiquity to potentially come up with a concept that would be an antithesis to capitalism. I am vastly oversimplifying for this. However, he was evaluating previous thinkers, and he corrupted a lot of their ideology with his own biases. So when you're talking about a Marxist is somebody who is absolutely held within the ideology of Karl Marx, or that more often than not, they call themselves Marxist-Leninists, and therefore they are the weird amalgamation between Lenin and Marx. And let's be honest, the only way you can be a Marxist-Leninist in today's world is to ignore history. A communist, on the other hand, has existed since antiquity. Technically, even Plato wrote about it in his Republic. The first communist society that he is describing is a fellow Greek nation state that existed and was eventually gobbled up by a militaristic neighbor. But until they were actually attacked by the militaristic neighbor, they had lived in harmony for 4 generations, which in that time period was significant. Considering time, 4 generations at that time was about 85 years, and that was actually enough to change entire nation-state policy. So when you're talking communist, you're talking about the communal living of each person being a contributor to that society in whatever way that they are actually applicable within their talents, but everybody getting what they need, i.e., food, shelter, and medicine. That's not everything. There's still barter, there's still trade, etc. But the necessities are met so that you aren't worried about starving in the street while you add to society, be an artist or a carpenter or what have you. Now, socialism is where it gets complicated, because there are so many different flavors of socialism. I'd be here all night if I tried to explain them all. Socialism is what I describe as communism light. I mean, honestly, and I don't mean that as a denigration of it. It's just, it is the half step between capitalism and communism, because of the simple fact that it is trying to, when it was conceived, fit within the material conditions of its era. Now, this is the 1950s. This is the time period when the West saw some of the greatest economic growth in world history, and the East was getting a little bit of trickle down in Southeast Asia, but Russia was largely stagnating within itself. They had a lot of technological growth, but they didn't have a lot of economic growth. So it's one of those things where they were trying to take the good parts of socialism and the good parts of capitalism and create that hybrid that you and I have talked about so many times, Phil. Unfortunately, they failed. And the reason that they failed is because they failed to take into the reality of that you can't have a true socialist society if you were competing with capitalistic neighbors. You were always going to be functioning under capitalism in that amalgamation, which is why me, being the more futurist communist that I am, I actually believe that it's going to be a hybridization of all 3 systems, because I don't believe we're ever getting rid of capitalism, at least not in anybody who's living today's lifetime. Not even my youngest grandson, who is a year and a half right now. It's one of these things that capitalism could not be phased out in any kind of a short time frame without extreme bloodshed. And as somebody who's been to war, that's not something I want. So Roddenberry and Orson Scott Card are 2 fiction writers who are also extremely well-read philosophers. But funnily enough, Orson Scott Card, a devout Mormon. Roddenberry, a devout atheist. I mean, but they both came to the same conclusion that this hybridized system of communism will be the overall progenitor that wins in the end, because of the simple fact that as the nations come together in a more globalist society due to the need of infrastructure and intermingling of markets, because of the fact that very few nations have the resource wealth to be truly self-sufficient, that you will have to hybridize so that there's less clash as the systems meet in the overlap. Now, they both hypothesize a one world government is necessary for this to eventually come into fruition. I personally also agree. This is, again, why I also believe that it won't ever be in my lifetime. Now, Orson Scott Card does it in a way that I think you will like a little bit better than Roddenberry's form. Orson Scott Card actually had a hegemon arise. All the nations still had their national governments, and they still, for the most part, operated how they damn well pleased. But there was a global hegemon that eventually went out through a series of conflicts and wars that that basically dictated that there will be no more. Basically, the ultimate personification of the international rules-based order. You will not invade another country. You will not change borders. The only reason for warfare is if absolute fucking necessity, meets it, and then your forces will come under the command of the hegemon, and we'll go stomp it out together, as the international force, to create the overall feeling of brotherhood that we get within the military. This force would be drawn from all nations of the world. And on voluntary basis, mind you, it would be volunteers from each member nation, which is in a one world government, all member nations. Now, they both drew from the two citations I pulled into the chat here, which is the Pythagorean Communism, Transactions and Proceedings of American Psychological Association. This is a 1944 treatise that was written by Edwin Manar, that he had been a lifelong scholar of Pythagoras, if I remember correctly. And he actually went through that Pythagoras actually lived in the nation state that Plato eventually is describing. And Ensign Russell, who is Russell Ensign, rather, who was an autodidactic individual who eventually got an honorary doctorate for his understanding of political science, so on and so forth. Now, that one is actually talking about Platonic communism. Again, his representation of the original communist state, which is circa
the city of pigs.
Essentially, yes. I mean, he because of the way he hyperbolizes, yes, he never actually names the nation state. But yes, that is where we were going, and thank you for that, because you just capped it off nicely, Rich.
Yeah, I love Plato.
I didn't interrupt. That was
No,
I didn't.
No, but he
Wait a
literally
minute. That was the cap? That was where you landed the fucking plane? What was the flight path, Amelia Earhart? No one found you. Where are you? What the fuck is the difference? You did not illustrate that.
Okay, no, I explained the difference to begin with, and then I explained what I am. So you may not have understood what I am and asked questions on that, but the difference between Marxist, communist, and socialist are drastically different. A communist does not believe in the Marxist principles of an authoritarian state, vanguardism, and a few other fucking lovely little grenades in his ideology.
Yeah.
So well, hold on a second. Wasn't vanguardism against Marx?
Hold on. I want to bite the bullet to ML. Like, we don't need to discuss MLism. Nobody with a brain is a Marxist Leninist. So I don't think you established a.
Yes, I am. Hold on. Yes, I am very long-winded, Trey. I am very.
I don't think you established a very good delineated difference between, and the chat is echoing it as well. And maybe you did, Hold on. Hey, Jack, you didn't get interrupted. You didn't get it, motherfucker.
No, I will kill you. I'm saying I agree. I can say I didn't start the line.
Give me a Reader's Digest, your difference. Reader's Digest version. Not Marxism, the fucking...
Marxism relies on authoritarian force to imply its rhetoric as opposed to the actual rising
No, not Marxism.
tide.
Communism and socialism.
Well... when we're talking communism and socialism only, we're having to talk about the communism that people understand as existing today. And then therefore we're talking Marxism, because those are the primary forms of communism that have existed in governmental form within living memory.
But that wasn't the question, right? The question was, what's the difference between Marxism and communism?
Marxism, communism, and socialism.
Yes.
Like, what's the
All three.
meaningful difference? Like, and I like how Parallax, like, okay, imagine you're trying to sell this. What's the difference? And you're trying to tell this to, okay, I'm trying to think of somebody
Okay, I got it.
that you would
This guy.
imagine
You're trying to
attending
sell
a
it to
Trump
this guy.
rally. Okay.
Yeah, you're trying to sell it to this guy. Okay, man, if you're born with a penis, you're a man. And if you're born with a vagina, you're a woman. Sell him on the difference.
Or at least try to explain it to him. in
Can I
way
take
that
a
he
crack at it that only takes
It's
10
kind of like
seconds?
that movie Margin
yeah,
Call. It's
yeah.
like, explain it to me like I'm a small child
Because
or
I
a
gotta
golden
be honest,
retriever.
I love Jack, but I said somewhere about 85% through his Death Star trench run of a fucking explanation that I've never been more against communism in my entire life.
I've got a 10-second.
But that's because you
encapsulation.
dislike me. That you
Rocket,
see,
Rocket.
No, I
Then go
love
to-
you to pieces.
you know, I know. No, I
You
know.
just-
I know.
You just
I-
used
I'm
more words.
long-winded.
Now,
That was
look,
fucking
let me
a
tell you
Mr.
very
Girl
simply.
level essay of an explanation.
No,
Let me
I'm
tell you very
Tolkien
simply.
in my level of verbiage. Yes, I understand.
I can tell you in a way
Carsonian.
that's incredibly simplified. It's this.
Oh, I know
Marx
the
believed-
difference. I just want him to land the plane. Go ahead, please, Rich.
It's
Yes.
look, the difference between what because I've heard Jack explain like what he thinks like many times. And really the difference is Marx describes achieving communism through revolution, and Jack thinks that it can be done through evolution. That's it.
I mean, for the distinction between me and the Marxists, yes.
Right.
But going back to the distinction between general communists, the people who believe in what I would more colloquially refer to as evolved communism, people who aren't stuck in the previous rhetoric, and Marxists is the authoritarian measures necessary to implement it. Because when you're talking about the more general form of communism, it is actually the communal style of living that we actually had in early America, where the rising tide of your neighbor actually helped you because they would give you surplus fertilizer in that time in the form of manure, etc. We actually did have this time period from about 1780 to about 1812. This is what I'm pushing back more towards. Actually, more American traditional values where you help your neighbor, you help your community, etc. The only difference is you view your community more as a overall national scale as opposed to the people you can see on the next horizon.
All right, Tony, you had a question that you were wanting to give, and you're muted.
You're muted.
Damn it! It was so brilliant. Yeah, the meaning of life. He just.
No, I don't have a question. I actually just Googled it, and turns out that's way fucking easier. If you ask Google what's the difference between communism and socialism, it says the main difference is that under communism, most property and economic resources are owned and controlled by the state rather than individual citizens. Under socialism, all citizens share equally in economic resources as allocated by democratically elected government. People also ask, is socialism a form of communism? An early distinction between communism and socialism was that the latter aimed to only socialize production, while the former aimed to socialize both production and consumption in the free form of access to the final goods. And I'm adding this part, both are a fairy tale.
Hey! All right, so Tony, first of all, fuck you for cheating and going to Google. That's a bunch of
I'm sorry. I just wanted to wrap up the last 30 minutes. So
This is bullshit.
He should be going to
propaganda.
ChatGPT.
I am Russian bear. I will not listen to this bullshit propaganda. Okay, you American cannot
Russian
even
bear
define
blood.
difference. You American cannot even define difference between communism and socialism, and you want to tell me it is fairy tale? It is fairy tale.
No.
Well, hold on.
Tale?
I
You can't tell the difference.
I got something to say for this. So
You cannot tell
I
me
think-
the difference.
I-
It's not a fairy tale.
I think we live in
American.
an economic system that is the most. I'm sure you.
Oh, he wants it though.
He wants it. All right.
Oh, we all gotta take a drink.
American.
I think we need. I think our economic systems will change as we need them to change. Now, we do have a certain amount of socialism now in our democracy, and if things get more fair, if they do, I don't know if that's true because I don't have a lot of hope for humanity, to be honest with you at this point. But if they do get better, there might be more socialism as opposed to capitalism under the socialistic capitalistic system that there is. We absolutely live under a socialistic capitalistic system.
Yeah, it's called the Metaverse by Mark Zuckerberg.
You listen,
Okay, fair
Russian better tell you did not allow us. The West did everything they could to hinder us from achieving Marxism. It's bullshit.
Good.
Is anybody?
Unfortunately, Parallax, you sound less Russian and more like you're from fucking Holland with an.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
I don't
okay.
know.
Don't sound like who you're
I was
impersonating.
about to say, if he's
Be
going
a
to call
good
out the Joe
impression.
Biden accent, we gotta.
Right.
Listen,
You're
it
allowed
started
to
out
use
okay.
whatever
Okay?
accent you
Listen,
want.
You
it
did
started
okay
out
for the first couple of sentences, but as you kept going, you started to sound more and more like our friend
Oh.
Is anybody here?
So here's the reason. Here's the reason. I was espousing communism, which, as we know, gets you expelled from Russia, and you have to flee to other parts of Europe for a while. So I'm sorry, it just makes sense.
Or you end up like Trotsky and with a pickaxe in your
Is
head,
anybody
you
here
know?
opposed to the socialistic parts of the capitalistic system that we have, though, right now?
No, give me
100%.
more, give me more.
Here's the thing.
I want to hear their arguments against this.
Well, no, like
This is hot.
when you're saying socialist, like a lot of people make a very big mistake where they think anytime that an individual or a corporation just interacts with the government in one way or another,
No, when the government
that is
gives stuff-
socialism.
when they
But what
reincorporate-
we're really talking about is
capital.
when they're seizing the means of anytime the government seizes the means of production, I get a little trepidatious because there was a time back in the 70s where there was a legalized whorehouse in Nevada. The IRS had to take it over because they weren't paying their taxes right, and they couldn't even turn the government couldn't even turn a profit running a whorehouse. So I don't know
Does
if
that mean they seized the whores because they are the means of production?
they seized the whores
So
of production. Apparently,
Did they grab them
The
by the
whores were
pussy?
still there, but they just removed all lubrication.
so like
Okay,
yeah, when
they
you talk about the
grab them
means
by
of
let's talk about
production.
the obvious things: Social Security, the welfare programs, right? Are we opposed to this, or are we opposed
Well,
to the
do you
way
think
it's
that's
being-
socialism? Because that doesn't really sound like seizing the means of production, does it?
Jack, you got to check on the color saturation on your camera. Why you look like Homer Simpson right now?
That's
Looking
because
yellow as a motherfucker. You jaundiced?
No, it's because it's the only light I have on at the moment.
Ooh.
You looking jaundiced, my
If you
dude.
thought it was
crazy,
easy
fucking
for the
stuck.
government to fuck us over under capitalism, just wait until you see the U.S. government under fucking socialism.
Woo.
Wait, no, I'm not talking about socialism. I'm talking about the way it works now.
Insert ism that's not capitalism.
No, the way it works right now. Are we against Social Security? Are we against SNAP or food stamps? Or are we against?
Like I said, I don't think that's necessarily socialism because that's
No,
not
it's
seizing
not-
the means of
it's-
production.
it's the hybrid
not
thing that I'm
all-
talking
yeah.
about, though.
Yeah, and this is the hybridization that we talk about all the time.
So-
when we
so, like,
discuss
Well,
this.
no, I know what you're talking about.
So like what
Hybridization.
Jack
I'm
was
just kind
saying.
of pushing
So
back.
like what Jack was saying. If I heard correctly, I did step away. That there's going to be like there's like a a push and pull as it's needed in society. So if we go into the future where commodities are much easier to obtain, et cetera, we might have more socialistic parts of the capitalistic society as there is today. Are we against that? Like,
for example, more extreme automation taking the need for many laborers out of the market. For example,
No,
just one.
motherfucker, like healthcare.
Well, I just went to one
like,
that would
Jacander
that would make them happy. I agree.
Well, no,
healthcare
Jacander
is
does
coming.
raise a good point with automation because, like, I've seen it myself where a guy will install one robot in his facility and it eliminates 60 seasonal jobs like that, and they're never coming back. And
so-
I'm in agriculture. Automation is always a part of our.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Cyrus,
for example,
yeah.
well, I was about to say, for example, the combine harvester.
Okay,
that
Rich,
you
I'll let you
use
speak next.
with the shunt. That used to be done where you guys would basically lay it in rows, and then your laborers would come and then fucking harvest the fucking rows that it shunted out instead of putting it into big flatbeds and running next to you. Like that is how it used to be done when they were smaller and just pushed it off to the side. And that's what I'm getting at is like that the combine, how many laborers would it take to harvest all your corn if you cut it all down and they had to pick it up? How many laborers would it take, KOE?
Not that many if you're getting them from the NFL Combine. Why'd you bring that up?
Oh, sorry. I was reading the comments. What was your question, Jack?
If you had the antique style combine that would basically cut the corn and then just lay it off to the side so that you'd have to have somebody come and pick up the stalks, how many laborers would it take for your farm? Because I don't know your acreage, etc. So,
well, I'm just thinking back in the day.
We call them
automation hit. In order to harvest the seed
small.
crop with sorters and everything, like, I mean, Tony, you've driven by it a few times, like way back in the day, like it was probably like about 60, 80 people to make sure that the crop actually came in. Now with automation, we can do the whole thing with about 15.
Yeah, so you literally quartered your workforce necessity. And that's just a few pieces of equipment. If you start talking the corporate farms that have mass automation, they're doing the same acreage that you are with like 4 people. And they're working them to death. They're working them to death, mind you, but they're doing it with 4 people.
Osiris, yes.
Oh, that was your response.
Guess what?
Well, it made more sense at the time when I was trying to say it. But no, yes.
I did say I'd let you speak, but something,
we
Rich.
do want Social Security and SNAP and all of that. But guess who didn't want it when it was being introduced in the 30s? Guess who fought hard against Social Security and SNAP and things like that?
Poor people.
The communists. They were against it because they thought programs like that.
Same thing.
They thought programs like that would forestall the revolution and stop, the communist revolution from occurring. So, in fact, this is one of the reasons why communists and socialists aren't fans of liberals, because they see liberalism as the thing that stopped communism, socialism from coming into existence.
You know, actually, this is something that I've said many times. Tony hates this whenever I bring this up, but like when we really examine it, there is a truth here. Maybe there's something you can push back on, but there is a truth here. And with what you're talking about, because I've always said throughout all history, and give me just a moment to unpack this, but throughout all history, moderates have always been the enemies of real change. Whether that change is good or bad, the moderate will always be because the moderate kind of likes the status quo. And the best example of this, now this is an extreme example, but it really demonstrates it, was when we were trying to eliminate slavery in this nation. The abolitionists' greatest enemy that they had the biggest problem with, like the slaver was a pretty obvious enemy. You could see it. It wasn't hard to identify. Their biggest problem were the reformers, the people that said, we don't need to abolish slavery. That's too extreme. We just need to reform slavery, see to it that the slaves are beaten and raped less. And those were the abolitionists' biggest problem, were those moderates. And so
in this analogy, Tony is the reformist and you're the slave owner.
No, this is Phil's.
Well, no, I'm the abolitionist.
Word salad guilt
you're
into trying to convince people to not be moderates but to be conservative.
Yeah, the word salad is on the left. The word salad bar is on the left side of your screen.
No, the slavers were the Democrats back in the day. I hate to tell you.
They
were the Democrats
back then. Yeah, Democrats were conservative.
They wouldn't be what I'd call liberals.
And in 30 years, you're going to hear Democrats say, no, actually, we oppose mask and vaccine mandates. You're going to try and pull that presto changeo again.
No, the vaccine mandates will continue to be. You think Democrats are going to flip?
No, in 30 years, it'll be tremendously unpopular, and the Democrats will be like, no, we were totally against those, but the parties were switched back then. And they'll try to pull the same bullshit. They'll try to pull the same presto changeo bullshit that they did previously.
Yeah, he's arguing.
Hold on, this is a Republican narrative. This is the Republicans who said that they were going to.
Wait, I think we're conflating liberals and conservatives versus Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah,
because the Democrats were the conservatives back then.
You store all of your patience in your beard, Rich. It's just so full.
No, he has 30. He has 35 years.
You should store some in your head hair because it's really weird that you got a full ass beard and
I've
hair
dealt
with
with 13-year-olds for 35 years. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 35 years of
that prepared me for Twitch. Like it's perfect.
Yeah. because you run into a lot of people that are about the level of a 13-year-old.
Yeah,
on a lot of
yeah.
panels,
I'm
but
just
yeah,
saying, how do you
so-
have two
Top left
different
included.
types of hair on the same fucking head?
He's
That's
wondering
weird.
how
You
you
should
haven't
see the one
stressed
below the
one of them
belt.
out.
Because I'm
Oh!
younger up here than I am down here. Is that what you're saying?
Oh wait, wait. How
Yeah.
old?
Well,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on, dude.
Yeah.
You're Richard
Parallax,
Gere
how old are
on
you?
top,
How
Santa
old are you?
Claus on the
No,
chin.
wait. How old are you?
55.
No,
Jesus
Parallax.
your beard is
Parallax. How old is
73.
he?
Alex. Oh, I
I'm
don't know.
35. What up, son?
Son.
If he shaved that beard, he'd still look like it.
That's
I
why I
look like the
know.
world's
This is
largest
why.
love
This is
girl.
why I asked.
Hold on,
This is why I asked the
Osiris.
question.
You ain't gonna roast
Tony,
me
I've
better than I
seen-
do. I look like the world's largest
Wait, if I
love
take
girl,
my
bro.
head off, I have patches of gray hair. It just happens when you get old. That's why I know you're not old.
Well, no, I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
no,
point this
I'm
out.
30 yeah,
I
I'm
have seen a
35, bro.
picture of Rich with his beard shaved. No, I thought it was the dude like next to him. I didn't realize because they were both shaved. Like I thought it was the dude next to him. Like he looks totally different. It's wild.
Did you go, don't Homer when you realized you were wrong?
Oh, fuck off.
No,
Damn.
he's got more of a Homer Simpson, Glenn Quagmire thing going here because he's got the Hawaiian shirt, but he's got the Homer Simpson bald head and the yellow hue. So
You can do.
It's like they go see Barely just for you,
How do you-
Quagmire.
How do you keep flashing the color of that light and still end up yellow? You're actually Homer, dog.
Well, actually, I have been out.
No, you look
working
like
on my
Homer and
counter,
Ned
so-
Flanders had or Homer and his boss rather had a kid. Look at that nose.
Oh, Yank is back.
This is true. Iko Rich is the original Oak Ridge boy, says Trey Powell. I would believe it. Damn it. Oh, all right. Gents. Oh, yeah. Bring them on. If any of y'all have any drinks to give out, you got only a few minutes to give them out. And guess what, folks? I don't think you got the guts. Come on. Bring them on. I'll take on a lot of yes. There ain't enough gin shots you can give me. So, with that.
Okay,
I'm still
okay,
on the table.
chat.
I'll do another one if someone wants to pay for it.
oh,
Chat,
snap.
I'm going to give you a mission. Make this man do shots of Everclear one night and see how quick he freaking drops.
Fuck you, man. Like, why do you hate me? Like, Jesus.
Okay,
Like, yeah,
okay,
by
okay.
like hour two, by like 45 minutes. Well, let me tell you,
Let me tell you from experience.
bitch.
Hey, listen,
Everclear
hold
is
up.
not that bad if you're a regular drinker.
Listen, as we're coming
not
to a
that
close
bad.
here, I've roasted
Well-
pretty much everybody on the panel, and I got to point out, Tony, while you are beautiful, you
True.
look like you ever see them girls that post about how they're country and they got them rhinestone jeans on? You look like the male equivalent of that. You look like you out there. I got
no
accused
idea.
of fucking playing country face earlier. You look like you were in a frat in your 20s and then started wearing cowboy hats at 26.
I lived with Phil in my 20s, but
Yeah.
no.
I'm just saying.
We had
I'm
an
calling it like
apartment.
I
I
see it.
definitely wasn't, rrhinestoning it up. It
Yeah,
was-
No,
K.O.E.
no.
That I don't know, bro. Those look like Greek letters to me.
Okay.
No, sorry, no. Tony
just a
was the motherfucker who
rhinestone
first called me Phil
cowboy.
K.O.E. back when I was fucking 12 years old, and it's stuck
Bro,
ever
looks like
since.
you.
So,
All right, yes or no? Did you used to wear Ed Hardy?
Oh,
No.
God,
Got him. Got him.
No.
what's an Ed Hardy?
No.
Yeah, it's
Bro wore Ed Hardy.
It's
Ed
a
Hardy's
brand
like
we
a
didn't really have here in
pseudo
Nebraska,
urban wear.
Phil.
Oh, no, never did
Yeah,
that.
No, there was
But no,
really no Ed Hardy
don't
here.
let Tony fucking fool you. Like, yeah, that guy was pulling down like fucking 6 girls for my one. Okay, like back in college, he could fucking pull
Phil,
it down.
time
so.
the fuck out. 16. Don't lie to us.
Well, there's
I'm
at
not
least
dumb. I
10
opened
he's
up
not
by
proud
acknowledging
of
towards
that he doesn't
Tony.
want to
We
mention.
both-
Oh, no, it was
Listen,
all
I know you
16.
only.
Wait.
I know
Who's the
you
better-
only
hold on.
pulled
Who's the better
one and
wingman?
you pulled at
Phil
least 16.
or Tony?
I can do math.
gonna go
Who's the
with
better
chicken.
wingman? Phil
I'm
or
gonna go
Tony?
with chicken.
Tony, Phil can't fly. No matter how big them wings are.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a while. I don't know, T. That's a tough question because
Hey, look. If I come to Nebraska and I'm single, who am I going with? Am I going
Me.
with Phil or am I going with Tony?
me.
Wow.
Ooh, all right. Well, it depends. Do you want a one-on-one with Phil, or would you at least like a menage a trois? Because that's
Jesus Christ.
that's the difference.
Wow. So that's
Or
what
is that
Tony's
not what
doing.
you're talking about?
No, Tony.
Oh.
No.
I
Oh.
don't. Now that you said
Did
that,
I
I don't know what I'm talking
misinterpret
about.
that question?
I don't know.
Yeah. Whoops. Oopsie daisies.
We
So
walked into the wrong bar.
yes,
Yo,
we
and
did.
I
Now
gotta be honest. As long as I'm dishing them out, I gotta finish up. My man in the top middle. Why do you look like just you actually are one of the good ones? Like that. Why do you look like that's the vibe you're trying to
What does
give off?
that
Oh.
Jesus Christ!
I'm so good
Well,
on
folks,
YouTube.
it was a
Holy
great
shit.
run. Hazard analysis. We had a great
Two-episode
run.
run.
This is the final episode. It was a great time. Two episode run. Wow, well done, guys. We made it 2 whole episodes.
Fuck.
That's it. Just they cut us off right there mid.
Man, I told you, Yank, you missed an opportunity there. You should have had the Kevin Sorbo disappointed soundbite for that one. You really should have.
Well, folks, now it's time for us to go around one last time, and this is you can talk about the hazards of communism, the hazards of this show, the hazards you see coming in our world, and the analysis of where people should find you and what you think is going to happen in this weird, wild, wacky adventure that we call life. Osiris the Wise, Osiris the Great, Osiris of the educating of snack foodery. We go to you first, sir.
Look, you can find me on Osiris everywhere. I don't really do much these days on social medias, but look, if you want to follow me, that's fine. But follow me because I follow great people. I follow Phil K.O.E. I follow Tiberius D. I follow all of these people, and I'm producing some new stuff for you people.
About to be following Parallax.
Hey, get in the circle. We can make stuff happen. That's what we're here to do.
Yeah.
But no, like it's been fun. I absolutely love these engagements with you guys. So don't follow me, follow them. That's what you need to do. All right.
All right, Jacanadar, the hazards, the analysis of the world that is you. Go, sir.
The hazards of communism is don't believe in fucking Russian or Chinese as being communists. Just consider them authoritarian douche canoes that we need to, kind of erase from their current iteration. And as far as like where you can find me, I'm streaming on YouTube currently at Jacanadar Painting. That's JAKKANADAR Painting for YouTube. That being said, like honestly, communism is an incremental thing. The communism socialism hybrid that I have postulated with so many people, in all honesty, is already happening right here in this country. We just need to continue it, not even accelerate it, just continue it. We need to not let it stagnate. Things like the fire department, police department, highway and interstate, etc. All these lovely things you know and think of today is actually a form of socialism that we could expand upon. And as my good friend Parallax, who looks like he wants to strangle me at the moment, said earlier, one of the major things that we can do with this is healthcare, because I think everybody can agree we don't want people dying on the streets of easily preventable diseases. We're a first world country. We can do better.
Okie dokie. All right. Parallax, the hazard and the analysis, sir.
I think the hazard of socialism and communism is conversations like this. This was honestly fucking brain AIDS. I'm pretty sure Jack spoke for 15 minutes and said 7 things total. Period. That being said, this conversation as a whole has been an absolute blast. You guys have been so much fun. I appreciate you guys letting me troll a little bit and be the roast fat comedian that I am. Feel free to dish it back anytime you can. Just know it's coming back 3 times as hard, because my man Phil knows I espouse exactly one belief of Satanism, because I thought that they didn't worship Satan, but then I found out they did, so I can't claim them all. So the only one I espouse is I do not turn the other cheek. You smack me, I'm gonna punch you. No, it's been an absolute blast. You guys have been a very fun time tonight. I don't drink a lot, so I want to do this more, because then I can drink more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And bro, I gotta tell you, for a rhinestone cowboy, use a dreamboat, dog. Use
Hey,
the
you're
dream
welcome
boat.
to kiss my rhinestone.
I'm a
anytime,
married
baby.
man, but you know what I'm saying, one night I
Hey.
might risk it all.
Fuck her up. Give my rhinestones. a
Damn.
kiss.
Well, with all that,
The
Aiko,
bedazzled belt buckle.
Oh,
the hazard of this night
all about
and the
the
analysis of where they
You
can
can
find you.
bedazzle
sir.
my champ stamp.
oh. You ever heard of a vajazzle? Yeah, we'll get
Oh,
ready
yeah.
for a jazzle.
Can we bedazzle my balls?
How many
Wow.
ways can we get?
2000
Ball da-
2006
ball
just
dazzle.
came back.
I didn't
How
actually
many
go to
times-
like a salon to have it done. I just walked into a Hobby Lobby and sprinkled glitter on my sack. But I mean, either way.
How many
Same
ways
thing.
can we
So
get
I
canceled
got
in
a
one
tattoo
show?
in Greece, and I got teabag tattooed on my dick, and when it gets hard, it says Timothy's Bar and Grill.
Ooh.
Nice.
But is that good? Is that like a BOGO coupon? Can I take that in and like free order of wings?
But no, but if you suck it long enough, you get a drink.
I'm not that thirsty, but it'd be more like
Yeah, it's more of a shot.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Aiko. Aiko. My God, get us away from that little train wreck.
Why, Phil?
What am I supposed to say? Oh, hazard. I guess the hazard of Jack's version of communism is that it doesn't have a mechanism that I can see. Like, but that's why he puts it like so far into the future, so that there's really like, it's just like, to me, his version of communism has just been whatever comes after social democracy. So if the SOCDEMs like get what they want, like, you know, in big countries rather than just places like Scandinavia and Germany, what comes next, I think, is what Jack might be talking about.
Well,
But the hazard is that we don't know what the mechanism is.
Mm-hmm.
So Phil's hair is Rich's hair is a metaphor. So the SOCDEMs are on top, and the communism is what it could become.
That is a Marxist beard.
Fully
We-
achieved.
We could absolutely make him cosplay as Karl Marx very easily. It would take like a little bit of hairspray and like a comb.
Not even the hair thing. Like, that's it. Just we gotta like, well, maybe just to make it stand up. But yeah, that's about it. Just God Almighty. Yeah, you'd be perfect for Karl. You just have to have this sick.
Well, that and
Always beg for money.
My German accent
really
would have to be
hold the
better than Tony's Biden accent.
Phil, I feel like you could do a good Louis Anderson.
Louis Anderson, we're here at the 3rd Annual Producers Awards. Everybody's here, except the celebrities.
Man,
I
sounds more
shockingly
like
do a
that
really
one.
good poly
All time.
people, but that's not nice.
Like I've been told that my Gipper, old Ronnie Reagan's a little too close to home. Almost made Tiberius. Oh damn you, Chris Farley. Well, Tony, you gotta ask, how we gonna get this podcast back on track? Because if we don't, then we're gonna all end up hazard analysis is gonna be canceled, and its data is gonna be down in a van down by the river. So yeah, that I can do it, Chris Farley, if I have to, if need be. It's not that, you know.
Sorry
I mean,
if
I
you heard
could
an
like
echo,
strip
but
down and do
I-
the Chippendales, but no, you got to pay for that on my OnlyFans. So that's a separate.
Oh shit, you can pay for that on my Twitch. I don't give a fuck.
Nice,
Only
nice.
farmers. There you go.
So, with all that being said, Tony G, the hazard and this analysis going into WrestleMania. Oh, you.
Okay, so the hazard of what? Jesus Christ, what kind of pitch was that? Anyway,
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania this weekend.
WrestleMania.
Touch on that
Hit me
too,
with it.
motherfucker.
that's not
Hit
what
me
I
with it,
expected.
Tony. Give me Commumania.
You just poured ice water on Tony
Wrestlism.
as you put the mic in front of him.
It's like, Tony, we're talking about the election of 2028 in NASCAR, talking about Yo Gabba Gabba. Go.
The hazard
Okay.
of communism is having to listen to speeches, and the analysis is they mean nothing. I would like to thank QAnon OE, Phil QAnon OE, as always. Osiris. I'd like to thank Dr. Evil. I mean, Jacanadar. I'd like to thank Dr. Evil. Yeah, he's great. Obviously, it's Pat down there in the middle on the bottom. And Socialist Chris Kringle for joining us tonight.
And who?
Socialist Chris Kringle below me.
Nice.
Hey, Tony, can I see your left hand real quick? All right, cool.
Oh, yeah. But no, Socialist Chris Kringle, where he comes and he actually takes toys.
A bitch too, son.
He takes toys from the rich kids.
And I'll tell you, when they came to my window, it won the orange juice, boy.
Yeah, my problem is I can't wear my ring anymore because I lost weight and mine was titanium and they can't resize this, so I gotta buy a new one. Damn it!
Or just
get out of here before the
no.
How much weight do you lose? About 100.
You gotta start swapping out those salads for hash browns. That's what you gotta start doing.
Right.
Make that.
I'm gonna pitch it. Thank you everybody for joining us for episode 2 of Hazard Analysis. Follow us all on Linktree/Big Buck and all the shows of the Big Buck and Empire. The Dog and Chicken Show will return eventually, but until then, Hazard Analysis will be filling the spot. Like, share, subscribe to all of them. Like I said, make sure you go to YouTube, subscribe to Hazard Analysis. We need follows. We can get the show up and going. Now, obviously, you get it. Thanks all for our guests. You guys were all fantastic tonight. I appreciate you guys joining us tonight. I got one more thing to drink, and yes,
Justin.
Friday night we will be predicting and previewing WrestleMania. We got a 2-night event Saturday and Sunday over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. Go over there, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Even if you don't care about wrestling, even if you don't give a fuck about anything we have to say about it, at least go over to the channel and hit subscribe and give us a follow. That would be at least the very, very, very least you could do. But if you like wrestling or if you just want to hear us talk more mad shit, go over there. We got a 2-night event. It's going to be a 3-night ordeal. Preview, predict, talk about night 1, talk about night 2. Can't wait. Got one more chug. Cheers, folks.
Ziggy Zaggy, boys.
Cheers.
Cheers. Now,
what are you chugging?
Now, before we end here, I want to give chat an opportunity. Because, you know, there's as I understand it, there's these rules where if we get into the next hour, you got to drink again. So I feel like I should give them at least, let's say, 3 of the next 5 minutes to donate for me to drink. You know what I'm saying? Because then they miss their window. Now, that being said,
Justin, where did you go?
He drank and got the fuck off screen.
I'm right here, baby. Calm down, boo.
Damn.
Well, all right.
Okay.
Well,
right.
Oh, go ahead, Jack.
Oh, no, I was going to say, as to how much weight I lost, it was only about 60 pounds. But the ring went from fitting on my ring finger to, for a while, fitting on my thumb to now I can't even walk without it falling off my hand. So
fits around your wang on those cold days. Like, okay.
No.
All right.
No,
so here's what we're going to do while we do this 3 minutes. I just had Chat GPT write me a campaign speech for 2024.
Oh, God.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, I stand before you today humbled and honored to be standing here as a candidate for the presidency of the United States of America. As you know, I come from humble beginnings, managing car dealerships, and later finding a new passion as a Twitch streamer. I've seen firsthand the struggles that everyday Americans face, and I am running for president to ensure that every American has a fair shot at success. I stand here today as a proud Democrat and as a center-left candidate who believes in the power of government to make a difference in people's lives. I believe that we must work together to build a brighter future for all Americans, one where every person has access to quality education, affordable health care, a fair and just economy, and opportunities for success and growth like content creation. As a Twitch streamer, I have had the privilege of interacting with people from all walks of life, and I understand the power of community and the importance of listening to diverse perspectives. That's why, if elected, I will make it a priority to ensure that every voice is heard and that we work together to create a government that truly represents the people. I believe that we must tackle some of the most pressing issues facing our nation today, from climate change to income inequality to racial injustice. We cannot afford to kick the can down the road any longer. We must act now, and we must act boldly. My fellow Americans, I am running for president because I believe that we can build a better future together. I am asking for your support, your trust, your vote, and your sub. Together we can make
your vote, your sub, and your sub.
It says it. And create a future. I'm done. It says in your sub.
your vote and your sub.
All right, there's your 3 minutes. Did anybody fucking know?
That
thank God. Okay. I think
that was
yeah.
But you had Yank and fucking Chicken in the post show about falling out of their chair.
That's
Yeah.
incredible.
oh my god. So now that's strange that you bring that up because I don't know if you're aware of this, Parallax,
Oh,
but
God damn it, Phil.
your King of Extreme in 2024, am actually running for the presidency of the United States of America. Yes,
So,
in
Phil, this isn't
2024.
something I can know because you told me this before, and I've already informed you that unless you do a lot of work between now and then, you are only going to walk for the presidency.
Oh
We
well,
both know
I
you aren't
don't
running
even.
for
I
shit.
don't even need to like kind of. You know, when you're in one of those office chairs that you kind of bounce around. I don't even need to like bounce around one of them. So no.
Or you might segue for the presidency. You ain't running for shit.
Oh, well, I don't need to. The people are going to run to me, beat down a door to my path, or beat down a path to my door, because they're going to realize
Trample
that.
all your corn.
Well, no.
Wait.
Luckily, I live away
They're
from
gonna
my
beat-
fields
they're
a
gonna-
few miles. So I
Wait a
got
minute.
that.
They're gonna beat down. They're gonna beat down your door. Where are you gonna be? Congress on January 6th?
No, I'm going to be right here, and they're just going to be like, "No, Phil, we need you. You have to run." This isn't something that I want. The KOE Nation has demanded it that I run for president to set this nation right, sir.
Hell, Parallax, I'm his head of the NLRB once he gets elected. So at
like
least we have
basically, I'm
unions getting
taking
things.
people who are very qualified for things, but they really don't want to do them. Like Iko
Dude, Jack.
didn't want to be my head of the EPA, but I said, "Well, okay, I'll go see who Mitch McConnell wants me to put." He's like, "Whoa, hey Phil, why don't you come back
My
here?"
guy, as bald as you are, Jack, no matter what department you are, you're the head of it, and we both know it. There's no fucking way you can fulfill any other role in that department. Now, my real question is, I feel like we're putting Tony here in charge of foreign policy, aren't we?
No, Tony
like
and
he's a foreign
Chicken
policy
are my
guy.
press secretaries. Each time that they have a meeting of the press, like it's just another episode of Big Buck and Empire. And so,
press sec. Oh, he's your Spicy? He's your Sean Spicer?
he's my
I love
Tony
Sean
and Chicken.
Spicer. I miss Sean Spicer. He was great.
Oh,
For the
and-
record,
oh,
I
please
just delayed
do-
it for the full 5 minutes. Drink, bitches!
Okay. I got one from Trey. Before I take it, is there anybody else that's wanting me to make a pour? Tony's got a chug. I know that.
Me,
So,
Phil. Me, Phil.
hey, Yank, I was just starting to like you.
You're welcome,
Please tell
chat.
me.
Intentional behavior.
So I have to take another double before the end of the show. God damn it almighty. I don't audience, I don't know why you don't like me. No, you love me. What am I kidding? You just love seeing me make the baby face, apparently. That's what Osiris is calling you. The baby face.
The baby pickle face.
Yep. But yes, folks. Give me the full screen here for just a second, folks.
I will.
So, wait. John Spicer look like a bitch. Oh, wow. All right, folks. This has been an amazing episode of Hazard Analysis. I've had an amazing time with all of you beautiful people. Join us here at the StreamYard link right here for the post show. It's right here, folks. It's where I'm going to slam my glass down when I'm done taking this shot of awful. So, folks, God bless every last one of you. And, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Hazard Analysis on YouTube. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the lord of the Scottish Highlands. One damn handsome man if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch, right here at Hazard Analysis on YouTube, Truth and Fiction Pod on YouTube, Big Buck and Empire on YouTube and Facebook. And, folks, this weekend, join me and Tony G and Chicken for Whoa! WrestleMania! God bless every last one of you. Fuck this shit!
This man puts the ton in gin and tonic.
Motherfucker! See you at WrestleMania! Woo!
All right. Full screen me after it. Fuck it.
My earbuds died, so Yeah. Anyway.
I give Parallax a full
How's that for a
screen.
rhinestone cowboy, Pat?
Thanks for having me, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. With that particular,
oh, nice. Nice.
Oh my god. It's
Folks.
cheap. It's sweet.
Okay,
It sucks. It's the K.O.E of rum.
I have to say right there, Parallax, I love you, my man, but you had a Gungan vibe going on as you shook your head and you made your noise.
I'm fine
Now
with
that
it,
you
bro.
mention it. Jesus.
I'm fine with it.
Well, no, just because of the noise you made. It was only then that I put it together.
That's all right.
And by the way, after what you drank, I don't blame you. That would have made that noise too.
Fair.
God, fair.
I could taste that shit in my ear holes.
I think you're doing something wrong then.
I was about to say it's supposed to go in the mouth hole. Like that's
Yeah, that's where it's went, but it's Parrot Bay. That shit's like perfume. He's gonna taste that for the next 3 days.
True.
God. Well, folks, it's the show so nice I had to outro it twice. God bless every last one of you. I can't wait to catch you here next week. All of you folks that were on tonight and all of our guests on the panel, in the chat, every last one of you was stellar and spectacular. And all y'all, you're welcome anytime. So God bless. Catch you
Next time I'll bring the whiteboard.
Oh, God almighty.
No.
Was hazard analysis, folks. I was really happy with how that turned out. That was, what can I say? It was a fun time with Jacanadar. It was a fun time with Parallax. It was a fun time with Ico. It was just a great time all around. Osiris is always awesome. So he's always welcome. Now, folks, we're going to get into what was actually the last review me, Tony, and Chicken were actually able to do together for some time. So I'm actually looking forward to this considerably. There we go. Goodness gracious. Now, folks, this is a review me, Tony, and Chicken did of the 18-year-old Scotch of Chivas Regal blended Scotch whiskey. And yeah, this is just a really fun time me, Tony, and Chicken had. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation, folks, for a very long time coming. 18-year-old Scotch whiskey review, Chivas Regal 18. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast hour. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am joined this evening by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
your big bucking emperor. Looking forward to it. This should be a good one, folks. Tony.
It is I, the blend master himself, the non-chill filtered, the quadruple distilled, the 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Tony fucking G. Like, share, and space side.
Well done. Well done. So, Chivas 18 blended Scotch whiskey, gold signature, 50 milliliter, 40% alcohol by volume, 80 proof. So, Chicken, let's get ready for the big cork pop. You ready for this?
Sounds like I cracked my knuckles.
Yeah. Like somebody cracking their neck in the morning?
Yeah.
All right. And I'll leave a little bit there for you in case you want to add it for a blend or some sort of decanter. I'm sure that will come to Tony's
probably
at some point. So, Chivas Regal 18 of the blended Scotch line. Let's be frank, Chivas is one of the main competitors to Johnny Walker.
Right.
Because when it comes to blended Scotch, that's generally what most people think. But Chivas is a very prominent one. Actually, it's get into some of my family here. It was one of the favorite scotches of my grandpa and my uncle. It's still his favorite scotch.
Chivas, not anymore. Like people, a newer one, Monkey Shoulder, that's become a pretty heavy favorite in the blended world. But other than that, Dewar's, Chivas, Johnny Walker, that's really what comes to mind. And this,
It's pleasant.
smells delightful.
Although Wyatt and Mackay should be more.
White Mackay, yeah.
That's a different issue.
Yeah, let's. One of my personal favorites.
Sir Richard
Famous
Patterson.
Grouse, another fantastic one.
Oh God, yeah. Actually, Famous Grouse. Turns out when I asked, that actually was towards the end of his life my grandpa's favorite scotch. Famous
There you have
Grouse. He that was the one he got into a lot. So
Well, you should have tried this one because this smells lovely.
It does.
there's a slight
man.
hint of peat here. Am I wrong?
A little, yes.
Like a kiss of peat. Like
Yeah, this is only 40%, 80 proof, so nothing major.
Very
on the
impressed on the nose.
ABV.
I really am.
Yeah,
like you can
nose is
tell
fantastic. This is an
There's a little
Very
citrus in
sweet.
there, but it's not overpowering.
Yeah.
there's some Speyside, there's some peat here.
Yeah, I get the
can't-
peat.
I couldn't tell you if there's Highland, I'll be honest. But there's peat and there's definitely Speyside.
I think we'll be able to tell here in a minute.
Alrighty,
So.
well.
Mm.
Yeah, that's peaty.
Mm-hmm. Very peaty. Not in a bad way, though.
Actually, it's what a lot of people kind of stereotypically think of with Scotch.
Wow, yeah.
Smoky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's got a smoky profile. It doesn't have like what Chicken calls
wow.
that funky peat.
I call
It's
it
just like-
swampy.
Yeah, there we go. Swampy peat. Like this is just a
Smoky.
kiss of smoke.
This reminds me a lot of Johnny Walker Green, actually.
Okay. Because yeah, even their 18, their platinum is a little lighter than this.
Yeah, no, this reminds me very, very much of Johnny Walker Green, which is my favorite Johnny Walker, the best bargain, the best bang for your buck of the Johnny Walker line. If you like a blended Scotch, Johnny Walker Green is going to be my go-to recommendation. If you don't want to break the bank, but you want something quality, this being that comparable, I don't know what this bottle would run in a standard 750 milliliter.
I've
But,
seen it go anywhere from usually about $80.
okay.
But
Comparable
I
then.
actually, one time, because my uncle loves Chivas, I saw it in a store on sale for $50.
Wow.
And so jumped on it, and it was like in April. And I just threw it into a cabinet until Christmas time. And there you go, Uncle. And
Yeah,
he was really happy about that one.
So comparable in price.
50 to 80. Yeah, it's actually comparable to your standard Chivas, even. So maybe just a couple bucks more. But yeah, about $80 is what I find it normally. So
This is really nice. I really like this.
You know what it reminds me of, like flavor wise? There's I get the peat a little bit, the smoky that you're talking about, but like dried fruits.
Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
dried oranges and
Yes.
pears specifically. And then I did, like while you guys were talking, I did a long swish. It gets spicy and that finish just hangs on. And
okay,
it just
let's say go in for 18 seconds, T. And while he's doing that, the peaty reminds me a lot of Johnny Walker Blue, as much as I hate to say it, like the peat specifically. The rest of it, like you can tell, like if I had to guess, I'm guessing what some of the last Johnny Walker Blue I had and some of this, the peaty part probably came from the same distillery, but then they had their different blends of Speysides and what have you.
Oh,
I'm going to go in now.
I'm getting a lot of banana, actually, with that long swish. Wow.
like a dried
Cool,
banana or a regular banana.
Yeah, dried, actually. Like, I like where your head's
dried
at.
fruit.
Dried fruit. Yeah, for sure. Very sweet, very, very pleasant. The smoky really dissipates the longer you let it settle.
Yeah, it turns spicy.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's really nice. Very, very pleasant. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, that gets a lot spicier the longer you leave it there.
Mm.
Yeah, like you said, like dried bananas.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
Okay,
I'm digging
that's
that.
complex. That's worth every bit of $80.
Yeah, I would pick that up for that.
So,
Yeah, it's good stuff.
for those who don't know, we grade on a 5-star scale here at the K.O.E Nation. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So, we're going to grade this as a blended scotch, as a scotch, as a whiskey. It's shelving, and for those new to the show, the secret fifth question. So, as a blended scotch, Tony, we're gonna let you start this off.
As a blend, I really like this a lot. This is fantastic. This is right up my alley. Like I said, it's comparable to Johnny Walker Green, which is one of my favorite blended scotches. So I'm going to give this a solid 4.25.
Okay.
As a blended scotch.
Chicken, what do you give this as a blend?
I'm kind of there with Tony. It's very comparable to a lot. I was telling him before the show, I had just had Chivas 13, and that to me was like one of my favorites. This is right there, right behind it. So I'm gonna go 4.5. I agree.
Wow.
It's up there with the Johnny Walker. No, it's right there with Johnny Walker Green and Blue, like you guys were saying. God, this is really good stuff. I wouldn't pass this by if I seen it, especially $80 a bottle. This is worth it.
Well, yeah, considering what you're going to pay for a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue versus this, and if you're looking for a gift for like a Scotch lover in your life, they're not going to be underserved with a bottle of Chivas 18.
No.
Even if they're a single malt snob, they're going to enjoy this.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm going to disagree with you guys. I'm going to give it 4 as a blended Scotch. It's excellent. It's excellent stuff, but that's a pretty competitive world.
So what you're saying is, between the two of you, average out to be 4.25. Like I said, thank you very much. I'm right again.
Oh, alrighty. Now we move on to Scotch. This also includes the single malts. This is a little wider world of sports, and I'm going to let you go first, T.
Yeah, as a Scotch, I'm not going to be as generous. I'll go 3.75.
Chicken.
As a Scotch, I'm gonna go a little lower than that because it's like you said, there's tons of other things, a lot of stuff to put up against this. I'm gonna go 3.25. It's serviceable, it's pretty good, but there's a lot of others I'd buy first.
I'm gonna disagree with both of you because in the world of single malts, you got to remember, like me, I'm very picky. Okay, very picky. Unless it's a handful of Spaysides or Highland. I'm kind of one of those guys that kind of turn my nose up at it. So this is within batting distance of just about any peated single malt I've ever had.
Okay.
And its blending helps that. I'm going to go 4.
Wow. Okay.
As a Scotch. Just so I think it's 4 stars as a Scotch.
Okay.
Now, as a whiskey. This is now a much, much wider world of sports. I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off on this one. There's no cocktailing that I would do with this. I would maybe put it on an ice ball. I would do it with, the smoky cocktails. The gimmicky smoky cocktails, you can make them work. But I'm not a big fan of those. So to me, I'm going to go 3 stars as a whiskey.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the 3.25 that I gave it. As a Scotch, because I think you can cocktail with a few things like you said. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's those smoky gimmicky ones. I think it would work, but I could just, like you said, highball. This would be like a nighttime bonfire sipper. This is like a perfect summer bonfire drink. Love it.
I'm gonna give it 3.25 as well as a whiskey, but if I was ever going to try to cocktail a Scotch, this one specifically, I would try it with a butterscotch root beer.
Interesting. That's a butterscotch root beer. I will consider that one in the future. Now, gentlemen, it's shelving. This is tough because if there was a shelf between middle and top, that's where I would put it.
I'd put this on my top. This is one that I would drink frequently. Like this is super pleasant. Somebody
for peated,
yeah, for being peated. And I'm not a huge peated fan. Like I said, it's got to be good peat. That's why I like Johnny Walker Green. It's got to be quality, and this one to me is quality. So I'm putting this on my top.
I'm not gonna totally disagree. I might, depending on how much room I got, it might end up on the middle, and I wouldn't be heartbroken that I moved it down. But I would probably put it on my top, and it'd be one of those it's one of those, I'm not going to give away my, say, Dalmore 15 and 18 to just anybody. I'll make them do this first. Like, this is going to be your entry level into my top shelf more than likely, and see how you handle this before we do anything else. So I could see it on the top shelf.
Okay. Yeah, You know what? You guys sold me on it. Top shelf. Okay. Now, the secret fifth question. It's when this bottle runs empty, will I seek another? We've gone over what it costs USD, and you can sometimes find it as a sale. This particular bottle, probably not. I will go for a slightly larger one.
I would go for
now. Granted, every holiday season, these are always in great gift packs.
Yeah.
Where it's also where I got a Chivas 13. That's where I got Chivas 14. I got all these different Chivas samples, which you and I are going to need to get into sometime. And Chicken will compare notes to what you got as well. But I'm not going to seek it out, but I bet I get another one by the end of the year.
Yeah.
I bet I get another little one by the end of the year just because they're always in these great little gift packs. So, Chicken, Tony, anything else you got to say about that?
No, that's the best thing about these. Like, you can get this and another in a package deal with a standard bottle of Chivas 12. And I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of Chivas 12, but for me it was along with Glenlivet 12. Like, Glenlivet was one of 12 was like my introduction to like single malt scotch. Chivas 12 was like my introduction into blended scotch, like actual drinking scotch, not shit scotch like Johnny Red. Like, so Chivas 12 and Glenlivet 12 are always going to have a near and dear spot in my heart. And this is just proof that Chivas does make quality product, even if you don't like their standard entry.
Which they're 12, nothing wrong with it.
No,
I'm sorry.
absolutely
There's
not.
nothing wrong with it. It's 12 years. So,
Yep. I don't disagree. I'd definitely, this is one of those ones that you go to a liquor store, you can't find anything special. You're hunting bottles, you can't find them. And then you're like, well, I want to get something. You look over, you see this. Hell yeah, I'll grab one. That happens to me more often than not. So yeah, I'll probably end up getting one of these soon.
well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here for this review of Chivas Regal 18-year blended Scotch. Almost said single malt, but no, blended Scotch whiskey, folks, from Scotland itself. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes you the podcast hour, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. Folks, I hope you will all like, share, subscribe right here to the K.O.E. Nation, and I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
As always, folks, we'll see you on the next review. Appreciate you. Love you. Take it away, Tony.
This is a fantastic blended scotch, folks.
Smooths itself out.
Back. Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised. And now we're lost, we gotta take it down. Let you down slow, it's hard to survive. Nice. So that is just a very small taste of what's coming down the pike. But folks, there's something that I want to do for all of you beautiful people right now. I'm going to get some things queued up here while I'm working on all of that because, you know, I care about you. I do. You beautiful people here at the K.O.E. Nation. But something I want to do for you, and that is a review. I mean, why not? So, folks, welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation for this very long time coming review of Di Serono Italian liqueur. So, folks, I've done a little bit of research into Di Serono, and it's quite an interesting little liqueur. Now, folks, of course, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands himself, one damn handsome man. Folks, I am glad that you are here at the K.O.E. Nation, and we are going to get really deep into this. So, Di Serono was originally a recipe that came from the 1500s of an apricot pit liqueur. Now, it was an artist that was making a picture of the Madonna, and his muse for it one day brought him a flask filled with an apricot pit liqueur. And over the time, it's become known as Di Serono Amaretto. And then in, I think, 2001, they changed it to just Di Serono. But this has been famous, really started to become popular in the 40s, and it's been a part of everybody's bar ever since. There was a time, I believe, in its history where there was almonds that were part of the recipe, but now I believe the company has said, double check me on this, but the company has said that anybody with any kind of nut allergies, you don't have anything to worry about from this particular drink. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. And of course, in the Nebraska Bourbon Society glass, because what would be more appropriate? Okay, that just smells like candy. Because apparently, burnt sugar is one of the ingredients in their mash bill, which I've never heard of such a thing. Allegedly. Be sure to double check me on that because I am not an expert in this, but I've heard nothing but good things. So Di Serono, the world's favorite Italian liqueur, which in terms of sales volume, it's up there. And they don't really give very much. The amaretto liqueur colored with caramel, but so's some pretty high-end scotch. God, that sugar comes through. It's like just sugar-covered almonds. Well, folks, there's a slight mint there. A lot of almonds, a lot of sugar, and of course, apricot. But actually, pretty marvelous. At 28% alcohol by volume, not going to kick your ass too hard, at least I would think. Your mileage may vary. But God almighty, marvelous, marvelous stuff. And like I said, apricots, almonds, a lot of sugar. Like, it's just sugary. It's a little oily, not too oily, but definitely something that you should mix with something. I like just drinking this straight. I would recommend having something that you're mixing with. Now, for those who don't know, we grade everything on a 5-star scale. 5 meaning you have to have it before you shuffle off this mortal coil. 0 meaning pass it on by. The K.O.E Nation has advised you well. So we're going to grade this as a liqueur, as an amaretto, as an Italian liqueur. It's shelving, and for those new to the show, the secret 5th question. So, as a general liqueur, I'm going to give this 3 stars. Excellent, excellent stuff. It's one that I think you should keep around. It's very much what you're expecting when you sign up for it. In terms of a liqueur, I think that's actually pretty fair. In terms of an Italian liqueur, I think I'm comparing this to Aperol and Campari. 4.5 stars. I'm thinking there might be a few out there that are better, but not too many. This is excellent. This is excellent stuff. And my goodness. So we've done liqueur. We've done Italian liqueur. Let's see. What was the last category? Goodness gracious. Well, there's more than one way to skin this cat. Don't worry, I'll edit this all out. Hey! Hola. There it was. There it was. Now I know what the third category was. Now we're going to grade this as an amaretto. I've had a couple of these and they're all really, really good. And as an amaretto, I'm again going to give this 4.5 stars. So this is very highly rated. In terms of its shelving, though, let's be frank, because of what it is, and it's a liqueur, and I don't even think I'd put this on the bottom shelf. This is just going to be at my bar, ready to go for mixes, because that's where it belongs. In terms of will I seek out another bottle of this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This will probably be my go-to amaretto going forward. But yes, this has been this review, folks, and I hope it's given you just a little bit of insight. Now, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation for this very special review of Amaretto Italian Liqueur. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. And I am hoping all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser. God bless every last one of you. Catch you around, folks. So that was fun. That was fun. You know what? Let's see. You know, now we're having too much fun here. We're having too much fun. So what we're gonna do here, folks, is we're gonna get a little deeper, and it's only 2 matchups that we need to cover, but we're gonna cover the semifinals of the 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament, and this Friday, on Friday actually, the championship match drops. So you're going to get to see the final 4 of all of these 32 Irish whiskeys that finally made their way to this incredible peak. So folks, this is a culmination of a 6-month journey me and Tony have been doing for a while. I hate car seat. Well, you know, that's unfortunate. But welcome to the show, all y'all. And folks, now we get right in to the 32 Irish Whiskey of Extreme Tournament. Enjoy, folks. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks. We are here at the semifinals of the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the prince and potentate of punctuality himself, folks. Your King of Extreme, always right on schedule and bringing us right on track to this amazing matchup here of Irish whiskey really of Irish whiskey proportions, really. I'm just so excited, and I'm just wondering if Tony's going to give me a knife-edge chop at any point throughout this. And I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
Your big bucking Emperor Chicken. Man, it feels like this matchup alone has been a journey. But before we get into all that, Tony, what's up, buddy?
Yes, it is I, the blend master of ceremonies, the quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, 14-time Evolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe, and we are here for a semi-final matchup, folks. We are almost at the end of this thing. This has been indeed a journey. We have 2 semi-final matches, and then the finale. Which one of these will get in to the championship match? And folks, if you're new, and I hope you're not, by now you should know the shtick. Go back to the first round and watch them all through, because you're not going to want to miss any of these. You can see at home what Whiskey A and Whiskey B are, but these 2 gentlemen do not have a clue which is which. And maybe by now they kind of have a bit of an idea of what whiskeys maybe made it into the final.
We still have the memories of goldfish and pigeons.
Okay, so yeah, they probably still have no idea what's what. So they have no idea which whiskey is which, even if they do have suspicions on what the final four whiskeys in the semifinals might be. They don't know what these two are, and even if they did, they wouldn't know which is which. This is a blind
you know what?
test.
Tony mentioned shtick. Speaking of shticks, the way Tony
So chicken,
delivers
how
these
were
bottles.
these whiskeys labeled to give me?
Yes. So if you've missed this, folks, Tony sends me these little bottles of the samples, and he labels them to give us clues. It's
No,
like
I don't. They're not to give you clues.
we have found Carmen San Diego with these clues. We've done so
found
much.
Waldo.
Yeah. Like so. Anyway, the first whiskey is 5B.
B5, like the B52s. So this is one that you need to save your jukebox money for, because this is going to be a whiskey that's worth roaming around the world. Okay, so yes, B5. Yes, Tony, it's gonna cause a feeling of love within me, to make me think about even going to a shack. It's a little
love
place
shack
where we can get together. Not
And
just
it's going
that,
up-
but the love shack, baby. Yeah.
It's going up against 8B.
8B. 8B. B8. B8. It be a marvelous, amazing Irish whiskey. And I'm guessing that's going to be Redbreast. Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep.
This was painful.
That was a phonetic genius move there. So we got B52s versus B.A. marvelous Irish whiskey. So probably Redbreast 15 is what I'm going to guess.
Okay, that was fun.
Nice.
And if I'm right, Tony's going to just hate
So
the rest of this
can we drink now? Because that was painful.
No.
All right.
I think we need to introduce ourselves.
I don't know.
a little
These have been
They've had a minute to air.
I'm just
They've only been sitting here for an hour.
All right.
They've had a minute to air. Oh, they've been sitting here for like 25
Oh, Phil, you know what that smells like? Rock lobster.
It does have that kind of buttery deliciousness of, that you would want to like douse lobster in, but okay, that is delicious.
Oh, that is great.
That is.
That's oh no, that's Florin delicious. Okay, this is gonna be good too.
Whiskey B on the nose.
That's really good
That's
too.
really fucking good.
Oh no, this is a problem.
Yeah,
That's really fucking good.
We're here at the final four, and there's really no wrong answers anymore. These are all going to be painful eliminations. Oh no.
Like both of those noses was just like that scene from Train Spotting. Oh, it's really good. It's really fucking good.
The only difference, maybe a little bit more fruit on B.
A little bit
Maybe
more
a little more
floral
chocolate
on
on A. Yeah.
To me, it's almost the opposite. Like, this is a little more fruity. It's a little more
Okay, A's
light,
got more of a
floral.
It's got more of a
Orchard.
tart fruit, if anything. Yeah, an orchard fruit.
And B is like deep chocolatey sherry finishes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right,
Yeah.
gentlemen,
All right, let's try A.
it's been a long time
Thank
coming.
you. Oh.
Oh, that's a hot pants explosion.
Mm.
That is nice.
That's really good. Yeah, the nose really exuberates on the palate.
God, that's nice.
It's really good.
Okay, whiskey B. Oh fuck, that's good.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
It's
A little bit more
Fuck.
bite to it, but wow, it's good.
yeah. Oh, this is just stupid. Why are we even doing this? They both win.
No, Tony.
One
Come this
must
far.
two enter,
The
one must
K.O.E.
leave.
Nation. We owe it to K.O.E. Nation,
Man.
to Big Bucket Empire, to Hazard Analysis, and to Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. We owe it to all those people.
Actually dropped the 2.0. Just Tony the Rod.
Hey! All right, I gotta keep
He's
that in
the
mind when I
OG.
edit that one.
Yeah, back to my OG roots.
All
Oh,
right.
This is tough. I'm going back to A.
Yeah.
To me, B
Oh.
seems like it's like Phil said, it has like a casking to it that's more defined, I think. And almost it's like a cast strength too. Like it's a lot. To me, it feels like a higher proof. Now I know Irish whiskeys usually don't get too high, but this one feels like a higher proof for sure.
Oh my god!
I'm not gonna try to guess what brands are what anymore, and I'm just gonna go with what I think is the better whiskey. And guys,
I need one more
because I'm always so quick to the punchline and just so punctual about it. I think I'll go first.
All right. Oh man, this is rough.
I'm gonna go with Whiskey B.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, like I know I'm insulting Whiskey A because it's an amazing. Oh my God, the nose is hauntingly beautiful with A, and so I feel like I've committed a small crime here. But B is so amazing as well, so I'm gonna go with Whiskey B. Chicken.
As much as I appreciate, Love Shack and Rock Lobster, I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm going with B. It's really close though. I like B just because of the casking. I think puts it just a little bit over the edge. There's a little bit more going on there. A is fantastic though.
Oh God, Tony.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to be the decider because I could have gone either way, but I think I would agree just slightly that Whiskey B.
So all that big blend.
Oh my God.
Yep, so, got my blend.
That was really good.
So we're blended here, T. But before we get into the blend grading, let's get into some reveals here from the chicken. So what did not win?
Whiskey A. That came up just a hair short.
What's the Love Shack?
Napoleon Castle 14.
Napague 14.
That hurts.
God, such a beautiful. Now, Tony,
did so
I
well.
got you a fresh bottle for this tournament. Are you going to be heartbroken that you got another bottle to?
Yeah, super sad. I've got a new bottle of that. Being
So,
as it made the Final Four and
what?
damn near won this one. Let's be honest.
Yeah, very close. What was Whiskey B? And please tell me it was Redbreast 50.
It's fucking Redbreast.
1,000%, motherfucker.
Like,
yep.
It had to be.
Yep.
I had to guess that
I'm
was
telling you, folks. It's all in Tony's labels. He gives it away to fill 1,010% of the time.
Da Vinci Code. Tony, I could tell I got it right just by the look of contempt on your face.
Pretty much.
When I said, like, yep, that's Redbreast 15.
Thank you, Napoleon 14. You've come this far.
Oh.
Fell just short.
Oh, I was about to say, Napoleon Castle made it to the Final Four. Okay?
There's a reason that 14 made it and 12 and 16 didn't. Like 16, as amazing as it is, and as standard as good as 12 is, just
one Napoleon product made it to the Final Four despite only having 3 entries.
Yeah.
Middleton had a few more entries, and it only had 1 more entrant than Napoleon did.
You got one right here.
Yeah, so this
it's a good one to make
distillery
it too.
Product. Redbreast 15, I knew from the minute I tasted this for the first time.
Yeah,
this was a dark horse.
This was we first tried this, in early 2020, and we were both blown away by this. So this has been one that I've been a huge fan of ever since, and not surprised.
So
not surprised that this one will be going to the finale.
No, not at all.
The blend, though.
The blend?
Wow.
Oh, that's spectacular.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Super
like chocolatey peanut candy.
Yes.
A little more grainy than I would expect.
Yeah, I would agree.
Not bad. Not bad, though. I'm going to give B- on this blend.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a B. There's a little peanut flavor in there that kind of throws me off.
Almost makes you think bourbon for a second.
Yeah.
Like a Knob Creek peanutty.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with B. That's really nice, but not.
It's good. Yeah. Not what I expected from two top.
I would probably just drink Redbreast on its own before I'd make this.
Yeah. I agree.
So, well, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very, very insightful semifinal matchup. We're now down to 3 Irish whiskeys, folks. You ain't seen nothing yet. I can't wait to see you back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. Tony, Chicken, take it away.
Thanks as always, folks. Tune in for the next one. Appreciate you. Love you.
Just one more semifinal match, and then it will be time for the 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme Championship finale, one of which we know will be Red Breast 15. Who will the other one be? You're going to have to tune in next week to find out. Folks, it's been a long journey, and if you want to get caught up on what's come before, here's the bracket now.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Tell you what I'll...
And now we're going to hit up the last semifinal matchup. Decide what the championship match and who moves on to the finals of the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme.
Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation, folks, for the finals, semifinals matchup in the 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself. And I am joined this evening right here at the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch by my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only,
Your big bucking emperor, Chicken. Looking forward to it. I'm so excited. We got to do this. Tony, take it away.
Yes, it is I, the blend master of ceremonies, the non-chill filter, the quadruple distill, the 14-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion. Like, share, subscribe. Tony fucking G is here to tell you that we are arriving now in the last semifinal match of the 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme. And folks, this is going to be a doozy before we figure out what the last entrant into the final spot of the championship, folks. Those of you at home, you know the drill by now. You can see what two whiskeys they are, and I'm sure by now these two gentlemen know probably what two whiskeys are left, but they do not know which whiskey
these
is
aren't
which.
Scotch, right?
No, we're still
Okay.
doing Irish.
Okay.
I don't know what would have maybe given that away. But yes, they don't know which whiskey is which, so this will be an honest review and an honest choice, and that's how we've done this entire tournament. Go back and see for yourself, folks. This is as honest, this is as real, and this is as raw as it gets. This is going to be to determine what the last spot for the two best Irish whiskeys in this tournament will be.
So, folks, without further
Phil?
ado, yeah.
First,
Oh, God damn, come on.
Okay, what do we got here, Chick? You got to be able to
Whiskey
predict.
A. Whiskey A is labeled 2A.
2A, huh? 2A. Yeah. Time. Chicken, are we sounding all right on your end?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Just want to make sure. All right, coming back in. 2A, huh? Well, I mean, Chicken, being a good red-blooded American, the Second Amendment to our Constitution I find so dear. So the right to keep and bear this whiskey shall not be infringed. So yes, the Second Amendment.
That's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Yes. So what did Tony label the second one?
It's going up against 5A.
Ooh. Oh, so
Your right
so
to remain
many
silent
amendments
about
to
the other.
Constitution. If I could only pick one. If I could only pick one. I plead the fifth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth. Yes, the Fifth Amendment. So you have a right to a speedy trial, and you don't have to bear witness against yourself. You can plead the Fifth. So yes, this might be a whiskey that we're going to plead the
Tony
Fifth on.
is using his Fifth Amendment rights right now.
Yes, he totally Tony is.
And he's thinking about when he's going to start using his Second Amendment rights. That's coming up soon.
You know, So, speaking of which, let's get into the Second Amendment.
Yes.
Right here.
Oh, yeah, it smells like a deadly weapon. Oh, that is so good. Wow.
This really does smell like Clarence Thomas
Yeah,
with bandits' rights. I couldn't really one. I'm sorry, Tate.
God.
Getting into Whiskey B.
God, that's beautiful.
It is.
All right. Whiskey
I was about to say, Tony, you know that is no
Oh.
small praise for me. So.
B is amazing. Also, oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sucks.
Darker
They're very-
chocolates and licorice is what's coming across on B.
This is rough.
Honey.
Yeah, I get the
man.
licorice and B for sure.
Like golden honey.
I would almost say Speyside Scotch if I didn't know better.
Yeah,
just
on this
because it's so honeyed and
Yeah.
beautiful.
Just orchard fruity goodness on A, and like liquid gold honey on B.
I can tell the blend is going to be great on this.
They are very similar. Yeah.
All
right.
So, T, Whiskey A.
Whiskey A.
See how dangerous it is.
A well distilled whiskey being necessary for the security of a great time. The right to keep and bear this whiskey shall not be infringed.
Mm.
Mm.
Oh, so sweet. Mm,
It's beautiful.
that is beautiful.
Mm.
That's
God,
gonna be
that's
gonna be
is
tough to
gorgeous.
beat.
That is gorgeous. Like, man. That's just stupid good.
And this is going to be marvelous, I can already tell. Oh, damn it.
Oh, man.
Oh, damn it.
Oh wow.
Oh,
That's gonna be
man.
so hard. Oh man.
I know.
This is so freaking hard.
I'm
Like,
going back.
yeah, the previous semifinal matchup, it was really, really close. It was really, really tough.
It's
And
not as hard as this matchup.
this might be even harder. Mm.
I got my mind made up.
Because the noses were comparable, but the palates are so different, but in such beautiful ways.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm good to go.
Chicken, I'm going to let you go first. This is my show, but I'm going to extend an olive branch to the Big Bucket Empire, which you can find on YouTube and Facebook.
Whiskey A is so good. It is so good. This was really tough. Whiskey B, just inched, just a tiny little itty bitty inch for me. I think it was more of the back end of it, like that first one. I don't know what it was, but there was still a little bit of that, like, oh, Phil, I think you call it viscousy, but I don't even know if that's the right word. But I got this weird like fumigating off the back of my tongue that I don't know why. It just threw me off a little bit. Other than that, it was fantastic. And it's like the smallest thing to ever complain about on this whiskey. Like if there
You
was
gotta
anything
find
that's
something to make a decision.
Yeah.
I understand that.
yeah, and
So you're
like,
going with B?
I'm going with B because it was just full through and through, perfect to like front to back and for the whole time after. Like I love B.
Well, Tony, I'm sorry to do this to you.
I already know.
I'm going to have to say once again that in order to secure a free and beautiful good time, the right of the people to keep and bear this whiskey, 2A, shall not be infringed. I'm going with Whiskey A. So, Tony, you are deciding what will the championship match look like in the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme that has been your brainchild. It's been your baby.
Oh, man.
And it all comes down to you.
Oh, man. This is ruthless. I'm
This one's a heartbreaker either way. Either way, it's a heartbreaker.
It really is, and I'm just torn. I'm torn. Like, I'm still deciding.
I got my blend ready. I'm excited for this blend. This is gonna be a fantastic blend.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, it's me too. Tony, you got to make a decision, man. I get it; it's tough, but you got to make one.
Oh, this sucks. Unfortunately,
Tony, you have the right to remain silent still.
Ooh.
You've got to choose one.
But the KOE Nation also has a right to a speedy decision here. So,
all right, oh, this is brutal. This sucks. I hate myself for this, but I have to choose one. I'm gonna go with Whiskey B.
Oh.
It pained me to do that.
So
I think
Tony,
I know which one. I think I know which
you
one.
have pled the fifth. I know which one it is, and it's.
Sorry, Whiskey A.
Oh,
It almost.
No, it did so good.
Oh, I even voted for you. So Tony, I think I have at least paid my penance for the shit I talked to Jameson.
You did your best.
Okay, no, fuck you.
Uh,
I did my best to push this all the way, but Whiskey B is spectacular as well. So
the
Tony,
winner
gonna be
and moving
Good
into
luck.
the finale.
Good luck finding
Another
it.
going against Redbreast 15, another 15-year Tullamore Dew 15, the trilogy.
This is gonna be a tough
Jameson,
match.
I even wore my shirt.
So Tully is going to be going up against the last Middleton Distillery product in this tournament, Redbreast 15.
Well,
but before we get
that,
there,
let's get into this blend.
all that being blend, that looks like cotton candy.
Literally, cotton. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was cotton candy on the nose, and
Wow.
it's light. You know how like cotton
wow.
candy stays on your tongue for a second, and then
Yeah.
goes away.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, like
that's really good.
this would be party whiskey.
I'm gonna
is-
give that an A-.
Yeah, I'm gonna go straight A.
Yeah, I'm going with chicken here, straight A. This is that good.
Mm-hmm. That
So,
was.
folks,
I knew it was gonna be good, but that's shockingly good.
we have now decided the championship match of the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme. You've been coming along with this journey for a good long while, folks, and we are getting here to climax here. And these two amazing 15-year Irish whiskeys are going to have to face off in the most tragic decamatio we've ever had to see in the history of combat. And it's happening here with these two amazing whiskeys, Redbreast 15 and the amazing but sadly discontinued Tullamore Dew 15. So, God almighty, folks, I am
Dare I say this is going to be the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny?
Bum, 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 bum.
No. Okay. God, that will go on for a few minutes.
Yeah.
So, folks,
He's right.
thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us for this. This was frankly the hardest match of the tournament. I don't care what anybody says.
I think there were some really, really hard matchups, but that was a heartbreaker.
That one hurt.
It
That one
did.
hurt. So, folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you like, share, subscribe right here to the KOE Nation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, thank you for joining us for this 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament semifinals matchup. One matchup left, folks, and that will conclude the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme. Who will move on? Who will be the Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme, folks. I can't wait to see it. You can't wait to see it, folks. It's going to be a journey that's coming to a head very soon. But folks, for this video, I'm signing off and handing it off to my indomitable broadcast partners, the one, the only.
Chicken, appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll see you for the championship. Tony, take it away.
Goodness me. We're finally here. The last remaining video, just a week away for you folks. So make sure you like, share, subscribe to see the finale of the 32 Irish Whiskey Tournament of Extreme. And if you want to see how we've gotten here, take a look at the bracket here.
Nice. That was awesome.
Tell you what I'll do,
Folks,
if I
as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the K.O.E. Nation this evening, folks. This has been a very great time with all of you beautiful people, and I hope all of you make it back here to the K.O.E. Nation happy, healthy, much the wiser, folks. God bless every last one of you. Raise a glass to yourselves. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us, folks. Please like, share, subscribe to K.O.E. Nation on YouTube. Follow K.O.E. Nation on Twitch. Follow K.O.E. Nation on TikTok. Be sure to check out Hazard Analysis and Truth in Fiction on YouTube, as well as Big Buckin' Empire, folks. God bless every last one of you, folks. Can't wait to catch you on the flip side. And you're going to be getting a little exclusive here at the end. This particular video that's about to drop, it doesn't drop until tomorrow morning, but I'm giving y'all the inside track here, folks. So tomorrow morning, be sure to give this a thumbs up. Walt Whitman, Oh Me, Oh Life. And it's one that hit right here, folks. So God bless every last one of you. Folks, I'm going to try to come back and see you all tomorrow. Until then, your life will be tumult and chaos without your King of Extreme. But until then, you will have to just make do with your King of Extreme, giving you the wisdom of Walt Whitman. God bless. Travel well, everyone.
Oh Me, Oh Life by Walt Whitman. Oh me, oh life, of the questions of these recurring, of the endless trains of the faithless, of cities filled with the foolish, of myself forever reproaching myself, for who more foolish than I, and who more faithless, of eyes that vainly crave the light, of objects mean, of the struggles ever renewed, of the poor results of all, of the plotting and sordid crowds I see around me, of the empty, useless years of the rest, with the rest me intertwined. The question me, oh sad recurring, what good amid these, oh me, oh life? Answer, that you are here, that life exists, an identity, that the powerful play goes on, and that you may contribute a verse. Oh Me, Oh Life by Walt Whitman. That was this poem of the week. If you've got a poem you'd like me to read, or if you'd like me to read your poem, please just let me know in the comments. I love the imagery of beautiful, beautiful poetry. God bless. Travel well.